fast TN panel, and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk, I wasn't the first one out. Coach, can you let me for that?
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast, ended up completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up onto you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya.
Where are you from?
I am ranked pretty high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody's start somewhere, boy.
Just watch and learn.
Watch and learn. 'Cause 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 So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot, but the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first come, first serve seating, man.
Cause of death, disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactical, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right. We take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Ninth anniversary celebrations. Some updates to TDM and IBR. And a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the Update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues, and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode. Chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you. Happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got to sell a pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I don't partake.
I don't bargain, sat them down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. No fleet, I make them nauseous. I'm all in this stone, my home ain't never auction. One of them break your necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star click, from the quick to the grave, They wanna see me in a shining flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며발치 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해 다 쓰러져 도미노 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 니들 티타임이 판이 so boring 내가 할 말은 peace out
Locked and loaded like my gun, you toted. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Sky's pitch black till we pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up to pot, pretty face, don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way, they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense, that's common. Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just met gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle. Every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds, and a new way to play for glory.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. A first chance here for 2026 to see an international final. We've got 16 of the very best squads from around the world to figure out who is going to be able to take the lion's share of the prize pool here over across the next 2 days.
See Tickleton on screen and the guys from Falcons.
Well, you know, that is the worst time for us to go and chat. I think it might be difficult. Panzerfaust in hand as well there. Send the Flash forwards to try and help his friend Flash. As looks like Cerberus would, no way. He actually held. He trigger discipline on that for all things intents and purposes. Thanadol gets one. Oh no! What?
What? Tenbin blew himself up and flushed it. Oh, that's crazy. Well,
Uzi starts things off with Heaven, though, so bringing them down a little bit, but DL trades as well. It is basically done here for JDG. What's Nan's going to be able to do against all of this? I don't think too much. Goes for a transfer spray. Actually, Rex does go down here. That opens up a little bit of a lifeline, but it's not going to be enough. DN Super. It's a DN Super classic for winners and getting themselves positioned here. They won PPMI to start things off for the TPP, and they start off with a win here for PGS 1 Avenger.
Yeah, 19 points going their way. Off top of that, James, they had the 5-point advantage, right? That puts them at 24 points.
Triggers Miramar here for game 2 of the final.
Yeah, the Panzer. Good luck.
Looks like they are going to go ahead and send it down here, and we'll see if they get away with it. Shen gets lit up.
Oh,
and
no!
The beautiful Molotov grenade in conjunction with a December 12th grenade will find 2 from 4 a.m.
He's good. Yeah, wow. December 12th can't push out because they know they're taking so much fire from Anyone's Legend, but Anyone's Legend knows that it's happening.
Nice
and they
flash.
come. Spaceman with the push off the back of the flash. JDG is out, but here comes Twisted Minds and everyone else, all 3 teams, stuffed onto the end of Kintara.
That is exactly what Twisted Minds needed, but unfortunately for them, Anyone's Legend, they hear the dinner bell ringing, and they have held on to their high ground. They will push down, and they will get their victory with 7 kills. Anyone's Legend comes out on top in match number 2.
Game number 3 of our final stage. It will be Tago. It will be Kalaris and Avenger to bring you the lovely game.
Here we are in, and it's obviously a little bit of a listen-in. I don't understand what they're saying, obviously, because it's it's a little bit of Portuguese, and I don't habla that.
I don't habla that.
I know that's Spanish, but you know.
They're smoking up and making a car fort on the bridge. I am bedazzled. What is going on?
That is crazy, especially considering where the circle is. This is not a play for the win. That's a play for survival right there. And now EA is going to try to backfill it. Opons finds a double knock onto Tanvu and Doc Juice.
No
great
way.
opening with a blue zone to end it on 2. Clarice, there's no
healing.
way he's going to survive this. It's going to come more util in 2. He's going to have to back these first aids to survive this one. Surely it's going to be enough. It's just in time here. Spiro. Another nade comes in and finishes off. What a great nade from Opons. Yep, for sure. Good nade for sure. Oh, it rolled off. It didn't do too much damage.
Oh, he's going aggressive.
Oh, he flicked in just the last second, but Hagatori did get cut by here.
I get why Quetpa makes a very, very bold move there. It's going to be hard to make anything work from there regardless. And that's Na'Vi here, rolling on in. It's not a huge game, but it's a game nonetheless. Going the way of the boys in yellow and black.
Now let's get ready to break this one out as we get into a nice big match.
Shilla's in the air, so all he can do is seat swap, but that is enough as rains from the sky will take down Tigger. Try to go for the peak here. Not going to spot anything on that first edge. Unfortunately for S2G, Petrichor just has these huge rocks that they can dance around here. And CC, yeah, he's going to get spotted out from the side. Nice flank from Chewy. Petrichor Road. Shilla will try to find one. He does get the flush at least. No, he's going to reload. He goes for the flush. There it is. He gets at least one more point, but still in the end, Petrichor Road will get the 5-kill victory.
T1, they still sit at the top, but who's going to be able to topple them here with one more game remaining? The plane's on, let's go! As we go back to Erangel. What's there though? Is that the camera or has the camera frozen?
No, that's the actual camera. Stunky is still available here. He's waiting for that. Oh, that's a great push now. Scabby takes shots now, finds one with the closer. Kiss, can he hit him? He had him with the headshot to the off. It's a 2 versus 1.
Wang F down. It's all on Kiss here to try and make this happen as he goes into the car, looks for the seat swap, trying to get away from the line of sight from Duck Juice. As you can see forwards, both of them are trying to move into a position where they can actually push, but the blue is pushing as well. He's got to move. They've got to try and do something about it. Duck Juice goes for the peak on the right-hand side, goes for the drop shot. He takes it. Does it take higher? He gets it. Oh my God, no. Take Expendables. I thought Kiss had that for a second. Wang F saves it for the Expendables. Avenger, I just lost my mind.
Expendables is looking hot.
Yeah, very much so happy to see that, as they're always very, very lovable. Currently, it's looking very like 4AM is going to be able to have a stranglehold on that #1 spot. But the question is, will anybody topple them towards the very end tomorrow? We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
Who is the most satisfying to kill in-game?
Tigleton.
Batu. Hi. Who is the GOAT of PUBG?
Myself.
Oh, who is the most underrated player of PUBG?
Shrimzy.
Shrimzy. Okay. Who is the most satisfying to kill in-game?
Tigleton.
Which Korean food is the best?
Korean barbecue.
What music do you listen to before a game?
Any music.
What about today?
No music.
No music.
Wait, Victor Tsoi.
Oh, Victor Tsoi. Okay. Well, who is the funniest person on your team?
Example.
Okay. How many kills today?
30.
30. Okay. Thank you, Batu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with S2G. Sheila, hello. Good to see you. You guys could have taken the chance to get a little bit of rest, but we saw a lot of the players hanging out at the training area. I was wondering, why were you guys staying so late? Is there a reason why you wanted to just stay here instead of going to bed early or talking to your teams?
Biz boş günlerimizde olabildiğince daha fazla çalışıp analiz çıkarmaya çalışıyoruz. Bu işte eksik olduğumuz yerler olsun, analiz olsun. Hatalarımızdan ders çıkartıp bir sonraki günlere o şekilde hazırlanıyoruz.
Oh, just practicing till perfection. Okay. All the time, yeah. When would you say is the moment during the match when you feel like your heart's about to burst?
Yalnız kaldığımda birazcık stresli oluyorum. Onun dışında takım arkadaşlarım yanımdayken rahatım ama tek kaldığımda biraz stres altında oluyorum.
Who is the strongest team do you think you're facing today?
I think Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds? All right. How many chickens are you rooting for today?
2.
2?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Lucky 2. Lucky 2. That is all from S2G, Sheila. Thank you.
See you.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Navi's Faris. Hey Faris, good to see you. Well, we are starting the final day of the final stage for PGS 1. Can you tell me, let's talk about yesterday. What didn't go your way?
У нас трошки не получалося в мідгеймі зробити якісь моменти, тому ми будемо создавати їх сьогодні.
We didn't succeed in doing good moves mid-game, so we're going to focus on improving our mid-game play today.
Yeah, mid-game. Well, this is also Ivan helping us with the translation. And what are you trying to improve for your next games then, starting off today?
Чесно кажучи, немає конкретної такого висновку, але ми дещо обговорювали з командою і будемо бачити, яку ми гру покажемо сьогодні.
We didn't come to a definite conclusion of what has to be definitely improved, but we did talk within the team, and we decided that we're going to just play better than yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday you did win a chicken, right? I mean, it must be really important for you to get a win throughout the day to keep that momentum going, right? We have that chicken from yesterday. Well, how much of that is going to factor in today for you guys?
Насправді ця перемога нам дуже допомогла набрати поінти, і тому ми не закінчили на самих останніх місцях, і це дає нам шанс ще позмагатися за хороші місця сьогодні.
This win did improve our position yesterday, and we didn't finish in the last places, and it actually helps us today to fight for the better places in the leaderboard and to hope for the best.
Oh, for the best. How many kills, Ferris? Tell me, how many kills today?
6.
Or 7? Say bye.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, give it all you got, we got next. Y'all rockin' to the top, can't stop it, must be off your rocker, then you gon' stop her. We got next.
One more day, 5 games to determine who is going to be the victors here at PGS 1 for our first circuit of 2026. We're in the final stage, day number 2 of these 5 games. Already, we have seen China looking phenomenal. We have seen Korea trying to catch on up, but will it be enough? Toffee's, Avenger, Poro joining me to get things done. Toffee's going to be a good finish here for PGS 1.
It's going to be a great finish for PGS 1. We've already seen, as we came into this, that point lead by teams like Petrichor Road have essentially dissolved in their benefits from the winner's bracket, which means we're going into 5 with a huge race on our hands. And if we start strong in game 1, almost anybody can get back into this.
Mr. Avenger, what are you thinking here coming into the final day?
I mean, with just 5 more games to go, anything can happen still, really. The only thing that I feel is certain in the veins, in my arteries, the blood, the PUBG blood running inside here, is that I think that we're going to see a 4am podium finish. The question is, can they hold on to this lead that they currently have built up and the foundations that they built yesterday? The 13-point gap that they have down to second place feels certain for a podium finish for them.
They ain't letting it go. I'm sure of it as well here. There have been some surprises yesterday, though, as everything was said and done. Poro, the fact that I think Vietnam started off quite slow to this tournament, but they've been able to rocket up the leaderboards.
They sure have. Expendable sitting there in 3rd place. Anyone's Legend only a couple of places behind. And as you said, 4 a.m., they have that hold on first right now, but they've been on every single day. Can they do it one more time, especially when you know that one of these teams that are chasing are probably going to have a good run here today? So for Angry Men, they're going to be hearing footsteps all the way till the very last game on Miramar.
Toughies.
I mean, you bring up the Vietnam teams. I think that is absolutely correct because it's Vietnam right now. They came out, they struggled in the opener. They went to the survival stage, and then Vietnam, they showed up here and they turned it on. They didn't win survival stage. They survived survival stage. And then they got here, and like teams like Cerberus, who I think were eking it through this entire time, all of a sudden have started to make really good moves.
And two of the teams in the West here trying to vie for higher positions and get a little bit further. Falcons and Na'Vi Avenger trying to bump up a little bit higher.
Yeah, then they are, Na'Vi is that last kind of place where I want to include them from second place down to 10th place, where Na'Vi currently has only 15 points. But Falcons, even on 23 total points that they have right now, their goal is to get into the top 8 and as deep as they can to. Because remember, more PGS points in there, but also that's where the actual prize pool starts. There's no prize pool for 9th to 16th place here. You only get prize pool for chickens, and you get for MVP, of course, as well, but in the top 8 too. And that's also where the PGS points, they start to kind of ramble up quite high, and the snowball effect starts coming in. So that's really what their goal for today is. Okay, let's see if we can get the ball rolling early. And if they get the ball rolling early, they actually have a shot at getting into that podium still.
Very important as well, also take a look at these 16 teams, that yes, you've qualified for the circuit one final stage here for PGS 1, but you've also qualified for that first opportunity at the start of PGS 2, Poro. So at least you've got a little bit of kind of wiggle room in terms of your survivability going into there as well.
Yeah, and you don't have to sit around and wait to have to play against the bottom 8 from our survival stage this last time, who are going to be sitting around for a week. They don't play again until next Friday, but that is a week's worth of time to kind of figure out everything that went wrong, to kind of get themselves comfortable in their new settings, in their environment, get a routine going. And I have a feeling that those teams are going to be coming into PGS 2 a lot more ready to play than maybe they were for this time. So I don't think anybody is really going to want to play in that survival stage next week.
No, of course not. And of course, Toughies, I mean, you get yourself some PGS points on board as well to try and start off that road to PGC at the end for 2026. So getting as high as possible here, very important too.
Yeah, got to get as high as possible for the PGS points. I guess the auto bid to winners is nice. It sort of makes up for if you're like Na'Vi, who had bonus points coming into this, has a chicken dinner and has just been unable to convert additional bonuses. At least you go, well, at least I don't have to go through the grind from the jump next time around. I have a shot at sort of changing things and being back in the big leagues. So I do think that kind of is good for the grind set of these players. I also like this idea that we get 3 days in between to sort of just breathe, get ourselves right, and then come back. But you're right, the prizes go up. The benefits go up when you get to that final. So there's not a lot of time left for these teams to really figure out what is or isn't working.
And will anybody be able to wrestle the MVP off Spaceman, I think is the question, Martin.
That is the big question for today, for sure. I think it's still open. That's really the big thing, is that the amount of points that he has right now. Yesterday, we were looking at something like 3.80 something. This is the 100 MVP points he has right now, and Shen is the close second. So still very, very far ahead of everything right now. But yeah, you're going to have to continue farming, and you're going to have to continue the kills, because that's where the big impact is.
Yeah, so if you were looking at those numbers yesterday, what they've effectively done there is just made it a percent-based number compared to what it was looking at yesterday, which was like a 3.7 against like a 2.7 in the next position. So, but here's our 5 games that are going to be coming at you here today. Miramar start and Miramar finish here. I think Toughies, I'm okay with that. It's going to be an exciting time here for these teams.
I'm very okay with it. I think Martin might be a little bummed out that it's a start and finish with Miramar because he loves casting it so much. But I think the players love starting and finishing on Miramar. It's fun how it's changed, right? You go back to the old days and there was this like, it has to be a wrangle. But as the game has evolved, especially with this transition into a new perspective, I think Miramar is going to become even more powerful in terms of that equalizer map. Everyone feels like they have an opportunity to play defensively. They can push tough positions because of the map's design. I think Miramar first and last is perfect.
And the question, Poro, is will anyone knock 4 Angry Men off the perch? Their numbers looked good yesterday, and they've looked really good all stages, to be honest.
That's the biggest problem, right? Is that you haven't been able to find that crack in the armor just yet. Like, they haven't really shown that. Every day that they've been playing, they've had a good day, which means they might be due for a bad one. I don't know. It depends on if you're a glass half full, glass half empty kind of person. But I can tell you that the people that are going to be trailing them right now, T1, they've looked really strong. They've been kind of ramping up things. Expendables have looked really good as well. Petrichor Road, though, you can also kind of look back at their performance and see how much better they've been doing. And I feel like they had a little bit of an off day yesterday, and they still ended up with 29 points, I should say, 39 points overall after giving the 10 points that they received from the winner's stage. So Petrichor Road's still not out of it, despite having a pretty poor day by their standards yesterday.
Yeah. It's funny though, because normally when we get a head-to-head Avenger, it's like, okay, this player from one team versus this player from another team. But Spaceman and Shen have just done so much work that it was undeniable. We had to kind of look at where they were start.
Yeah, and having 15 kills in 5 games is just next level. Like, getting a 3 kill average over the set of 5 games against the best teams in the world is just... That's insane. And that's really, again, we talked about a little bit yesterday, right? We were like, okay, this guy, long ride, we have to look at this too. Tanwu and Spaceman is still within 100 damage. Like, we saw Tiggleton, I think he had something like a 600 point damage point lead, so maybe he can build up that. But we talked about it yesterday. It's like, I think it might have been one of the best acquisitions you've done in PUBG Esports history. It has to be in China at least, to grab Spaceman after what we saw from him last year at JDG, especially in PCL Autumn. That he was just so good, and for him to grab him and make this super team for this year is just amazing.
Toffees?
I had a good point. That's what it was. I don't know if anybody else noticed that with the exception of Tiggleton creeping on there at the end, all of those stat spots were dominated by Eastern players. It seems like they have taken the time in those regions to prepare for these changes and are just absolutely flying right now. For me, that's what I'm watching today. Is it has been 4 days. Do our Western teams finally sit down and start to make some changes and adjust to this playstyle that is clearly giving damage and kill leads to Eastern players off of the back of their systems?
It's a good question, and it's a good point. Let's get ready then as we head on over to Seoul, South Korea to get the final day here for PGS 1 well underway.
Будучи киберспортсменом, ты жертвуешь друзьями, свободным временем и еще много чем. И только так ты можешь прожить жизнь выдающегося киберспортсмена. Побеждать на международной арене и так сложно, а делать это несколько раз удается почти никому. Так как мы уже много раз выигрывали, хочу сказать, что мы выиграем еще раз.
Honestly, just excited to be here and to compete again. It's my favorite thing to do in my life. And I'm not sure how it'll go. Maybe it'll be crazy, maybe it won't be, but I'm just happy to be here. Make sure to have fun, guys. I think it's going to be a bit of a chaotic tournament, first time in this format, so just try and enjoy yourselves.
지금의 저를 생각하면 몇몇 선수들은 리스펙 해줄 것 같고 몇몇 선수들은 좀 이빨 빠진 호랑이 아닐까라는 생각을 또 할 것 같고 그들도 경험해 보다 보면 느끼겠죠. 호랑이는 호랑이라는 거.
올해 저희 T1이라는 팀은 우승 경쟁을 충분히 할 수 있는 팀이라 생각하고 새로운 역사를 써보겠습니다.
So our style is an aggressive style that we are working since last year and improving every day. Korea came here from the other side of the world to win.
我们队伍就是一直敢打敢冲的队伍，然后谁也不怕。我们 JDG 会比去年打得更好。
저희한테 PGS는 좀 어려운 편은 아닌 것 같아요. 운영적이로든 교전적이로든 선수들이 다 잘하기 때문에 한국은 우리 홈이니까 저희가 우승할게요.
Kiss Update กลับมาแล้วครับ อยากจะมาโชว์สไตล์ส่วนตัวของตัวเองให้โลกได้เห็นครับ
去年比，因为我们现在今年的阵容有转变吧，就是换了2个人嘛，然后可能有不一样的感觉吧。我能相信你们吗？
จุดเด่นของทีมเราน่าจะเป็นเรื่องการเข้าวงครับแล้วก็มีสไตล์การเล่นที่ค่อนข้างยืดหยุ่นครับ การแข่งครั้งนี้จะไม่ปราณีใครเลยครับ
I think everybody should be looking out for us, especially with the performance we had last year. Since then, we only improved as a team, so I think we're going to be for sure one of the dominant teams coming into PGS. I think our teamwork right now on the team is for sure one of the best in the world right now. When we are all playing our A game, we are for sure a top 1 contender. Plan is to keep defending the title. I think we have what it takes.
Thì em đã thi đấu rất nhiều giải rồi nên là PGS lần này em không cảm thấy áp lực gì hết. Phải bị bắn rồi thì mới biết là súng của chúng tôi mạnh như thế nào.
ครับก็สิ่งที่เราได้เรียนรู้จากการเป็นแชมป์ในปีที่แล้วก็คือเราแค่เล่นให้เต็มที่ที่สุดในแบบที่เราเป็นแล้วก็ผมคิดว่าในการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ PGS นี้เราสามารถเป็นแชมป์ได้แน่นอนครับก็สิ่งที่พวกเราขาดไปใช่ไหมครับก็คือถ้วยแชมป์ PGS นี่ครับก็พวกเราจะมาชนะที่นี่แล้วก็จะเป็นทีมแรกที่มีถ้วย PGS และ PGC ครับ
Stand up for yourself, King.
All right, let's get to it then. We have got 5 more games here. Only 5 more opportunities for all of these teams to put points on the board. An Avenger, who's coming out of the gate swinging? What's the surprise name that's coming out swinging?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you say surprise name. It's not much of a surprise for most of it. But I think we're going to see a step up for Twisted Minds. That is my case here, because right now they're in the single digits.
This is my shocked. Oh my god.
Crazy, right?
But picked Twisted Minds.
But you look at them yesterday, they're in 13th place. So we're looking at single digit PGS points here. They can triple their PGS points by just getting a few more points, right? So that's the big one for me. Obviously, sure, they're playing with Molotov. There shouldn't be too much of a downgrade. We've talked about this in and out. But I feel like it's probably the biggest obvious reason is that the biggest improvement from any team is always from day 1 to day 2 or day 2 to day 3 is always Twisted Minds, because Batulians goes back, spends a lot of time in preparing for the second day and to figure out, okay, what was the reason why these 5 teams that did really well today succeeded, and how can we copy that and adapt to that for day 2?
Toughies?
I'm going to go DN Super for the first game because they've performed well only on the first game of every round so far.
Okay, Paro, what are you thinking?
I think T1 opens up with a big swing.
The second place doing well. What a surprise, Paro.
Look at me. I picked Twisted Minds for everything.
I mean, T1's a weird one.
I got to give Martin credit, though. Twisted Minds, there's 2 Miramars today, and Twisted Minds plays really well on Miramar. So
They do. They're also normally very good on Rondo. But again, having Molotov as a kind of a stand-in is a little bit different for them, of course. You've got, you're kind of, you're unfortunately having to sub out a guy like a Perfectix, who we've mentioned it many times, is a guy that can play up to and even sometimes beyond an example level, right? So that in itself is kind of monumental to not have on the field. But Molotov is still fantastic. He's still a PGS champion. At the same time, T1, I think, is an interesting choice because they got second off the back of playing it out in a way that was a little bit quiet yesterday, but still second place. But let's head on over to Seoul, South Korea for good old Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella. It is the final day of PGS1 and we are so ready to crown the champion. Yesterday's battles were absolute chaos. 4 a.m. still takes the lead, but with all the standings so neck and neck, a single chicken dinner could possibly flip the leaderboard. And as for the bottom teams, this is a more desperate time than ever because every point earned from today moving onwards will be a critical lifeline for the road to PGS 2 and the 3 grand finals. And before we drop, I have a special announcement. Today we are launching a special project for the fans worldwide. It is the Player of the Day POD vote. It's more than just the numbers, from explosive carry performances and game-changing clutch plays to elite survival and high utility IQ. We want to know who was your moment maker on the server today. So the voting will be done through the QR code shown at the bottom of the screen. So make sure to capture that and collect your share of the G coin. We will be sharing live updates on the standings as well, so make sure that we hear your voice. Now, only 5 matches remain. Who will walk away with the glory and the trophy? The final day of PGS 1 Finals begins now.
Wave is in. That means it's an official day here for PUBG Esports from Bella. And of course, for these guys sat ready and raring to go, everybody is going to be looking for that #1 spot. JDG, Twisted Minds, Martin already brought them up. Poro made fun of them. Toffies, which side do you sit on?
I didn't make fun of them. I made fun of him. Let's be clear about that first.
I mean, I think Twisted Minds is awesome. I think it's actually kind of a disservice to them that, like, because Maladoct is so good, all of us are like, expectations are still as high as they would be. Any other team in the world would show up with any substitute, and we'd be like, well, they do have a substitute, so the system will be difficult to execute. But since it's Twisted Minds with Maladoct, one of the best players in the world, we're like, I'm disappointed in their poor performance. But they are playing 3+1.
I want to ask, though, before you guys go into game here, and you can talk about this during the game if you want to, but do you think that they're kind of holding back something because it's a direct rival you're playing with, right? He's going to go back and take it back to his team and maybe apply that. So are you kind of holding that back?
You think they're sandbagging? I don't think so. I think that, I mean, if you're going to bring them out there, you got to have a little bit of trust, right? And that's, and Batu will probably trust Maladoct to be able to just do what they normally do, right?
Well, and I trust you guys to be able to give us a rip-roaring cast here for Miramar for our first game of the final day here for PGS 1.
No pressure. We got to be rip-roaring. We got to be what was it? What was the term from yesterday? The Bobby Blasters? Bobby knockers?
The Slobber Knockers.
Slobby Knockers?
And Bobby Dazzlers.
Bobby Dazzlers.
I only know this because I watch. You watch football. I thought you'd know this. All right.
The one.
Bobby Dazzler. It's a soccer term, if I remember correctly. But we're going to have a Bobby Dazzler with 5 games left to play. The road to the end of PGS 1 opens, but that's not the end of the journey, because after this is PGS 2 and 3, both of which that will be heavily influenced by how you do here today in terms of how easy it is to continue marching forward and collecting those valuable PGC points. Big drops by everybody, teams that have to make a climb. And if you are just joining us, you want to keep your eyes on teams like Petrichor Road, Falcons, and Twisted Minds. Can they bounce back and thrive as they rise to the top? Poro, the Twisted Minds conversation we just had was interesting. I think this Maladoct thing is fascinating. I don't see them not giving information, but I will say it's not lost on me that they keep seeming to have Maladoct off either by himself in weird anchors or in over-aggressive spears, almost like they're saying, I don't want you to see how we work as a 3. You go over there and do that.
I think it's more likely that Batu and company just came up with an entirely different type of game plan to play with that sub than it is to try to, like, because you kind of have to, right? You can't force Maladoct to fit into your system to be a replacement for Perfectix, because there's just he doesn't have the tenure, he doesn't have the same comms. There's so much things that are different. So in a way, it'd be better just to make a whole new type of game plan and when we talk about game plan, right, we're talking about stuff like their comps, stuff like how they kind of go about the play-by-play process of playing the game, right? So Maladoct at the end of the day, he's a great shooter, but I think you still got to kind of work. They're good enough to be able to work around him rather than forcing him to try to work around them.
Also, it has to be a little intimidating. Like, I know Maladoct knows the guys and plays all the time, but, like, this is Twisted Minds. Plus, I don't put it past Example to be the kind of fellow who, after you make a rough play, would say something like, well, he's no Perfectix, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, playing with these 3 players, whether or not you see yourself as one of the greatest, has to also be intimidating, considering the pedigree of this roster, right? Like, you talk about Batulin, one of the greatest, I would say, if not one of the IGLs in the world, I would say greatest. Then you got Example, who has won PGCs, who is a king amongst fraggers. Like, this is crazy, the work you have to do to sort of, like, live up to the standards of this team.
I would imagine that, and again, this is because this is, we've gotten to know the Twisted guys over the years, and I would imagine that in that situation, Molodok's harshest critic for any mistake is going to be Molodok. Like the guys are they're going to do what they can to make him feel welcome because he's helping them in a way.
True.
Like he's helping them by being the sub. So they're not going to be like hardcore brutal with him.
No, I don't think they'll be
on
brutal to
these
him, but I
mistakes.
think the whole time you'd be kicking yourself because you're thinking like, oh man, like I'm letting, I don't know. I personally playing with guys like that, I would be 100, like you said, 100% just bagging on myself for every mistake, thinking I'm not living up to the power of the guy that I'm filling in for. That said, though, I think Molodok's been doing his best to hold this, and I don't think it's been his responsibility for where they are. It seems like they're just not adjusting to the way these Eastern teams are playing because APAC, specifically in the form of Vietnam, has been incredibly strong. They are not the same aggressive teams that I feel like we were used to seeing out of APAC. They are tempered a little bit because of the switch to third person, but I think that they're using that switch actually pretty well in how they're sort of defensively holding compounds and being willing to work these 2-2s.
Sure, and again, at the end of the day, again, this is the first tournament of the year, right? A lot of these teams, I think we did the rundown yesterday. Like, wasn't it like 3 or 4 teams are coming back with the same rosters that they had last year, or and so many changes coming through. You're coming off of a couple of months of rust. Like, I was not expecting. I don't expect that when we get to PGS 12, we're going to be having the same exact storylines that we have here in PGS 1. There's going to be change across the course of the year as these guys get more reps in together, they get more experience playing together. So whether, you know, the storylines from PGS 1, such as 4 a.m. and Spaceman being insane and the rise of China, Vietnam kind of rallying, whether that's going to remain the case as the year progresses, that remains to be seen, right? But right now, this is what we have to deal with.
Well, and also keeping in mind, I think if you're a team, especially that you're not one of those long storied pedigreed teams that you know is a favorite to win PGC, you have to go hard in 1, 2, and 3. Because right now, some teams that we know are great have not noticed skills or developed extra skills that they know will work in this format, right? They're going to see that in 1, 2, and 3. They're going to go, man, you know what? I think we should have been working harder on our tee hopping. I think we should have been working harder on rotations with this style of scouting. Look at what these guys do to manage this perspective. Let's practice that during double blocks for the next month. And once they do that, it's going to make the entire playing field dead even, right? So that is why this one is so important, is if you put the work in and you figured out how to have an advantage in this format, these are the 3 PGSs where that will work. After that, everything you've revealed will be stolen because we are streaming everyone's POV, which means every team can go back and watch every moment of how you play this.
Yeah, I mean it's like any sports league. It's a league of thievery. Like when somebody finds something that they do that's successful, everybody is going to try to copy that to find that success. So 4 a.m. The stuff that they're doing here, people are going to be studying and analyzing and looking at it and saying, okay, how can we incorporate these things that they're doing into our game the way it is? Obviously, we're not going to copy it 1-to-1. We're not the exact same players. We're not the same team. Et cetera, et cetera. But there are things that we can look at maybe to just kind of pull into our own plan of action as we make our way through the games.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like even the way that people travel with cars, right? The braking before the top of the hill and making a slight turn just so you can sort of use the visual before you peek it and run into a trap. Like it is changing the way that people progress across the map. And that's been the most interesting for me, is seeing how the adjustments happen. Now, I will say, as we look at the map right now, still everyone alive, no big kerfuffles, but it is about to start to kick off. As here we go, S2G is pulling in, Falcons making their transition into the circle as well. But because of the ease of this circle and the fact that it is real, still, as Martin said, almost everyone's game down to 9, you can tell people are taking it a little more careful, being a little more safe, and one of those teams is Falcons. They have to have a good first game, Poro. They are in 12th place and a significant amount, I think 30 points off the leader.
Yeah, it definitely was a poor day for them yesterday, but this is one of those things where you start in game number 1 and you have a big game. All of a sudden it becomes a lot easier to start stringing things together, but it works the other way too. So you definitely don't want to go out with a zero bomb. You don't want to get too overly start overthinking things, as we do get to hear Falcons comms here about how they're scouting out this area just to the north of Los Leones.
Yeah, you look for cars on the backside of the warehouse while you drive, like yellow line. They would be inside the warehouse. It makes no sense to have it on the backside. Yeah, no one's peeking the ball angle.
Hopefully he doesn't press F again.
I think they have good
It is a lesson from yesterday.
They're up by, let's take C9, boys.
Okay.
Guy on Oath Hill in the open.
Raj.
So you can enter through driving away. Is he driving down to Oath?
Raj.
I don't know where he's driving, boys.
There's one shooting in the dip. There's one driving in
Yeah, it's in the dip, yeah. Let's clear the bowl together. No one's peeked.
That's an old Rumblers quote.
This is risky, but I'm...
Clear the bowl together?
Yeah.
Explain. No, I'm just kidding.
PGC, they were in Katara and got actually smoked by another team. That's what. I like, but I like, as we listen to this, pay attention to the comms. It is very clear. The second someone gets a little over, H1 steps in. They're using words like Raj to sort of confirm they understand orders instead of big feedback loops. This is something that I know that Gunnar brought to that team. And as we saw Takelton, the only Westerner apparently who gets to be interviewed at this event, we got to hear how he was being very clear, concise, in the way that this team works through the map. I think is very, very smart and organized. Unfortunately, just hasn't paid off yet in the grand final.
Yeah, and that's a lot of that is experience, and a lot of that is just the way that team is, right? Like, not every team needs to have comms that are exactly like Falcons. And I mean, we've seen other teams in the past that are a lot more hectic, it feels like, but that energy is what they've kind of fed off of. So Falcons working their way in from the west. We see S2G running around in Impala. They do have Myth just off to their east, and now the circle has pulled away. It is going to go back over towards Kantara. So we saw this the other day, Toffees, and it was pretty brutal. Let's see if we how many of these teams run it back.
Yep, everybody now has an official perspective of how to play this area in this new season. So now I think it'll be interesting to see how that changes the rotations that our teams made the first time. There we go. All right, so Expendables is now popping in on Na'Vi. Na'Vi needs to have a good game. They are already trailing. Hakatori opens up with a spray but can't get the knock. Todvu turns on Ferris and gets him down as he drives in with the car. Hakatori trying to hold. Nades coming out. They miss. Hakatori gets Clories but goes down from Duck Juice. Over to Boostic trying to fight it out. And Spiro just watching from the distance.
Spiro just a little bit too far away before the smokes were able to bloom, and now he's got to reposition himself, try to get back involved. Hakatori does get flushed out. Boostic continues to move through these long buildings. As you see, Panzerfaust in the hands of the Expendables. Huang F not going to waste any time. Yeah, takes that shot, does some damage, but Boostic fortunate there that he doesn't take a Panzer right to the face.
Boostic, the Panzer Dodger himself. Sparrow up on top of the hill. They're playing outside, inside, trying to manage as best they can. He does get the flush on Clories. That's some extra points. Meanwhile, Boostic been holding the top floor of the longhouse. They cannot seem to get him out. They double blue zone, but he's got the patio, so it's still no threat. All it does is actually slow down the process and buy Spiro time to get in there and get a res.
It's nice able to get that res, get Ferris back on his feet, because you can see just off in the distance, Ming Ming was starting to look over in this direction. I think he's getting shot in the back now, though, so that might pull him away. Supers looked like they might be interested, but instead they're going to hold on to their position for the time being, and this fight will remain just a straight 1v1 team battle, as Spiro now back outside working around the ridge lines. Boostic still holding the high side of that long building. They've got Duckchu spotted out, and they know exactly where he is.
Supers and Petrichor are important because the only way to take this house is to be able to move in from multiple sides at once, and what they're doing is restricting Expendables to just that sort of corner of the building to try to get into this, and that's allowed Boostic a ton of play. He can use the porch to dodge grenades when he needs to, and Sparrow out here, I think they thought everybody was moving inside. He's been playing a great anchor just sort of in this weird little off angle.
And he gets that information, though. He knows now that they have gone inside of that long building, so he's going to take that time to wrap himself back around here. Maybe stop down, pick up a blue chip while the rest of the gang holds the line. The smokes slowing things down tremendously. Spiro, just going to do a little casual looting while waiting for the call. What is going to be the next move? We'll continue to smoke them out and slow them down.
Yeah, make it more difficult for them to clear out those areas and make sure there's no threat. Slowing them down is absolutely huge. It sounds like he's going to slide over. You said maybe grab that blue chip from Hakatori. Though I got to be honest, this is going to be a very tall order to find a place to bring him back, because there's only 2 spots left in the circle, and they're both a very long journey. But that is a problem for later, as right now Na'Vi has to figure out how to get TE out of the second half of this building.
They bring Ferris on the outside too. They've got some offensive utility to send up in there, but it seems like they're not 100% sure if somebody's up there or not. Duckjuice, for his part, has not peaked just yet, although, okay, that might be the sign. Yeah, he's going to peek now. They know he's up there. Good feet on Ferris. Gets out of the way before the grenade can do too much damage.
So they go ahead and use that blue zone. It worked out, did a ton of damage. So that is going to knock down Duckjuice along with the grenade assist from Ferris. Boostic has joined the rest of his team. We're going full breach, baby. We got the shield up that was put down by TE. They take it away. And now they want to try to aggress into the smoked out area, clearing each room as they do so, pre-firing the doorways. Better to spend some lead than end up dead as Boostic makes sure it's covered. The flash comes out, immediately fall back, and Ferris steps in to take the spear.
Wong F has since moved outside of the compound. He's going to work it from just on the side. I'm looking on the map, though, as the new circle has popped. It's centering on Cantera Crater once again, and a number of teams are starting to make their way over in this vicinity. JDG, the most pressing. You see them stopping down to take some shots at Myth, and that might give Navi a little bit more time here to clean this out.
Yep. In the meantime, we saw that flush go out on Duckjuice, so we are down to sort of that last man being chased here outside, but they don't know where he is. He's moved into the auxiliary building. He takes shots from the left. Spyro goes down, but the counter fire, he gets Boostic as well. Ferris has to just sort of cover the gap here. Does he smoke and res, or does he go for the 1v1?
Oh, Wong F got some decision to make. He gets it. Wong F will do the 1v3, puts Navi back in the lobby. What a performance from the solo from Expendables. But now JDG, they are coming knocking. Can you pull off more magic here, Wong F, to keep yourself in this game?
Yeah, they're going to try to get in there and get some steals if they could. Right now, it is just him, though, as he tries to heal, taking damage from JDG as they storm the gates. They've been waiting for this for a minute. Delwyn's on the outside looking to get some pickoffs as possible, but this is going to be just a JDG getting, I think, a free point here, unless Hong F can just drive away somehow, which I just don't see as feasible.
They're shooting all the tires out. I mean, you've got Kiss from Myth taking shots down on this as well. So JDG, their hand is going to be forced. They're going to have to push into this building quickly. As you see Wong F still just running around on the outside. He's got to keep that smoke laid down because, as you said, Delwyn is looking over there. Nan's going to get stolen away by Delwyn. So JDG, they have to play from inside.
Yep, beautiful. I mean, that compound's not a bad space to defend.
He gets another one.
No way! They pushed in and he had the double barrel and he gets the flush. HogF has actually converted a disaster into a 4-point swing so far, with more to potentially come as he does December 12th too. Hong F is a king.
He cannot keep getting away with this. Wong F now in a 1v1 inside that long building as terror reigns inside. We see the replays over there of just what happened, but he's all down to just, he's got to stop down here. Cold 119 had the grenades. Oh, I'm so glad we cut back to this. I was worried we weren't going to see it, but Wong F continues. We've talked about it time and time again how difficult these long buildings are to push and how hard they are to clear out, and Wong F showing us exactly why that is the case.
JDG's gonna come running out of the house when T1 gets there and yell, "The call's coming from in the house. He's in there. Don't go in because you're stuck here with Hong F." Here comes the push. T1's chasing JDG underneath a duck. The fight is down below as Hong F just holds the stairwell. The fire will preserve it. Meanwhile, T1 fights anyone's legend who showed up because of this fight and are being eviscerated downstairs while we just sit here and stare at Hong F holding the stairwell.
I mean, Delwyn, he was by himself. The rest of the team was coming, but he pushed down a little bit earlier and did not see, I guess, that T1 had arrived in their BRDM. But Wong F, he's going to get another point through the smokes. He will flush him out. He ain't going to push. Oh, he runs up the stairs. He doesn't know. Wong F, he's so sneaky. He's going to find another one. Can he? Oh, no. Ian will take him down, and the raid boss from the Expendables finally gets taken out.
Gosh, that... All right, you know what? A standing ovation for Hong F getting like the salvage points. They were done. He was down to 1 in an auxiliary building, and he walked away with 6 extra points. Meanwhile, Kwepa on the drive-by, he gets interfered with by his own teammate. They turn it around on him because he gets knocked off target.
You got baited a little bit. In the end, it doesn't matter. Cerberus goes down as Keppa and CC Next will be the ones to benefit the most. They do have, they've lost Baron and Shilla, but they have a little bit of a room to work with on the eastern side. Now 4AM kind of looking over in that direction. Petrichor Road also look like they might be interested, but they're currently just holding on to their own spot. So S2G might be able to reset here for the time being, as Falcons have now arrived. Furia just uphill.
Yep, they have finally made it. Their pedometers are maxed out, so they have to stop and fight someone as they see Furia in the distance. And it makes sense. There's only a few other teams on the map from our region. Heck, one. Why not go after them? I like it.
Why not indeed? And the battle still continues on that south side, as you see in the kill feed. The smokes being laid down by Falcons to try to slow things down just a little bit or give themselves a little bit concealment. But Furia, look at the wide split they have. But unfortunately, I think Kraken has been spotted out. This flanking angle could have proved devastating, but good eyes on the part of Falcons to spot him. And now the rest of Furia, they have to get something done here if they're going to save their teammate. Ooh. Oh, he's going down.
The Kraken's greatest strength is when it attacks unexpectedly, and he was just too far off to the side. So he is going to get flushed and dunked. Shrimsy gets the knock and the finish. Meanwhile, Heather is actually working through anyone's legend in that original fight. So we'll sort of keep that updated while both of these go on back and forth. While the game started slow, it is going to end fast as real estate has dried up around the edges of Kentaro. We should see a bunch of 1v1 fights that end up with a third party if they don't end quickly. Kickstart with some nice shots, man. Oh, so close. They could not close the gap. You could see through the smoke, but remember, they could not.
Yeah, that knock on Tiggleton came from Molodoc, actually. So Twisted Minds on the south side from range, kind of forcing Falcons to push forward into Furia, or at least not be able to reposition around the hill the way they would like. And now 4AM, they heard all this commotion. Spaceman and Winda, not two guys that you want to have coming over in your direction, looking down their sights at you. Furia might be in trouble here shortly. You see Winda, he's going to spot out Posa and DraftKing on the low side. Does he have an angle on this, though?
And is he willing to open fire? Yes, he is. So he's going to line up that first shot. Nade goes out from Posa, ahead available, but he does not take it. He's going to wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, Molodoc dealing with a BRDM down here. And Spaceman padding those stats.
I mean, that's what we're waiting for, right? We need Furia. They've been kind of living a charmed life. They're pinned between Falcons and 4AM. Eventually, one was going to strike, and it ends up being 4AM. They do get a knock onto Shrimsy, but not before Spaceman and Winda strike once again. And now DraftKing, the last player left alive for Furia, and he is pinned down and done.
It took a while, but all Furia's 9 lives were spent, as it took 3 teams coming in from a bunch of different sides to cause that trouble. That did allow the Falcons, however, to get everybody, I think, back up and running and reset. 4AM came over, so we might see another go head-to-head between those two teams for that north side of the crater, because that will allow them to sort of loop around and have a good center shot as the game progresses. So that is a fight that is going to be very important between the 4AM and the Falcons.
Yeah, and then you can see Twisted Minds looking off in that direction. Now we did see JDG, their last player was running around in a BRDM.
Falcons or 4AM? Who wins?
Pushing it in, 4AM get this opening knock, so you gotta like their odds here. HSM, his head picking up over the top. Shrimsy is down. Shen is already flushed out, so it's a straight 3v3, but Falcons have to push this way. They can't can't risk getting shot at in backs by Twisted Minds. They'll push through whatever smokes they have left. Not a lot of utility left in the bag for either of these two teams. Winda tries to be the front man, but goes down. Spaceman, though, will follow it up with the knock on a kickstart, and now Tiggleton is the last one up alive for Falcons, and he goes down to the blue. 4AM wins it with 8 kills now.
You know, Falcons chose to stack a line and just send the stack up over the top of the hill. 4AM had a better spread and was able to lock it down. Tig, not part of the stack, stays behind to anchor and just couldn't pull it off. So unfortunate for the Falcons, who needed those points and will stay in 12th place after getting deleted by the team that is dominating the lobby. Yes, they are at 64 points. Spaceman's getting more for his MVP, and the Rich getting
T1 has a BRDM. Flash gonna send every bullet that he has right into it and hope that he can maybe take it down, but Heather will roll with him, and that will be it for Full Sense. And I gotta tell you, Toffees, yesterday we saw a circle in the final game of the day, and very similar to this one, E-Arena in the exact same spot that they were in, Twisted Minds almost in the exact same spot they were in, 4 a.m. in the exact same spot they were in. I think 4 a.m. was the one that ended up getting the win when all was said and done. So they have 3 left alive, and they have that whole north side to work with. But Twisted Minds maybe learning some lessons from yesterday. They don't want to allow 4 a.m. to have that as free as they had it previously.
There's a reason that it's called a system. Consistent teams end up in the same place all the time. And that's part of the reason that it works so well. They've all learned the weaknesses of those spots. They're back in them, and they're ready to fight it out this time around. Jump over to Kiss from Made in Thailand. Gets a couple of shots here. He did get that end knock, who's been very, very strong for T1. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand's a partner, Scappy, over here, trying to open up another fight. Petrichor steals the T1 and then knocks Scappy.
Oh, Scappy was just off in no man's land. The rest of Myth are kind of pushing up against Petrichor Road now, who are still 4 strong. They've got 2 kills already, and they're fighting their way in from the southeast. Myth now having to deal with that BRDM of T1, who have been on a tear this game. 7 kills so far, keeping pace with 4 a.m. up in that second place position.
You don't have the bullets for this. Stop. Stop. He has 38 rounds, and he's sharing at round types on both of his guns, so you need to slow down, Kiss. Bear's got an M24. He is not having a problem with his M249, as he now has 100 bullets in the chamber and is trying to come over to respond to this BRDM situation.
Oh, but Heather jumps out and hits a dirty grenade to get the knock on a Jacob. And now he's hopped out again. Kiss, though, has spotted him. Heather is cooking one. He's going to send it, run back into the BRDM, and he will survive for the time being, but he does at least get the credit for that knock, as Jacob will get flushed down.
This is what we're seeing with BRDMs, that F spam jumping in and out and sort of keeping everyone on their toes. Petrichor now circling around. Myth had nothing to play with. They were sandwiched between 2 aggressors, and the fight continues. Petrichor needs these points. They've climbed into 4th and would love to get a little bit more. Kiss gets raining, but Heather gets buried as it continues to go back and forth.
Oh, it's a big 1v1 here. Heather hops in the BRDM to heal up. Kiss is just going to go ahead and let himself.
He only has 8 rounds. He only has 8 rounds.
He has no bullets left to scrap with these. He's got to go. Oh, I think he was thinking about going and taking out Raining, but he's got the shotgun in hand. He's like, look, if you want to jump out again, be my guest, my friend. I will put both of these slugs right into your chest, as Heather just continues to roll around in the cockroach. Wait, try to see if he can get something. This is.
Well,
this
it's
is
because
ridiculous.
so they're both down to 1 player, right? So like, there's no backup coming, and he wants to stop him from flushing Raining. That's his only goal here. So this is absolutely wild, but he knows that double barrel means I can't jump out. What do? This is literally a chess match of like, are you going to expose him to me so I can get that flush or not? Now, if he lets him have the flush, he can jump out and finish him from behind. There you go.
Oh,
he did it before he got the second shot off. What a legend.
Oh, he tried. Just the timing for Heather there, and they'll be able to get Raining back on his feet, and T1 continues to rain terror down on this lobby as they are up to 10 kills, but 4 a.m. still alive, still 3 up on the northern side of this new zone. The circle going to pull away from the crater, so Supers will have to make their way through E-Arena at some point. Petrichor Road play this very, very cautiously, I would say. Like, they saw Myth fighting with T1, and they just never really got involved, never to even try to third party it.
I think Petrichor is playing a safe game, you know, coming in at 4th. They want to sort of maintain this right now and manage expectations. So they're not overcommitting to these fights. That the third party potential in Kantara is absolutely insane. And so Petrichor's main issue is they don't want to lose that section of circle behind them south of Kwepa. Yeah. They need to keep that. So it's not worth engaging to lose the winning spot.
Oh, Kwepa is going to find that knock on a Spaceman. That's huge to start things off, but he does go down in the end to HSM. But at least, if nothing else, that will put a pause on 4 a.m.'s wrap around to the south, as Petrichor is still trying to deal with T1. T1 going to lose 1 player, and now it's just down to Raining, as he is alive by the grace of the smoke. Molotov going to get spotted out by a nice grenade from Rex, though, but the trade comes through on a deal. Human finds example as Supers now taking the fight with Twisted Minds, and E-Arena just watching.
Yo, E-Arena, I mean, this is what they did. They found a good compound. They got there early. They knew they wanted it, and it is paying off dividends. T1 is going to get knocked out as Rainy goes down to the blue. Twisted Minds has to fight Supers, and EA, I assume, will come out once things get crazy.
This is a big fight going on in the crater right now. 4 a.m. and Petrichor Road pushing into each other. It's a 3v2. Winda and Spaceman, the last two alive, but we've seen how terrifying these guys can be. The smoke wall laid down. Spaceman playing from the center, just looking through any gaps that he can spot. In Petrichor Road, they're going to call all 4 over. They had left Chewy behind to kind of stare down into the crater itself, but they don't want to risk this. This is a perfect position for them to get a big win here. They don't want to risk losing any players.
Yeah, Spaceman and Winda have a good smoke screen set up there to try to give themselves a little bit of cover. They're saying, look, it's up there. We're up there as Winda holds the off angle.
Yeah, you see their pockets, nothing left.
So I think their
as
goal,
soon as this smoke wall's done.
I think their goal is to have that dissipate and push, and then be caught off guard down there by Winda. But the problem is they got there high enough, they found Spaceman, and now they know exactly where Winda is.
There you go. Yeah, Ming Ming looking down. Ooh, what do we think?
I mean, I don't think Winda can do much. I think if anything, you just hold that spot and either let Blue kill you or take one when they push over the top.
That might be the case. That smoke is slowly dissipating as Supers still scrapping. Still now taking the fight with E-Arena. Twisted Minds down to just Lou and Batulins. They're on that north side of that compound. Petrichor Road, though, they're going to find an angle. Deal going to go down as Heaven is still being rezzed. So that is a very, very courageous, one might say foolhardy res the stick, especially when a guy just peeked the top of that ridgeline and got the knock. So
well, they thought they could pull it off. He peeked to throw a molly, and they shot it, I think, out of his hand because you can see the molly spread out up there.
Oh,
and
my
so they
God,
thought they could go for the res, but somebody else came over the top and finished the peek. It was a good attempt, but was never going to work.
Yeah, Chewy just had him completely dead to rights there. Now, Opons will get credit for one of them, but Supers, they just get pinned in an awful position with just no utility much left. And as you said, some plans just went awry, but Lou and Batulin still alive for Twisted Minds, but now 04 has perfect vision. We'll get the spray onto Lou and starts that knockoff. We'll follow it up with a blue zone grenade to see if we can secure that point. Petrichor Road up to 8 kills, and they are just waiting for E-Arena to have to leave this compound.
Well, he's going to go ahead and stick it through there, I guess. Meanwhile, E-Arena is starting to come out. They've smoked up. There's already a knock up a Thompong, but they can try to get him picked up and get back into the building for that pickup. I think they still have a little bit of time.
Yeah, they might be able to get him back on his feet, but their situation is not going to have improved much at all, as they're still just surrounded on all parts here by Petrichor Road. Lou popping up there just to get a little bit of a peek of what's going on.
Nice move.
Batu will at least be able to get inside the hard cover, but Lou will go down to Ming Ming, and don't think they'll be able to get a res on him again. So Batu just going to try to sit this one out as long as he can.
Yep. Wait as long as you can. He's got the grenade raised, going to toss it out there to try to get one more. Sit inside the blue. Now push out of it. Gets sprayed immediately. He's not interested in denying points. He did get the Petrichor knock, though, so a big pickup if it lasts.
That is a big knock. 04MB going to get spotted out, but Chewy with the peek with the big boy gun. We'll find one. We'll find two. Give them all 3. Why not? There's one left alive for E-Arena, and that's going to be Norins, who tried to wrap around the other side. He's got the smokes keeping him alive for the time being, but Chewy going nuclear for Petrichor Road here in game number 1.
M249, accuracy through volume. The fight over there on the side. Nurens gets the knock, but they hit him with overwhelming force, and he is eliminated, giving the win to Petrichor Road, the team that won the opening series of our winners division. Came in with a 10-point bonus and felt like they were squandering it. Well, squander no more as they take home the first chicken dinner of our last day of play. My name is Toppies. I got Porosaurus, and we're going to bring back Avenger and Kylaris to talk about this match full of beasts from the East.
Oh, I had my face in my hands at the very end there. The M249 triple from Chewy as well. I was like, no, E-Arena, no, please. It was brutal to watch. But I mean, when that circle's bearing down, they pretty much have it in the bag there, Avenger. There's no way that Arena or anything that Twisted Minds could do about that.
Yeah, it's just said and done there. When they finally get off the ridge, and obviously the teams that are fighting inside Kantara there, when they get off the ridge and they can openly, freely run to the next cover there, then it's done, because like they have everyone sitting like a fish in a barrel.
Yes, they do. And with that Poro now, we actually have a challenger towards the top. It felt like 4am, even with the kills coming their way, I was scared that they were going to be able to make a mad dash for it. But again, it's kind of to be able to rival them. Petrichor Road, once again, being able to make those big numbers happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Petrichor Road, but like you said, 4am, but not only 4am, T1 also collecting a big stack of kills there. So they're going to kind of continue to make their way up here. But this big win from Petrichor Road puts them right back in the conversation. They will be the first ones here today to take a big swing. And this was ridiculous. I can only imagine what you guys were talking about during that display there as Ming Ming. They do end up finishing T1 off. Twisted Minds, they had a really rough path in here as well.
Yeah, it really feels like all three of you really had your finger on the pulse for this game, right? Because you picked T1, DN Supers was picked, well, they get to the late game here, Toffees, and then Martin really went for a Twisted Minds, who was actually the more bold of the picks, considering that they're not having the easiest time in this final, but Toffees, the fact that DN Supers survived as well deep into this game, all these teams doing very well.
Yeah, I think they all grounded out. Everybody notices that moment where you got to sort of put rubber to road and get out and have a big game. Also, the fact that it was a repeat circle, I think helped some of our teams who had already did well there, right? Like they're like, oh, our system worked. Let's go back to the same spot. And this is in that area, especially on Miramar. It's a third-party extravaganza. It always is. So seeing teams like 4am get those big elbows early and say, we're taking fights, but not only are we taking them, we're ending them fast. They put men in stacks and they aggressively take those fights because they know that if you do, you can actually finish in time to turn and get another fight immediately because somebody is coming. And when they're rushing a third, they are not strategically advancing. So it is a great time to flip it around and catch someone off guard.
And a great time to be able to try and challenge that #1 spot. Petrichor Road here. Chewy going crazy towards the end, but Petrichor Road holds the line well as they look to try and topple that position at the very, very top of the mountain. But at the same time, Mr. Martin, whilst we take a look at those points coming in, we've got to talk about the sawn-off serial killer in Huang F, because I think he might have got like 6 kills or something with the sawn-off.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Yeah, it was insane. He got 6 kills, and he was actually one of the guys in the top in terms of the race to get that MVP. He had 10 kills going into this. That actually means he's going to be in total of 16. We have to remember Spaceman was on 15. He got 2. So those 2 is going to be the closest in terms of the overall kills. Sure, there's also some other parameters like damage and stuff, but that's going to be cool to see. But the 68 total points, but with Petrichor Road chasing this one down here, that is amazing. Within 6 points here, the 2 powerhouses coming out of China.
And there we have it as well. Twisted Minds was able to get themselves towards the podium for this game, but not really be able to get too much off of it. Coming in from that northwest side, it feels Poro, considering the circle shift away from them onto the other side of Kantara. It was going to be difficult to make that push happen, as well as against the buildings that exist there too.
Yeah, and they just never got an opportunity to really take a fair fight with 4am and just clear them out from that northern side. They just couldn't get close enough to get kind of in the same position that maybe Falcons was in whenever they took the fight with 4am. But you know, it's one game. They still managed to get everybody up to the late game. Goes out early, but yeah, look at I-26. Chewy is up there. Ming Ming. Who do you take from that? I mean, the MVP from that game in my heart is Huang F. I gotta say, I think Chewy might have been the MVP in my brain.
It's gonna be Heather, yeah.
You think Heather? Oh yeah, Heather went absolutely.
Heather stole it for Huang F.
I totally agree. I think that as much as the numbers don't lie, we love the change for 2026. Yes, in our heart, kind of Huang F for this one because it was just mental.
Well, and he did it by himself. It was a Herculean effort, right? Like Heather had help. He did things with friends. Like they left Huang F alone in a crappy building with a double barrel, being pushed by an insane team, and he was like, oh, "I got you, no worries."
He 1v3'd Navi.
Yeah, he 1v3'd
and then he
Navi.
1v3'd somebody else after that. That's crazy.
Bonkers stuff from Huang F. Really cool to see as well, considering he's the newest addition really to the roster of Martin.
Yeah, that's again, and he's a replacement because Delwyn swapped to a team, right?
Right.
Delwyn being your all-star fragging IGL, close to being the MVP when they won PGC, right? So him getting in here and that it makes the sauce a little sweeter for me, where it's like, okay, it was a substitute replacement rather than okay, we're swapping in someone we're hoping to do better. So yeah, it's cool to see, and I really love what I'm seeing from Hongwave. And if he can join the race for this MVP, it's $10,000. Remember, for the MVP, guys, it's the same amount of prize money for MVP as third place. Like, it's next level. Patrick Road get the first victory for today. That's another $1,000 going their way too. So that's cool.
It will be tough to be able to knock Spaceman off his perch. But before we get to our second game here, of course, let's head over to an interview with good old Twisted Minds.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Batulins. We're having a slow but steady day so far. You started out as 13th, but you climbed your way to 11th right now. So how's the day going for you? Can you tell us a few words?
You mean today? Yeah. We just started, so it's like only the first game, and yeah, trying our best to come back.
Right. I mean, this, I feel like this circuit system, it definitely adds more pressure because every single point, every single match, it builds up, right? How are you guys trying to handle the pressure? What's the talk like?
I mean, it's not much pressure because like it's the first tournament of the year, and we have a substitute, so we just playing the game. That's much it.
You're used to the lobby now, you would say?
I would say we're not used to TPP yet, so we kind of suck, and we just play, try to find our play style, check what we can do, what we can't do, what we have to work on. That's all.
Well, we know how great you guys are, so we don't hope to see more of that Twisted Minds we know. All right, thank you, Batu. Bye.
Not missing the double wave there. Of course, it's a bit difficult holding the microphone for the double wave as a whole, but that's fine. That's
just
okay.
waves with it as well.
Just I mean, you could do that. At the same time, though, let's move on to what is coming up next. It's Erangel here. Toffees and Horror. Horror, actually, now that you've reacted exactly that way, I want to get your thoughts on good old Erangel before we go in.
I mean, who doesn't love Erangel, right? Like, it's basically turned into a violent, one of the more violent maps that we have in the rotation, despite the fact that it's the oldest. So I'm excited to see what these guys do now that there's so much on the line with 4 games left.
Yeah, many clips going to be taken on the Twitch chat during today, but I assume that the death segment might have a good old clip as well. Make sure to make that happen, Twitch chat, as we now get on to Erangel, the grassy pastures. Thank you very much, Toffees and Poro, for all of this. So we've got 4 more games remaining. Martin, why don't we take it away, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, you guys clearly haven't seen a lot of Bella clips, that's for sure. I mean, that's what she does, you know, she does the good old wave, and I just replicated that, and you guys immediately just think about other things. That's how it is, but I'll say this, though. The last Erangel of PGS 1 finals here, James. That is the big one for me, and we actually have a pretty good start to have things up with here. One of the most central playing paths we've seen in the history of PUBG Esports. And yeah, sure, last year, for me, James, Erangel felt it was figured out. It felt like everything was staling up because it was just about prior position and fighting for prior position. Also, prior on when you got into the circle. This time around, a little bit of span out of the work for the teams. They really haven't figured out everything just yet. And it feels like a little bit of a refreshment for me to see how Erangel is played out here in 2026 and the near era of PUBG Esports.
And one of the best playing paths available here to everybody. And again, we have that Twisted Minds in Pochinki, which feels weird. It feels strange. But we're here again to figure out who's going to be able to get this a rolling. Where are we going for our circle? It's a whoa. It's all over by shelter, so it's not that big a deal.
It's a whoa. Very basic, somewhat east, not a lot of water in play. And yeah, it's what of a home circle for anyone's legend at this point here. But the question is, can you really lock this one down and get the points rolling for this one? But yeah, as we see here in Pochinki, we've been used to it for years at international tournaments. It's going to be, it was 17 gaming fighting for it, just Falcons fighting for it. And now Twisted Minds being shoved away from Petrichor. It's not worth in a best of 10 setup games and a finals games to fight for school and apps.
Yep, absolutely not. I mean, we've also seen the shy away from, you know, Cerberus going up against the Lipovka drop from S2G, right? Like the fact that they've gone towards the north position, those compounds towards Severny, it all makes sense in my mind. The fact that we said it when we watched that first Erangel, there ain't no way they're going to be fighting anymore, and clearly they have not. It defies belief that you would try and risk something like that for literally no gain when there's just this small sample size games to get your points on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And along with that, with just 4 games to go, James, we're looking at 4am and the 20-point lead they have to 4th place. It's almost a cemented podium finish for them here. And the question is really, is it going to be $30,000 for first? Is it going to be $20,000 for second? Or is it going to be a mere $10,000 for third place? The question is really also, are they going to be grabbing the MVP alongside the victory? That'll be 40 grand, and his Spaceman's going to be sharing with other guys, or is he going to be keeping that all for himself?
Yeah, we've spoken to many players about that in the past, right? And we do hear a lot of like, we're sharing, because as much as it's great to be classed as the MVP in these kinds of games, it at the same time comes at the behest of you're playing around a great team that's been able to enable a little bit of you getting that MVP prize down the line as well. So we've heard from a lot of people saying, yep, we shared, yep.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes. You're setting it up here. In the Cantera, we have once again a Cantera finish here. It's on the eastern side of it, and talked a bit with some of the players and some of the coaches, and they're like, okay, we actually have a lot of repeat of these circles here, and the players are kind of expecting it because we have a lot of tendencies that is going around of the same patches here. So it's good to see how you change. Once you see and you realize there's going to be another Cantera ending, how are you going to adapt to that compared to how you played it previously? Because you also have the information to how the other teams played it prior. So you can set up some traps, you can play it around this. Critical Road, they did lock this one down here. So it's obviously awesome to see how they're able to finish this one off here. And also, with how Erangel is kind of figured out and how it's played out with not so much water this time around, James. It feels like it's going to be a little bit more of a fight for early position, fight for early prio here. And also because there's so many teams already close, that 8 to 10 teams that are somewhat close to circles, they're going to be drive scouting. They're going to be locking down these high prio positions that are in this current circle.
Did I ever tell you the story of a winner-takes-all tournament I covered 12 years ago?
No, you didn't, but I thought you were going to talk to the one where it's like 20 Bitcoins given away.
No, not that one.
The highest prize pool in esports history.
That was by Total Biscuit back in the day. Rest in peace. Love Mr. Total Biscuit. But okay, I'll really tell it very quickly because it's a little bit out of context for PUBG, of course. 12 years ago, StarCraft 2, the World Championship at IEM Katowice, winner takes all. 16-player tournament, $100,000. Okay, and this comes back to sharing the MVP prize pool. Okay?
Right.
So 15 of those players go away and say, you know what? If we win, we'll share. Right.
Okay. Yeah. So they're just gonna share it all the way.
Yes. Whoever wins.
All right. Okay.
One player says, no, I'm not doing that. Guess who wins the tournament?
No way. The one guy that didn't want to share.
SOS, aka $O$ wins, and
that's crazy.
I can tell this story now because it's 12 years in the past, but like back then, if I'd have told that story, it'd have been like, oh, this is a bit weird.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, that's a motivation at a next level. And if you don't trust in yourself, everyone else is resting on the laurels just a little bit, right? When you're just like, oh, okay, no matter how I play, I'm just gonna get my share. But then the guy that's like, okay, if I win this, I'm getting $100 grand and the whole championship. That's next level, yeah, for sure. I like to see that, but I feel like especially in a game like this, where it is so much up to your IGL, your support player, your fragging IGL, any role that you have, it is a team effort. And sure, unless you have some, you might have some stuff going on at home, or you really need the money, you want to help someone out with medical bills, whatever, something can be done instead. I respect that too, but I feel like in 95% of the cases here in PUBG, it's been always where it's just it's a team effort, so we're going to share it as a team.
Yep, very important. A little bit different from a 1v1 game to a team game,
sure,
as well. but yes, here in the team game, love it. It's such a strong effort from there. I mean, even when we're just playing ourselves, right? Like,
how did Belmont share the Porsche last year, though?
Well, it's a bit difficult, right?
One wheel each.
Yeah, I think that was what Shrimsy said he was going to do. Give a wheel to Tiggleton. even though they both obviously really wanted the full Porsche, but that didn't work out in the end. Tough times.
That's how it goes when you don't win. But yeah, the MVP obviously going to Belmoth. Could be driving around in Bangkok in his Porsche. That's sick. Or yeah, they could have gotten the equivalent of what the money was, and they could have shared that too. But they won so much money. It's like, okay, so we already won, hundreds of thousands of dollars each. They're just buying like a couple of apartment complexes. But let's see here on board with Batulins and the boys, even though we don't understand. Let's see if we can hear what the guy's saying. Just a little bit. I can't really. I turned it down. Obviously Russian. Can you translate for me, James? I don't have Russian either.
No, I know you do not, unfortunately. No, I mean, what we can really do is infer off the pings, right, and see how they were looking to rotate. Obviously, they're moving up towards Potato Hill. Batulins is trying to communicate as much as possible, as well as their options in a circle like this. But for the most part, moving as fast as they would like to in a circle like this, they know that a lot of teams are already going to have centered up from all of it, so it will be difficult. But Falcons already embroiled in a bit of a fight here with Furia.
Oh, Kraken actually didn't get the shot off on the Panzer immediately here. Good swing by Shrimps and the boys. They're putting a lot of pressure on their fellow green tag gamers from Furia, fellow America's teammate. That's a good shot coming in from Kickstart too, connecting just a little bit. But Solonki from anyone's legend coming in. He actually jumped off on the ridge here and up on this side. Tiggleton find pose that. He might be able to go for a flush here, and yeah, meanwhile we saw with Batulins, we got the kind of insights to where it is, and it might be very silent when you're looking at it from kind of the POV that we are coming in from. You're looking at it from that side, but start and the first kind of 8 to 10 minutes of PUBG for me, James, is actually one of the most interesting because you have so much information that you need to cook down into, okay, what's our path? What's our point of entry in this circle? And what's our priority compared to what other teams are playing? And where do we think that the 2, 3, 4, 5 teams ahead of us, what compounds are they already at, and how do they usually play? Are they a team that's splitting within 1-1 splits or 2-2 splits or whatever? Can we punish that? Can we pull up on a compound? We know that they use 2-2 splitting, right? So even though that for PUBG it might seem like a kind of slower game the first game, there's so much information gathering and so much that you have to cook down from previous tournaments, from how the other teams are playing, and that's really what I love about the kind of strategic point of view for PUBG. And I know you're a big fan of kind of the strategy that goes around PUBG too.
One would say, yes. I've had many an interview recently where people ask me about PUBG, and I've always said to them it's more a strategy game for me than a shooting game.
Right.
In a lot of instances, especially at this level, right, where even Falcons rocking up near shelter, they know that in theory, even without running into Furia alone, they know that anyone's legend is very likely still going to be around here based on their drop spot and based on this circle. But anyway, we do shift over towards School and Apps as there are a few teams making big moves. JDG already going for an emergency pickup, whilst the Expendables actually went to try and thread the needle. I think they're looking to crash into apartments as well, despite Lou being there, as we're on board with them. So the rest of Twisted Minds might want to get down here and make sure Lou doesn't get completely ham sandwiched.
Yeah, it's already kind of locked down from it. He's in one of the apartment complexes that's kind of locked down on. I don't think they really expected too many teams go this direction. Sure, it's somewhat centered, but it's not dead center to where the circle is here. We do have multiple teams coming in from the other sides too, but Expendables, they might have thought, there might only be, either one team, only half the team who are already daily gaming. We're going for the little shack and house in the middle. Okay. That's actually really good. It's actually quite central where the current circle is. And Clarence actually found Noctu's found Nance as well. And the two other guys that didn't take the emergency pickup games, they're now trying to send it to these guys. Try to get this saved up. But Flush is coming in, and Molotov actually got the cold flush. It seems like they're only going to be able to get up Nance.
Yeah, at least with the way that they've executed this with JDG, they can actually get into this compound and save at least one person. Right. The fact that you don't have all people dropping in, they could have lost all 4 if all 4 were emergency pickupping because of the fact that there are teams so close and being able to hit such great shots as they're upon the entry point. Because they're just slow in compared to a car crashing in and looking for some of that cover wherever they may find it. But so a little bit of a recovery there for JDG.
Yep, for sure. Meanwhile, we are on board here with T1, currently 3rd place in the chase to stay on that podium and potentially take away 2nd or 1st place here, James. And they are close. It's just 8 points up to Petrico Road, and Petrico Road had a 10-point lead going into this. And obviously, it means it could be a fight here with Na'Vi Na'Vi have had a bit of a rough time outside the current top 8 where the prize pool is developing. And Aiden Thailand's actually with a bit of a fight for SG too. A little bit of fire here for Baron. Nata coming in here, committing a lot of utility already to a compound that's actually quite far. And I would say outside any priority to fight for in my book.
I will say as well, in this fight, we've missed out on a great opportunity. Unfortunately, Kiss took down Baron, but we could have had Baron take down Baron, which would have been primetime TV.
That would have been insane. Oh, Kiss!
Oh, they're gone. What?
That's how it is. Just next level nades. Is it worth using 8 nades to get 4 kills? In my book, yes, it is. That's pretty easy peasy for them to lock this one down. And again, not fighting for terrain, but just the points. They can clean this up, and then they can get into the circle quite deeper here. Only phase 2. Next one is going to be popping in 30 seconds here. So Na'Vi is disengaged just a little bit from this one. They're hoping for a deep southern shift here, James. They must have been looking at the heat maps and the kind of tendencies for this patch and saying, okay, if this next one goes south, it's going to end on around where we are at. And Falcons now with the northern side there on a bit of a different rotation here. Every single compound and decent location inside this current circle is on lockdown. I do see the volcano compound, the garage on top is kind of free right now. The volcano top is open, and the lower dip west of the Alamo of the volcano hilltop is actually open. So that could be somewhere where teams would be ending up going here. Next circle did pop, but look at this big southern ship. We were talking about this. The Na'Vi set up for the south. This is exactly what they're hoping for. And they're going to be holding on to this 2-2 split or going together in this compound that's extremely strong. There's only 3 really good compounds in this next circle here, James. It is the new compound that is anyone's Legends current setup is, where Na'Vi is, and also the J compound that Full Sense has as well. Otherwise, it's just
a lot of
open.
pre-drives to try and get things going here. So let's see if that can actually work out. I think if you asked for Falcons to be able to actually find themselves decent circles throughout this tournament as a whole, I think that they've constantly been scrambling to try and get towards these circles as quickly as possible. But not the case so far. Gumin and Zest to get embroiled in a bit of a fight here alongside Cerberus. Also, Irina's stealing some of this away as well. So Zest's going to have to throw down some smokes, try and reposition himself a little bit against it.
Whoa!
Sees the distance.
Zest, we saw a lot of stuff from him yesterday, James, and he was actually quite impressive to watch as a player. And he actually gets another one here. Headshot into a knock on Heaven. Heaven dropped an 8 and flushed Human with that one, but Irina and Nurance finds multiple off the side here. Like, so that's just going to be flushes coming in. Belmont finds Zest. Rex finds Tanbin. And we're just down to Stanel here.
Yeah, it's looking rough here for Cerberus now. As you say, despite some good moments yesterday, Stanel will get himself at least one more flush to get this rolling. So how much can we get done? So that does get attributed to Zest, of course, as he had the knock prior. So just finishing things off and getting out of dodge here. There's no way he's going to be able to recover this position or even get himself anything more from it, because the arena's still lurking around as well. You don't want to be sandwiched here, but he's trying to get away, but he is in the line of sight of Nurins. He's going to be cautious. How much? Okay. 20 damage. Oh, just a little bit.
He's gonna go res immediately. No, he's not. Irina obviously in the northern fight here with Dian Supers. Dian Supers losing multiple here. It's obviously a kind of a rough case for them. It should have been a clean sweep, especially them being in the chase here. 6th place currently. A little bit rough for him, but yeah, Irina trying to hold on to this northeast side. They have a somewhat of a good entry into it, but later they're going to have to cross the road. So I kind of prefer to see a big shift for it. Now with Na'Vi, they have a 3-1 split. 1 guy in the Harry Potter and 3 guys in the compound here, James. It could be a decent game for them, especially if the circle continues to come their way. But now it's just the question is, how many teams is actually around us? And if you have the maps open or have any information that we do, the next team that's close is actually 4M, and they've set up shop in some of the dips that's open and some of the areas just above the northeast side where Na'Vi is currently. Oh, there's Miracles. Information has been given away, and it's actually Falcons coming in on the southwestern side. That's a great rotation for them to come in from, James, but the next circle popped, and it's actually going to go super far away from Falcons.
They just can't catch a break with the circles, man. I was saying it before, and I've had some rough games of just constantly having to play edge, constantly having to crash into teams and things like that. And we're here again, where, like, what are they going to do? What, just keep rapping? Just rap forever? Just a spiral on these circles and keep going and keep going? But the problem is they'll run into some of these edge teams. If they keep going, they'll run into T1, etc.
I mean, that's probably their best point of entry right now. That is that south side where T1 is trying to lock down and trying to get a hold of that whole southeast side. And it's a difficult kind of push. But if you get the ridge that is just south of T1 and get a good engagement and a fight on them, they could lock that down. They could take it away from them. So let's see what happens, and let's see how deep Falcons goes. 3 cars and multiple guys are seat swapping to get a view and get some information and gathered there. So let's see. But knowing T1, they're gonna set up a complete hold and lockout on this. Already shots coming in from T1. Look at this. Great observing coming in from the team. Type coming in, taking, you know, a little bit of an angle on this tree here. Shots 2, trying to push Falcons even further away in this eastern side. It's going to be difficult for them. And Kickstart's actually been found with the M4 headshot, James.
As I said, they couldn't catch a break. It is brutal here for the Falcons, and now they are being punished for this down the line as well. They're actually going to try and crash into the myth in Thailand. Made in Thailand. God, I can't speak for anything. But anyway, as Jacob will be able to take down members of it. It's very difficult here for Falcons to really do anything. H-Win is going to be able to just careen past and look for something, but they've been in salvage for the last 10 minutes because they're just trying to find a spot, and the circle just keeps moving away.
Oh, headshot from him as takes H-Win down, and now it's just down to Tiggleton here. They're trying to find the feet of him, and that's it. That is Falcons eliminating 13th place. And obviously, when you already kind of overcommit to a rotation like that, they could have spent a little bit more time to try to get that southern side. But it's just like 50 meters of that zone that had a point of entry. And if you're not able to see the kind of info beyond where the ridge is, then you're not going to have a chance at that. So they had to continue to try to wrap around. There's a big opening in the center, but everyone's trying to get the ridge and secure an edge for yourself. Now, made in Thailand, a 3 versus 4 with the arena is about to unfold on this northern side.
Res coming in as well. So now, at least DN Supers have been able to get Guman and Heaven back. That's 4-man back alive here. There is a crate ahead of them. Maybe they can get a little bit more on board with that. The Baron sending some mollies forwards against the arena, catching them on this edge position. But eventually, some other teams will be looking this way once this gets shifted away from. As you can see in our picture-in-picture. There they go. I wonder how much they're really going to have left available to them. Also, Furia coming down with all of this. Made in Thailand being able to do a little bit of damage to them.
Yeah. As you exactly that point out, that's this with this circle here, James, eventually coming off this U-hill and where the road is. Oh my god, that's a perfect driving. He forces him out, pushing him out, jumps out. No way. Jacob and Scabby absolutely destroyed Furia here, James.
Bear in mind, Scappy was towards the top of the kill leaders as well. So Scappy has been on an absolute tear here for Made in Thailand. Very, very nicely done, as now they sit on the east side and they're going to have to make some big moves, it feels like, against potentially E-Arena's position or anyone's Legends position, but that is going to be fraught with danger. As Full Sense languishing, our world champions languishing towards the bottom of these leaderboards right now. Podium seems impossible for them, but maybe they can recover and get some prize pull on the bottom PGS points.
Yeah, it could be indeed. Twisted Minds now pushing on to 4am, trying to hold on to their lead. Hemus finds Jacob with a great headshot with the Dragonov. Salalzi gets the confirmation here. Everyone just has a Dragonov on anyone's section at this point here, and they're locking down this kind of only compound that's left and worth to play right now. Sure, Full Sense, they also have the other one on the northern side, but 2 of them already left trying to hold on to that. Rex does find Scabby, Made in Thailand is out, but they had a great run with 8 kills in this game here.
I mean, I'm never going to complain about Dragonovs at this range. These fights are all kind of around that really nice critical range for a Dragonov to be able to do some big, big damage. That said, though, if I had to pick between the Dragonov and what Heather has, I'd pick the Orm. The Orm's pretty cool.
The green machine.
It's a cool gun.
Yeah, I love those. That impact the bolt action can have is always awesome, especially when you can also just take off the 3 helmets immediately. Na'Vi, though, and Twisted Minds just next to each other here with their point of entry on that southern side. They're trying to dislodge T1 off their angles. And Numerous Legend at this point here is just going to absolutely destroy and tear apart anyone trying to get into this circle here. Twisted Minds trying to get into this next ridge that's already being somewhat preoccupied by Petrichor Road, Na'Vi, and 4am. So they're sent and kind of positioned into this one here with a bit of smokes. Might be a possibility to take on Petrichor Road and have this fight here. Great positioning with the cars to get a little bit of cover alongside these smokes.
Never going to say no to a handbrake turn as well. Very nicely done for the position. You got to get it straight away in the spot that you need it to be in. Heather takes some damage. He's got the foldable shield. And again, has the arm in hand. Just didn't know that Molodox was exactly on that rock. Oh my god, End, you're so open. Back into the smokes you go. As that could have been very, very dangerous indeed. Spaceman, though, did not type. So still, he is on an absolute tear here in this lobby.
Spaceman just next level. Absolutely insane player to come in from. Batulin does find Ian, and Delvin finds Lyrics. This next circle here shifts off the compound that anyone's Legends in, and they're starting to move. Destroy finds multiple. Sol also finds Heather as well. T1 is just being picked apart from this position. Uranium does manage to get a headshot the way of Na'Vi, but not going to be enough for him eventually. T1's going to be having to going down. Irina goes down first in 10th place. It's full sense destroying them here, James.
Yeah, Tigger being able to do a lot, and there's Flash having himself the links as well here in this game. So any BRDMs beware if he has some ammo left for it available as well. Ferris driving on forwards here to try and dislodge T1. Yes, they do. Raining's nade goes off towards the end and gets Spiro. That might cause them a little bit of slowing down or even a complete flush in its entirety as we get on board here with Twisted Minds once again. What are they going to do? Currently on this west side, you can see all their pings and their waypoints here on that minimap at the bottom right. Obviously, we can't really infer too much from what they're saying in terms of the comms, so we'll still continue talking about how all of this is going down, but try and take as much information as we can based on the position they're in.
Yep, for sure. It's also a little bit low to actually hear exactly what they're saying, even though someone out there might be understanding exactly that. We have to still continue to talk about what we see and our observation of this game, obviously, and with how they're kind of set up in this next circle, James, they're fully inside this next circle for the next minute and a half. Everyone else is going to be fighting, and they actually have a rich and a lot of cover to be working with. The next fight I see happening from them is the Na'Vi fight. Winter does find Delvin. Destroying does get the confirmation onto Guman. And yeah, it's been a game for anyone's Legend here at this point. Here we're talking 8+ points just from kills, and now placements is coming in too.
4 shots left here on the links. Not really doing too much. 3 now. As M24 is still ringing out here for Babsang Hin on the other side, but Himas will shut him down completely. So DN Super's done for this one. Eliminated. Currently 7th place on the leaderboards. But might be surpassed here if Na'Vi gets a big game off the back of it. Thanadol's still lurking around here, trying to deal with the Expendables problem, as they have just held on this north side pretty well, and then all these other teams are kind of coming in wounded against their position.
Look at Petrichor Road. Chewy once again has a huge game. He gets all of them. Dr. goes down to the blue zone, and we get the confirmation here. Thanadol managed to steal one of them. So the one kill from Chewy gone away with this one. He's knocked, but he does get up. And if this circle comes somewhat west, James, it's going to be huge for Petrichor Road. They still have the compound. They still have the ridge ahead of it. And we have multiple teams camped outside from on the rocks, on trees, and other cover. So if this circle goes anywhere west, it'll be huge for both Petrichor Road, but also Twisted Minds. Let's see once this one starts to converge here. 4AM still set up in the middle, and no one has really started to try to push them. But yeah, hoping this circle goes anywhere where it's going to be set up. 4AM is going to be in it no matter what, James, and it's dead center. It's a donut, and everyone's going to have to push 4AM. Surely, James, they do not survive this onslaught that's about to come their way.
And if people do not dislodge 4AM, then it's a disaster for the rest of this lobby, because they've somehow been able to get through into the center positions. They're already in number 1, and they might be able to extend a bit of a lead, unless Petrichor Road's got something to say about it. On this west side, alongside Twisted Minds, who is just making some brutal peaks there against where Na'Vi's situated. Petrichor Road might move around on them here, though.
MS does find Belmont now, and you know, we're just down to 6 teams, James. But for me, with the 4 teams that's on this west and northern side, we're gonna have to see a big fight in between them. And now it looks like Hackator is making a move to try to get on closer onto Twisted Minds. Batulin's inside the car. He's gonna be seeing that he's kind of be coming in. Shots are coming in multiple. Example finds Sparrow. Boostik's down too. And Tigger finds anyone's Legend. Meanwhile, Example just get the confirmation onto Boostik. We're down to just 2 from Na'Vi.
Yeah, they're getting mullered here. tough stuff. All of these teams eventually may end up getting mullered on an entry point once they've actually finished off this fight. Petrichor Road still going kind of crazy against Full Sense, though. Tigger is now gone and down after Tigger did so much work there for that team. Nice nade here from Batulins against Akatori as he tried to go for the swing around here. That smoke provided so much coverage for Batulins that he was able to make this push-up go very, very well indeed. And now it's just Fairist. He knows exactly where Batulins is, considering Hakatori's right next to him. Goes for the molly, knowing Hakatori's got his burn, and goes for Fairist. Will he be able to get it? Yes, he does. The IGL for Twisted Minds, holding strong.
A big setup for them here, even though they were one of the teams that was actually in between two other teams. Petrichor Road decided to go for the send, and they are currently having a big fight with, both 4AM, but also kind of waiting to see what's going to be happening here with 4AM. And Petrichor Road, James, Chewy with four kills. He had a great game in the last one too. Lots of cover for 4AM here. I'm super surprised to see them surviving anything here.
The Petrichor Road's being very cautious about this push against 4AM. They knew they did quite a bit of damage against 4AM as well there, though, due to the fact that there was a lot of healing had to be going out there for 4AM.
Yeah.
So Petrichor Road really biding their time on this one. I'm kind of surprised. They knew that they had the advantage there.
Imagine a C4 on a car just rolling it over the edge here. Imagine that impact that would have.
Easy.
There wouldn't be any harm to be done on their end. Just, sliding it over the edge and just be driving straight into it. But this double rock cover here that they have is actually an insane setup for Winter and Spaceman.
Yeah, very nice indeed. I think the Petrichor Road, obviously, they understand that there is still a team alive on the opposite side of this circle. So they're scared about the potential of that team eventually finding them if they make the push across against 4AM, which makes a lot of sense here. And so they will play it very, very steady, very cautious, and then move on back.
Yeah, and as you see on the little side camera there, when you get sent to lobby, you actually get sent directly to the lobby. You have to go there immediately. They're just obviously going to meet their coach and get as much talk time. Meanwhile, the teams that are left now are top three. 4AM, Petrichor Road, currently on first and second place. Twisted Mind started the day outside the prize pool points. Now Example finds a little bit of angles onto Petrichor Road, and they actually are getting a little bit of their way in here. There's some cover to be working with. Cars and rocks is actually enabling them to get pretty deep into this next circle here, James.
Yeah, still a little bit of a leapfrog forwards. Not bad here. Trying to gain as much information as possible. Seeing if they can try and find Petrichor Road before they end up having to deal with 4AM on that other side. But right now, I mean, Twisted Minds, with the other two teams playing as cautious as they are, Twisted Minds may as well be playing against 7. This is terrifying here for them to try and go up against this position that they're trying to deal with. Chewy falls back just a little bit here, but now Twisted Minds is going to have to make a mad dash, a gauntlet run here. It's not going to be possible. I-26 takes down Batulins to start things off.
Surely 4AM starts to strike now that these two teams are fighting. Like, go over the edge of the ridge and a backstab. Yeah, it should be easy peasy for them. Spaceman has a C4. That's what I want to see. He has 17 bandages. I don't think you're going to need that, buddy. So drop some of all that. Get some stun grenades out. Get some engagements on. And that's actually what's happening exactly now. He's disengaging again. He took the molly out and put it back into his bag. I don't know what the disengage here is. Maybe they're just hoping for these two teams to have a bigger fight, and then eventually they're going to be coming in the sides of this one here. Example, just to get a little bit of damage done. Look at that. The run from Monodog. He might actually get the rest here. He might actually get the rest, James.
Who has got some nades? Anything, please.
Yeah, everyone's pretty low.
Technically, you could punish the position for Twisted Minds, but I don't think they've got anything available to them. 4AM is now actually breaching a little bit over that hill there. Example does open up on Chewy. This has actually been a disaster a little bit for Example and 4AM. They've delayed it way too long, and now they're really low. Twisted Minds does go down, though. It looks like they will take it. 4AM is victorious here, and it will be a second place for Petrichor Road at the very end.
Why, Petrichor Road? Why are you not pushing 4AM when you have the chance here? You are 4 versus 3. You have the advantage of the ridge. I would have loved to seen them push and clear that edge even faster. And they eventually just end up being the guys in the middle that's being sandwiched. Like, that is just exactly how you shouldn't be playing that Petrichor Road. That could have been the reason why they're not winning this whole thing, James. Like, they were way too passive at that 4AM engagement. Maybe, sure, they could be thinking and saying to themselves, yeah, okay, let's just try to eliminate Twisted Minds. They have a worse position inside the circle, but it ended up being an onslaught for them. And yeah, even though Twisted Minds had to run the gauntlet, they still succeeded in dislodging Petrichor Road, and 4AM just takes it so easily with the third party.
Yeah, that was a rough one because both of those teams have been very aggressive throughout this tournament so far, and then they kind of took their foot off the pedal when it came to going head-to-head with one another there, when there was util available to try and kind of shut that down, and there was the advantage for Petrichor Road against 4AM in some of the moments of that. But anyway, 4AM takes the win. Toffee's Poro joining us here to talk about this one. Toffee's, the pop gets richer, my friend.
I mean, that really was the story. Honestly, the story was also that last Gate 4 felt like I was watching 2022 PUBG again, right? It was like Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, Petrichor, 4AM, and the rich do get richer. The end, it was kind of, it was weird because it was really intense, and then it was just kind of like an anticlimactic end when that last moment when the three teams finally fought each other. But I think it really came down to information gathering. You saw that in the circle, that everybody had a little bit of a hill, and because of their ability to sort of see over that hill, for lack of a better way of describing it, no one wants to be the first team to make the aggression, right? So like you kind of are always just watching and waiting because you can see when's the right time to go. And more importantly, you know that if you can, everyone else can too. So the second you crest that hill, you're at a disadvantage. I think that does slow down these end games just a little bit and make them more of a mental chess match.
Poro, what's your take?
I mean, it's definitely a shocking end, and I think Petrichor Road, now that this one's done, they're going to go back to the VOD review, and their coach is going to be like, we had an opportunity to take first place back again, right there, and it was right there for us, and in the end, we now let 4AM get that much further away. So they've got 3 games left now to kind of get back to where the position that they were just in, where they had a shot at to get first. But yeah, that was it was definitely strange. But a couple other teams up and down the lobby, I think, had pretty good performances to get them right back in the mix. Anyone's Legend, they look like they're here to play today. Up until the end there, Petrichor Road, that's 2 games in a row for them. So, we were having questions about them yesterday, looking kind of lost, but they seem to have found their groove once again. And damn it, Martin, Twisted Minds is looking fantastic.
I told you I'd fight you for it, but here I way more like that you come and just agree with what I said, because yeah, that is that's a second day thing for Twisted Minds. It's been again and again, and even though you guys didn't really delve into the question of, are we sandbagging a little bit? Don't we want to gonna give too much away from our strategies to Molotov? But I think just from, even if you're not giving your PGC or Esports World Cup strategies away to someone, you're still going to be a great team, and you're still going to be able to adapt just a little bit and kind of improving from that. But yeah, we'll see. Tigger does get 6 kills, though. That's massive for him.
He was popping for full sense up towards the top. I think, again, when I was watching this game go down, every single team that kind of came up against them or they eventually greeted was wounded, was coming in from a difficult position as well there. So they had to be opportunistic on those fights and be able to take them. But it looks like 4AM, let's take a look at the numbers from all of this. Wunster again getting himself the 3 knockouts and being able to be quite impactful. But it looks like HS doing a lot here for the team, even though it's a bit of a more quiet game for 4AM compared to some of the other Stoffies.
It was a quiet game for them, and the MVP is going to be Tigger, and that is absolutely necessary. I will say this, coming into today, Full Sense had 12 total points off the back of that game. They more than doubled that, if I did my math right, and I think Tigger by himself essentially got almost as many points for his team as they had in the whole day yesterday. So that's what you got to see. A game like this is what I expected from the PGC champions every single game. So forgive me if I don't give them a standing ovation for one good match. You're the PGC champions, right? Auto bid or not to finals, you have the Porsche, you have the Balenciaga jacket, you have to prove you deserve it the year afterwards. And so far, it's been a bit grayscale for me.
Yeah, they need to be able to level up even more to be able to challenge the top teams at the moment. Well, gentlemen, thank you. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we have got game number 3 on the way. Just 3 games remaining to claim yourself the championship here for PGS 1.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
when everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak. Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
All right, we have got ourselves 3 more games remaining. It's going to be Rondo next to get this rolling, and still China strong at the top here. And towards the end of that game, Petrichor Road and 4AM once again getting podiums in a game. Who's going to be able to slow them down, Martin? It feels like nobody at this point for PGS 1.
Nope, no one was stopping them for sure. Twisted Minds had to make all the work in that one there. And honestly, they did have an impact. They made sure that Petrichor Road didn't win it at least. But here with Rondo coming in for this one, 3 games to go. It feels like it's a certainty that we're going to have Petrichor Road and 4AM on the podium. The question is really, what place they're going to be and who's going to be third?
Yeah, who is going to join China? I think maybe South Korea might be able to do it, Poro, because obviously they're looking pretty good at this kind of maybe through the 4th, 5th places, etc. Vietnam's also got a really good shot as well, I will say.
Yeah, I think so. T1 had a really good game on Miramar, and then Anyone's Legend followed it up with a really good game on Arigal. So it's just kind of like they're trading back and forth. Nobody's been able to string 2 together, but we still got 3 games to play. So we'll see what Rondo holds in store for these guys.
there was a little mystery around Anyone's Legend, right, coming in terms of how we thought they were going to perform, especially since they didn't have the best end to 2025. As we take a look at 4AM versus Pero head-to-head, they're doing phenomenally. But I want to continue on this thought that I was having here, Toffees, because I think it's really nice to see Anyone's Legend performing up to this level, especially with the new addition of Delwyn.
I mean, apparently Delwyn is like the kingmaker, right? Because Anyone's Legend, if you talk about like how many times were we like super team last year, right? Then they go to PNC and we're like, definitely super team. And then they show back up together and it's just an absolute, I mean, crap show, right? Like I had to edit myself there. So having Delwyn on the roster and having it turn back around and seeing them sort of be up and running, I think that's really exciting because remember, these are players back when they were the old service roster, which you didn't know. When they joined the game, you're like, they're going to ruin everything. These guys are crazy. They're good fighters. Ooh. They're always part of the mix. And it's been a while since we said that.
All right, well, I'm getting word that we have a Bella interview with T1. I want to hear from them here as they're challenging for a potential top spot.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with T1's Heather, who got his first MOM of the day. Well, I want to ask you, you guys don't have a chicken, but you guys are still high up in the leaderboard. Do you think that your team has a good read on the lobby with our new meta change? 안녕하세요. 이제 치킨 없이도 상위권을 잘 유지하고 있는 T1입니다. 좀 상대 팀들 이 로비에 파이법을 팀이 잘 터득한 것 같은지 헤더 선수의 생각을 좀 들어보고 싶네요.
치킨이 없긴 하지만 저희 그냥 일단 뭐 자리를 먹는 것보다는 저희 그냥 교전으로 일단은 하려고 하고 있습니다. 네.
Instead of, it is a bummer that we don't have the chicken, but instead of trying to get the nice position, we're going to try to set the priorities as doing it our way with the things that we have. All right. Thank you, Heather, and best of luck to you. 감사합니다. 안녕.
All right, now we're just apparently shaking everything. Cards, microphones, they're going everywhere. Panic times abound, but not for Heather. Not for Heather, who's not panicking in the slightest.
As a cucumber.
7 kills in that game was fantastic. Poro to see him being able to pull out. And T1, I would like to see them win a PGS throughout this year because I think that this roster is excellent.
I think you're going to get your wish, and I don't know if it'll be this one. Obviously, it seems like 4AM and Petrichor Road have kind of taken away with the thing, but T1 at times has looked absolutely dominant, and I think it's just kind of like a symptom more of the fact that we're at the very beginning of the year, and they're just trying to still kind of figuring this stuff out from an international standpoint. Regionally, it seems like they've got this thing on lock. But internationally, it seems like they're still working out the kinks. So I think you'll 100% see at least, if not more, than one T1 PGS victory.
Yeah, that was great. Not only because I want to see more interviews from all the Eastern teams as well, not just the Western teams. We've got a lot of focus on the West, right? But I want to see some POVs from the Eastern teams as well, because even though we can't understand them, like we're checking in with Batulians, we're checking in what's going on with Spiro and stuff like that. They're still flicking between the maps. We can see waypoints and things like that, Avenger. We can kind of infer based on the trajectory that they're going for, what they want to be doing and what they need to be doing in those moments. Is he back?
Oh,
hello.
He might be back.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with what you said to him, that it does allow us to infer some of those moments.
He's muted.
You know, that's what we love about his thoughts. They're hard hitting, but quiet. They sit with you, you know?
Right. Yeah, I guess.
You'll figure it out eventually. But look at that. Player of the Day vote split. Right now, Ming Ming up at the top for Player of the Day. Not a single 4AM player to be found on the fan voting. 4AM fans, where you at? You're getting run out of town by Petrichor Road fans.
Wow.
Yeah, this is tough. I don't know our player of the day. It's an interesting time to do it, considering, of course, we will be crowning an MVP at the end of this. And again, you know, player of the day, generally, it's going to be a popularity contest anyway.
Oh, absolutely.
And if we've got a lot of Chinese fans viewing in Toffees, then they're going to be ones to vote for it.
Martin, who'd you pick as player of the day? I love that.
Okay.
I love that.
Words of wisdom.
I had to ask one
wisdom
more.
indeed.
Take that to the bank.
He's going to fix it by the next segment, so we had to have fun. Go ahead.
Toffees, Oro, take it away here for good old Rondo.
All right. Hopefully we get our Danish man's back.
Hey, wait, Poro, since he couldn't talk, I'd like to do it for him. May I? Let's get out of your condo. It's time to Rondo.
I hate it so much. I hate it even more when it comes from you. I'll be honest.
Really? I'm sad. Do you guys hate it too, or is it just Poro? If you hate it, let me know. If you hate Poro, say so too. You can hate either of us. All right, let's get into the match. Middle play.
Free.
Why would you bring that upon us, Toffies? Played across the middle. Lots of open opportunity for everybody. We saw a weird circle during the early stages of this event, but since then it's been pretty vanilla. I feel like towards that sort of test track expected stuff. I would expect it to do that again, though I wouldn't mind seeing another infamous pizza circle if we could get one on this map. Down there, just south of Falcons. I think there's a pizza
Where you find
opportunity.
where's the pizza?
Just south of Falcons, right below Tiggleton. If we zoom in enough, it's a baby
Yeah,
pizza.
I guess you could get one there. It's going to be a very late pizza. Not as early as our Tego pizza. Hey, it's still on the cards. Well, Falcons gets a little bit of C1 love here. And now they're going to have to figure out exactly where they want to play from and get there as quickly as possible. You do see S2G off to the west of them as well. So S2G in a good position, but lots of teams off to the north, lots of teams off to the east. We'll see what the southern rotations look like. If anybody decides to go that long way around, it looks like Myth already kind of has that in mind as they're sending it towards Tin Long Garden.
Yep, you got to go Tin Long Garden and then spend a little bit of time around Hung Shan as you go through there. You don't want to get caught with T1. I don't think they'll be looking down, so they should be locked into their position. I would assume that we'll see Expendables ultimately make a big south rotation as well. My question is full send. Do they go straight in and sort of deal with the Anyone's Legend T1 traps, or I don't want to say traps, but solo looters that could become problematic, or do they make a big south rotation considering they're at 26? They need to get points. Everyone goes to the winner's bracket in the next weekend off of this. That said, there are still PGC points and cash prizes on the line for every single point. So while 4AM and Petrichor are running away at the top of this board, it is very compact in the middle, Poro, and there's a bunch of PGC points on the line in that area.
For sure. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these teams that are towards the bottom try to make that push up to get a little bit higher in the leaderboard, considering, yeah, like you said, it's only 3 games left, and at a certain point, you kind of just got to change your risk versus reward kind of idea, right? You got to be more willing to take those high risk plays and see if they pay off just to get you a couple more points in the bag. Now, one thing that's interesting to me about this circles for this game so far, Toffies, 4AM are way off in the northeast. So we'll see how they elect to come in here. I don't think I've seen them go for an E pickup yet, and I don't know if that's just a symptom that they just never found one, or if that's just not they're not into it. Like they don't want to try to do that. Instead, they're preferring right now to just slowly make their way in.
They're old fashioned,
playing the edge.
They're the boomers of PUBG, right? They have been since the beginning, and they're like, no, we don't need your newfangled e-pickups. We do things the old-fashioned way. I like an internal combustion engine or an electric bus, and that's how I make my changes. Something else interesting about this circle is that the Falcons are in the middle, Poro. For the first time, the Teflon Falcons have managed to get a circle to stay on them. The question is, can they do anything with it? They're in a 2-2 split right now and are about to get flooded by a bunch of teams. So that may go badly as they need a good game really bad right now.
Yeah, and that's the tough thing too. Like the spots that they're holding, that's notorious for being 2 spots that are held in a 2-2 split. So if any of these teams that are starting to probe, like T1, currently getting a little bit close to the eastern half of that 2-2 split, they are getting shot at right now. But we'll see if they pull away. Yeah, T1 hopping in vehicles once again. But yeah, Falcons, they're going to be on the clock trying to hold any of the teams that are holding splits towards the center of the circle right now are going to be, they got to be on their best behavior. They've got to keep eyes in all directions, and they've got to be willing to break away from a fight if in case it starts to go something different. Yeah, here we go. This is the view.
Thank God.
As you see, the entirety of T1 is starting to push in just across the street.
So as this gets set up, a second ago we saw Cerberus. It's because this trap was set for Cerberus by Na'Vi. That's why our observers took us over there, because they thought they'd spring it a little bit sooner. Falcons and T1 are not going to kick off super fast. They both have a little bit of compound position. They're going to represent strength, but I don't think we see them flood each other just yet. In fact, they may actually work together to keep others out of this area and look for third parties. Cerberus smelled out that Na'Vi third party they showed us a second ago, or that trap, and is actually rotating around it, so it is unlikely that will pop off either.
And here's that
Oh, Navi's not
now,
interested.
as you see,
They're not letting him go.
Navi, they pull away from it and actually pull over towards where they saw the vehicles leave, but they might actually catch out Brian. No, the tail man, and yet the hungry dogs are coming down as the sprays come through. Tire goes out and Brian goes out, and that is going to be it for him. Now you see one more trailing member of Cerberus. I can't see who that is right now. I can't read the nameplate, but Brian does go down.
And that was aggressive by Na'Vi. They set a trap. Then Cerberus tried to go around them. Na'Vi loaded up and chased them down and is still trying to do so. So that is Na'Vi knowing that they need points in that 9th place position and setting up very aggressive tactics in order to get it. Nicely ID'd by the observers. Just took a little longer to pop off, but I'm glad that they showed us that because it shows what Na'Vi needs out of this game.
What is happening down here? You got Myth and the Expendables right on top of each other, and T1 have actually sent 2 down here to see if they can maybe third party this. I'm not yeah, look at Heather. He finds an angle. He might be able to steal one away after Myth just cleans out the Expendables. That is not great for that team that's currently sitting in 5th place, but they're just holding on to it by a thread.
Clearly Heather stole Shrimzy's waffles at breakfast today because he came to play and has been a spoiler and put in work very much for T1 as they continue to climb up this leaderboard, sitting in 3rd place currently. We did see a big delete. Expendables completely removed, I think, from the map in almost an instant, as Myth has been really fun to watch today. They're starting to look really good. I mean, they looked good already, but they are starting to really click together in these quick team fights.
Yeah, it's another one of those teams that have shown moments of what we've come to expect from them in the past. Like when we talk about PGS Kiss versus, you know, PGC Kiss, which was not that great. But now it's just finding that consistency from game to game. But Myth, obviously extremely capable, and Expendables finding out the hard way right there, just why you don't want to take a full straight 4v4 with these guys lightly.
Yep, Kiss is not distracted here at PGS1. He's focused on the game, and he is playing very well, reminding me of the old Forest Kiss that we met at PGS last year. Now, a big rotation by Twisted Minds. They are currently, as you can tell, sitting in 8th place at 41 points. If they win this one, there is an off chance that they could push for first, but more importantly, they can get themselves into the fight for those 3rd and 4th position, which is going to be a decent amount of PGC points. And if a team like Twisted Mind can actually pick up PGC points while still running a substitute, I think their journey to PGC is all but guaranteed.
No, absolutely. I mean, you would caution to say that anything less than a PGC appearance for Twisted Minds would be abject failure, really. I mean, you would just come to expect so much of that squad. But
it's one of those,
a long time between now and then.
Yeah, but also when you have a sub, your goal is just not to do bad, right? It's like it's like having a salvage game for the entire series. You sort of just do the best with what you can. The fact that they have this sub, yeah, it's Molotov, but they're still in contention for top 5 speaks to the insane value of the team, but I think more importantly to the value of Batulin. To be able to grab a new player, they're not going to use their normal system, right? Because their system is it is system-based. The rotations are pre-planned. He doesn't have to make a lot of calls live if he doesn't want to. To add a new player means everything has to be verbalized. Things that have been fine-tuned for years have to be stated, and the mental wherewithal to be able to transition from a set roster of multiple, I think 3-4 years at this point, that has everything memorized to guiding Molotov through this is actually a really impressive indication of how good he is as an IGL.
Absolutely, and that's a fantastic point. And we see Myth will stop down long enough just to pick up a glider, get a little bit of an eye in the sky on the south side. They'll be happy once Baron gets up there because they're going to see that south side extremely open right now. Now, can they get a little bit more luck going their way with this next circle pop? And indeed they do. It is going to favor down towards the south. So a number of teams off to the north going to have to find a way to make their way in here when it is very, very congested right around the edge of the new zone.
These cinematic shots are beautiful. It's got to be Fraz. Fraz loves cinematic shots. Beautiful wide shots of these car chases, gentlemen, as we move into a nice little compound. Twisted Minds did a circle around just in case it was full. This is that body baiting we've talked about. You want to show just in case there's people hidden inside, but you want to do it in a way that you're spread out enough that you're not going to take massive casualties should someone reveal themselves. They're going to slide in, smoke up their cars, try to figure out how to keep them safe. But Baron's there. You can't take anything safely these days as a knock comes out right away.
Oh, you sure can. S2G finding the angle. It looks like they're going to be fortunate enough to get Example back on his feet, though. As we also saw Falcons. They sent one duo over here just off to the east of Twisted Minds. I don't know how they plan on getting that other duo over here to join them. Instead, they're just going to go for a really wide 2-2 split. We'll see how it works out as the game goes on. Furia, though, and see what they're working with. And they're seeing 4 a.m. just breeze through. 4 a.m. maybe going for a little bit too much here, as they are going to take at least one knock. And it looks like it's going to be onto Winda. He's going to get flushed out as well. And now Spaceman's going to go down too. So 4 a.m. they're losing players left and right, just trying to make it inside of the zone.
BL doing the spray by 4 a.m. Somebody kill these guys for the sake of the show. Do a little bit of work. And they are. They're getting hit up. HSM, Hasameme, if you will, and Shen going to lock up. Winda dead. Spaceman dead. The two that have been carrying this so far are not available in this match. This might be a chance for the rest of the lobby to try to catch up or at least close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, Petrichor Road has to see that in the kill feed, and their eyes have to be lighting up. They are trying to make their way in on this south side. They're going to spot out Myth just in front of them. It might have actually been Baron's glider that gives it away, and they'll just pull right in on the edge and stop down and scout out a little bit more. So no crazy sends towards center for them for the time being, as it looks like most teams actually have kind of found the spot that they want to play here. Only a couple still in vehicles, and that's going to be JDG all the way off to the north. Plenty of room for them to work around, and then Navi, who are slowly wrapping in here on this southeastern side.
Yep. Nobody, this circle, I think I would
Around
call
the
it
pizza slice, as it were.
Pizza slice adjacent. Navi exploring the pizza slice, as it is uncontested, and it does have 2 cross points off the top of it, but you can't use those till late. The shift is probably going to go away from here. I like Navi checking it out. They'll be able to use those bridges later. It's a great backfill opportunity. So I think if they lock up on pizza, which is not really a pizza slice, we're just having fun with it, is actually really effective. When I said his initial joke, I didn't think it would become an actual part of the broadcast. So, fair enough.
I mean, look at the cut of that thing. That would be a quarter of the entire pizza.
It's like
if
I
that
told
were a
my
pizza
seven.
slice.
It's like I told my 7-year-old he could slice the pizza. That's what you come away with.
Yeah. That's the risk you take sometimes. Well, Furia will pop that E-pickup up in the air. I seriously doubt that this E-pickup is going to get taken, but we'll see. The new circle is about to pop, and if it hard shifts, they might be interested, but no, it's going to go right to the center. So I imagine if Furia will be content staying where they are currently at.
I think you're going to send 1 or 2 up for a quick look around, maybe. Oh, perhaps. They're all going.
Or maybe the whole squad. Let's go.
All right,
what's the plan here, Furia?
We don't give up. They just go. I respect it. They're, you know what? Full send, man. What? Why are they doing this? Okay.
Well, maybe I think maybe their vehicles maybe got busted up by being up there, so maybe they lost a whole bunch of wheels. There was not going to be any real way for them to rotate away from that spot out in the open field for them. So this was the best available option, and fortunately enough for them, they get everybody down, and they actually catch full sense a little bit in a split here. Won't be able to get the knock, but they at least secure a little bit more real estate for themselves, and they're actually just off of dead center right now.
That spot's actually pretty slick. I don't think I've seen, I haven't played this spot. I don't think I've seen it played in this perspective because of that little hill behind them with the shields. They've actually got it. If they had a car, this would have been an awesome spot. They can see a ton of stuff around them by using the perspective. They've got the back cover of these little turbines, and they can see each other from across the way. This was a strategic choice by them. That's why they took the E-pickup. They planned on playing this circle if it ever landed here.
Well, we have seen them have success on these maps in the past, and boy, they could use a little bit of success going their way right now. It's just not been a great it hasn't been a great finals for them, I will say. They did manage to make it to the finals, which is definitely great and a good start for that squad that still has 2 new members that they're trying to integrate in and trying to figure out how to work around, but still a lot of work left to be done. Falcons, meanwhile, they do manage to get their other duo over here against all odds, and they have a really nice spot to play. As you can see, lots of compound, lots of lines of sight on everything around them, so this could be pretty easily defensible for them. Hopefully Falcons get a little bit of circle luck for, well, it seems like the first time in forever.
They need a little bit of circle luck, and they need one team to crash them without a third party so they can warm up for the final circle. One of my beefs with the Falcons is when they catch circles and they have quiet games. I feel like their initial engagement in that last 5 or 6 is a little bit weaker. It's not as crisp. So I need them to stay sharp because they have a great spot. It's a good chance for them to push back up into those 40s and be in the mix going to the last 2 games.
That's the problem about playing this spot, right? It was great from about 3 out of 4 angles, and unfortunately it was really bad from one angle, and they just get lit up by Navi, who is showing that they are still mechanically insane. And,
they did it with the grenades,
it won't
right?
take them long. I don't think so. I think that was, well, I saw the flushes. I didn't see the initial knocks. But Navi pretty far away. And yet now that circle is going to fall on top, go pretty much dead center once again. And Navi has a lot of room to work with here on the eastern side. Really like the position that they're in. Look at all these teams to the north. Where do you go? Look at just nothing inside that zone.
The desolation of an undeveloped area as these guys look for some sort of real estate, some sort of hard cover. And we've become desperate enough that we're doing car forts with deployable shields. Make a little V shape here so you can hide in between it, I guess, is your only real option. Jeez.
And honestly, like that, if Furia had vehicles whenever they went to that spot, they might be in a lot better position. But the fact that they had to pick up there and all they had was apparently just one deployable shield, that kind of put them in a bad spot. So we'll see what T1 decides to do. We saw they were kind of getting held out. They have a compound, but it looks like they're waiting on Cerberus to make a move. Meanwhile, Supers are going to run into Petrichor Road, and Petrichor Road, they're already kind of in the mix with Myth. They take out Scappy and Baron, but I-26 now will get taken down. NB will finish off Baron as DNS continues to kind of work around on this northern side of Petrichor Road, finding different angles.
It was a great opening by Rex, too, to backstab them. The first couple of shots they thought might have been coming from the other side because of the way that they were making peeks at the same moment. So he got a nice little free kill there, got to slip away afterwards. Jump to Falcons with the engagement. They see T1 in the distance. He'd love to get Type knocked out of this car, but Hman takes too much fire from Ian, who says, "You don't shoot, friend." Meanwhile, Jacob from Made in Thailand, who has been just turned up. They're already at 5 kills. These guys were like, you know what? The last day is our day. FaZe isn't around anymore. Maybe it's a Myth Sunday going forward.
Oh boy, Supers will wipe JDG. That's going to be it for them. And now they still Myth and Petrichor Road over here. But Anyone's Legend, they were on the north side. They decided to avoid that Falcons area and instead wrap all the way over here. So now Supers, who were doing fine, they were backfilling. Now they find themselves in the middle of the sandwich.
Yep, they're going to start to fall off here. They only seem to do well in the first game or 2 of the day, so we'll see if they can turn this around as they're getting really aggressively pushed by Anyone's Legend. Currently in 5th, that's 4 points they would love to have. Furia, your plan did not work out. It was still too suited. You were surrounded as the kill feed ignites from all sides, Poro.
Oh, E-Arena taking it to full sense now as well. It looks like it might be just down to Tigger for E-Arena, although that, I'm sorry, for full sense rather. So E-Arena is still 4 strong. They still have a lot of room to play around here. Anyone's Legend deciding how they're going to take it to DNS, but they're getting a little bit of help from Myth, who is just on a tear right now this game. They started with the Expendables, and now they turn their attention towards Supers. Heaven, the last player left alive only through the grace of the smokes.
Look at this. Heaven has been strong. He's got a nice little pop flash he's going to send in first, try to put up a second one and get a little something out of this. Both players flash. They fall back. Jacob looks the opposite direction. Heaven opens a spray. He gets 2. Can he make it 3? He cannot. Unfortunate. It was beautiful from Heaven as he opened, but victory was not a myth as Jacob survives, and we'll be able to get Scappy and Kiss back up and running.
Just the highest value flash that you've ever seen. Heaven, if he hadn't run out of bullets, he might have taken down the entirety of Myth. And Anyone's Legend, they were right on the cusp of this, but they can't push. They were distracted by S2G. So I don't know why, because S2G is in a compound. They're not going to be pushing you. So I don't know. Anyone's Legend missing a golden opportunity right there to catch Myth while they're at a disadvantage. But Myth, 11 kills now, and they're back to 3-0.
Boom. What a monster.
Oh no. And they're still coming.
He said
They're
3.
still coming.
Poro, he was so confident. He just tapped off 3 one after another with a 1 degree deviation. That's why Tailton's a monster with this thing and hits it on the first shot. Whether or not this kills any of them, it's taken their cars, it's bruised their utility, and it's caused knocks out for the team. So this is absolutely huge.
And we'll see what they can do now as Ian trying to make his way a little bit closer, but Shrimsy going to spot him out. Myth now, they're still in trouble, but they're still collecting kills.
What?
But 4 Angry Men will go down. The raid boss is out. 13 kills now for Myth, but Kiss is the last player left alive, and he is getting peppered by anyone's legend. Can he survive a little bit longer as the smokes bloom? It looks like he just will.
Ooh.
No, he goes down.
Meanwhile,
of course he goes down.
And Type shoots Ian in the back of the head. He was so desperate to get
happens.
that. It does happen. Type ultimately goes out. It looks like actually T1's eliminated. I think they might have done that to deny points, like pick them up and knock them back down. I'll have to see the pickups later in the replay, as T1 knows that they need to keep anyone's legend from getting any points that they possibly can as they close that gap. 55 points for AL with 4 players alive. Twisted also still up 4 strong with 42 points in the hopper. All of the top teams in the Big 4 are out, Poro, so the door is actually open for the first time today.
And this is a huge opportunity for anyone's legend, and they are using it. They're starting to stretch out. Delwyn is third partying all of this. Falcons trying to get rid of Cerberus. As you see, Full Sense will get taken down by Delwyn, so another point picked up by AL. They're up to 3 now. They've got some more climbing left to do. Falcons has to stop down long enough to go for the res onto H-Win, but Shrimsy is going to get taken down. They didn't know they were pushing face first into a P90, and that is terrifying stuff.
That is terrifying stuff. Falcons got the circle, stuck in this spot, hoping that our first engagement work in their favor. H-Win now going to go down to the blue, and it's just Tiggleton and Kickstart trying to hold a team together. As the circle slides away, they have a ton of real estate and no cover whatsoever. They also got middle circle, which means they didn't have a lot of time to loot additional utility. So I don't know how you cross this open area. Just gun it in the car and hope for the best.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for sure. And they've kind of keep eyes on Cerberus and also on Twisted Minds off to the north there. They have to make their way in. That S2G compound, really the only thing that anybody can even look at is Navi and E-Arena still posturing around each other outside of zone on the south side. Navi will turn their attention back over towards the north as Cerberus tries to push into their vicinity. But E-Arena, they've still got the blue just tickling at their heels. It's kind of a game of chicken, it feels like right now, between Navi and E-Arena as to who's going to be the first one to move.
That is the name of the game so far today. Like we saw it in the last map too. At the very end, everyone's playing chicken in the late game, being like, I just don't want to be the one that gets engaged. I need to be the third party. And it's back from a couple of years ago where that was the only option. Kickstart trying to find some points. Gets a nice knock on the P90. And now he's going to say, let's take your Pico away. I can pick up 2 points here.
Oh, but Hackatory has eyes on this as well. And unfortunately for Falcons and unfortunately for Cerberus, Navi are able to kind of keep their eyes sent over here in the north side. As Kickstart has to jump out. He's down to 4 HP. And he is getting shot at from multiple different directions. Now, Cerberus does get the res, so they are back up to 2 strong, but Kickstart, yeah, there's not much you can do at that point. Hackatory will take him down as Twisted Minds, they come from the north side and they find just the smallest little rock here to play around, and it's going to keep them in.
Hackatory was uninterested in allowing Kickstart to do anything to Cerberus. Yeah, I love that he cleaned them out, let Cerb get the res that Kick got so that he could go in here and get both of the kill points.
Oh, he gets one stolen away, though, by Batu. So,
classic.
Less grenades in the bag here for Navi, as they've still managed to avoid E-Arena for the time being and kind of avoid anyone's legend. Delwyn, no, that's not a good place to fall. I'm not sure what happened there, but we'll see if anyone's legend can get him back on his feet. Navi turning their attention back now towards Twisted Minds, and look at the damage coming down. Twisted now down to just 1 player. Molodok is taken out as well. Hackatory will collect that one, and it is now 10 kills for Navi.
Yeah, Navi turned on iron mode, man, as they've got 10 kills and grind that leaderboard. When we started today, Martin said, I think Navi is the lowest team that has a shot to really, truly get back into this all the way down there at the bottom of the board. And they have done it. They started in 10th today with 28 points. Here they stand on, this is the 3rd game, in 6 with 51. That's what you call taking your night off and doing something with it.
And that circle shift is going to help them out a lot as well, as it cuts all the way down south. They can keep playing around where they already are. At S2G, they sent Shilla out to try to see if he can maybe third party on some of this, but there's just nothing doing for him. They kind of have to just stay in their compound and wait for the late game here as E-Arena and Anyone's Legend continue to trade knocks.
This is an interesting Final Four. You've got Anyone's Legend trying to break those top 2 open and get access to them. And then you've got Na'Vi trying to break into that top 5 battle. And then the guys at the bottom just trying to have a say in their future, looking to come out with the big win. But Na'Vi feels, I guess S2G's in the driver's seat, but Na'Vi has been on such a vibe right now. I wouldn't put it past them to just charge straight in there and take care of this.
Yeah, they're playing this exactly how they should, right?
Yeah.
Like Anyone's Legend has smoked themselves off to try to go for revives, and they do manage to stick one. They've got one more left to go, and Nurens and Lyrics, they've got the blue tickling at their heels. They have to start making moves now, and you got to imagine they're probably, if not out, running low on offensive utility. S2G, meanwhile, this is what they see. They just have no angles onto anything. Even Baron has left the compound, coming out here to this little ridge to see if he can find some kind of angle onto Na'Vi, but it's just not presenting itself.
Yep, seeing that only having 3 points has got to be frustrating when they know they're so far down. Na'Vi using a really great spot to just mess with Anyone's Legend, and EA is going to have to backstab them. So once that breaks out, I think Na'Vi's waiting just a third party and get that backside of the road, because if EA goes to war with AL here, they do have a really good chance to come in, clean up, and pick up another 5 points.
All right. You can see the Na'Vi players, their pings on that mini map.
You can see right into Hakatori's brain.
Spray down in. There you go. Another knock on to Destroy. The flush comes through as well. Destroy, before going down, took out Nurens with a nice grenade. So E-Arena down to just Lyrics as Peppa now finds a little bit of a path here. And Hakatori over 1,000 damage. This is vintage Hakatori stuff here, isn't it? This is where we talk about him being one of the scariest players in the lobby.
The craziest part is, as of now, I still don't think he has MVP. As of now, I still think it's going to Myth. So after this, maybe they take it back, but that's just how awesome Myth and Na'Vi's game have been. They've dominated both of them this entire run. So they are still fighting Anyone's Legend. 7 kills for them, nothing to sniff at, but they did stop that EA aggression. So this is a little bit trickier. S2G has pushed out while we were watching and owned the entire circle. Very smartly, they knew that fight was going on. They said, okay, if we can't get the kills, let's make sure we get the real estate.
Yeah, they found an opportunity, but Na'Vi, they hop in the vehicles. They figured out that there was a 2-2 split. Baron next will go down. Hakatori is destroying S2G. He's a one-man army, 1,100 damage. Make it 1,200 as he spots out Shilla, but no, he's going to go down.
It does not matter. Na'Vi are kings with the push as they make a big play. Anyone's Legend is the most ecstatic about that play, though, because all of a sudden, they're back in this.
They are. Spiro and Boostic still alive, still in a good spot. They can maybe pull this off as the 2 flushes do come through. 13 kills for Na'Vi. They hop up into 6th place overall. And how much higher can they get here? Boostic landing a big knock on the Keppa as Shilla just using whatever is left of that wall, trying to put shots down range. And Anyone's Legend, they're perfectly content to let this play out.
Hakatori is my MVP officially. I don't even care what happens at the end of this game. That Na'Vi play was like the best. That was so cool. He hit
filthy seat swap.
It really was. What a monster, dude. That kid's just built different.
He really is. I don't think he broke 1,200, but he was like 10 damage away. Like he was damn close. And that is not a number that you get to see very often when it comes to damage numbers. So Keppa will get spotted out by a Himass here, and now he's going to get flushed out as well. So Shilla, S2G has been hanging out in this compound the whole game, and now all of a sudden they are just down to one player.
But the key is they got the S2G mid-tiers out, right? So now Beautiful throw. Na'Vi, particularly Boostic, now has closest action to center point because of that send by Hakatori. So if S2G gets forced to die to the blue, they get to go 2v3 against anyone's legend. Boostic still up, I think, is a huge value to them. And technically, they are slightly closer. It looks like anyone's legend understands that and is going to try to work around the bottom of this circle to catch them on the split while they finish off S2G.
Yeah, Shilla's, you got to imagine Shilla's done. Yeah, Boostic will get the one. The kill in there that puts Na'Vi up to 14, and now it's a 2v3 for the win. Not actually still a fair amount of utility left in the bag for Spiro. He's got to get on the move though, because that grenade is going to knock that vehicle away. He will continue to just play around on the edges. Boostic had the hard cover, the deployable shield that he was playing around, but it's right on the edge, and anyone's legend not over peeking this. They're staying on that rock as long as they can.
So AL burnt all lethal. They also shot Spiro's molly out of the air, which saved them the rock. Everyone is mostly down just to utility at this point, and that shield was more than enough to keep Boostic up. The fight breaks out. Delwyn's trying to find the quiet flank while the rest of his team distracts from the high ground. Boostic uses the time to flex off to the left. He sees the rock, but they're off of it. Now he's got to double back, grabs his shield just in case. Doritos come down, sees the first man. That's a knock on Delwyn. Now it's a 2v2 as Spyro opens the door. They got to go slow, looking around the shield. Both of them are using it. The smoke getting close to dissipation. They look for the flush. The scout on the Dorito is huge for anyone's legend.
Both dying down, but Boostic will spot out him as Sololzi has his own deployable shield, but he has got two Na'Vi players staring down at him, and Na'Vi pull off the 16-kill win on Rondo.
In the words of Nature Boy Ric Flair, woo! They sent Hakatori, and you don't need a Hakatori when you got a Boostic, baby! He had the spot. They were closest to circle. They made a play, and they stuffed it down anyone legend's throat and took that chicken dinner in a very stylish finish. That was a great game. I'm Toffees, that's Porosaurus. Let's get Avenger and Kalaris back into here, because I know these two guys are gassed up about that Na'Vi victory.
I'll take it, and I'll say it. It's a slobber knocker of a game. That's right, for the Na'Vi boys, as I've got Avenger, as you say, to talk about this one. Avenger, that was clinical from the boys in yellow.
Man, oh man, that drive-by. Getting two of them, I actually thought Hakator was just going to wipe all of S2G, but it turned it in being it was going to be up to the new boys. It had to be Spiro and Boostic clutching this one for a 16-kill chicken dinner here, guys. That's amazing to see. I actually thought there was a small chance after Shilla clutched it against the two players, Farius and Hakator, that pulled up on the compound. I actually thought it was going to be anyone's legend here.
Yeah, I mean, anyone's legend was playing an insane game as well, and I think that we've really seen Oro, anyone's legend, finally truly find their groove on internationals, where, again, I didn't really expect much of them at the end of 2025. Now they just look fantastic, wall to wall, every game. Anyone's legend is always in the running.
They really do. They've proven themselves now to be a problem, and unfortunately, they start off a little bit low in terms of the points. But they're not going to have a run at 4 a.m. or Petrichor Road. But they're looking like a real legitimately scary team that teams are going to have to figure out how to deal with here eventually. But oh man, what do you even say about this Na'Vi performance? It's about time, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's when they're able to get the ball rolling, they really get it rolling. And again, the fact that, as Avenger says, it's the two new boys that are able to really prove it.
Oh.
And Hakatori, this drive-by was absolutely insane, Toffees. I was losing my mind in the back.
And okay, so it was crazy. But here's the thing. I don't think you do that without this new addition of Boostic to your roster. Hakatori was the linchpin to this roster. You had to keep him up to win any sort of outnumbered scenario, right? A 2v3 in the offing, you had to send someone else to go take that risk because Hakatori has to be there for the close. Boostic is that level, that right punch to the left jab of Hakatori, and they did that. They sacrificed it. They knew that he could pull it off, and then they had a center-ish position that let them play S2G out of the compound. And that was such a huge, brave decision from Na'Vi that they managed to pull off. That's why I was so gassed up, because that was incredible decision-making, trusting their own teammates, and then executing perfectly.
Yeah, as much on the other side of that final situation, Avenger, that anyone's legend doesn't win out the game, I still have to give a tip of the hat to their control of the utility that Na'Vi threw their way. Firstly, dodging out of the water molly, because that was just lovely, perfectly timed, but then shooting the molly out of the sky as well afterwards. So they are also playing on all cylinders.
And it's, for me, like when you're in a 3 versus 2, if you have equally little amount of utility at that point, right? There's a few stun grenades there, and there's still a few shields. I don't want to see someone running for emergency cover without anyone else covering you, or with someone else, running it with you. That was the big mistake for me, for anyone's legend. This was we lost them this late game here, but also, of course, we gotta give it to Na'Vi here. That was an insane game for them. And even though before this game, Spaceman had 19 kills, Hagatori only had 7 kills, but he was still leading the total damage. It really talks to how big of a fragger and superstar that Hagatori is. And now, obviously, getting tons of kills coming his way here, he might have a shot at running it for the MVP overalls.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to be happy about, I guess, for the West in this game, of course, as 26 points go the way of Na'Vi. S2G had that compound for a long time there, Poro, but wasn't able to make too much of it, considering that then the ram raid of Na'Vi comes along and dispatches of them.
Yeah, and it's always tough, right? Like, you got to figure out when is the right time to leave, and how to leave, and how to work around it, and how to be active when you have a compound that you're pretty much guaranteed to get to the end. But I also want to give a big shout out to Myth. They popped off in that game, but there you go. Your overall leaderboard, 4 a.m. and Petrichor Road, still well up there at the top with 2 games remaining, though. Anyone's legend Na'Vi, if they can get this thing going, they might have a say.
Yeah, there's a world where they could potentially topple them, even though 4 a.m. has been so strong with their points average across these 8 games, Toffees.
I mean, Na'Vi was in 9th place going into this match. That was an absolute barn burner as they get themselves up into the mix. Also, it's crazy to me because we're talking so much about Na'Vi. 12 minutes before the game ended, I was like, oh, it's going to be a full Myth segment. These guys are playing out of their mind. They're taking crazy fights. They're making big moves. And then Hagatori and Boostic do their thing, and we just forget about Myth completely because you're right, Poro. They also had a great game. But check out the match records. Hagatori definitely walking away with this mob.
That's actually super exciting. The fact that obviously we class him as an absolute star-studded world-class player, and then we've not actually got to see much of Imas going up against Hagatori, and then Hagatori's like, hold my beer, I'm going to be able to out-damage you, I'm going to be able to out-kill you here on this stage. And boosted with 6 as well, Poro. This has been fantastic from Na'Vi.
1,191 damage is diabolical, man. That is... I mean, you saw that it was actually kind of crazy. There was I think like all 3 of the top people in there had 6 kills. So there were some superstars popping off that round. Boostic did. I think one of the guys was Jacob, or one of the guys from Myth did. So we had some big individual performances in that one. We're going to need to see some big individual performances in these final 2 games to secure these spots.
That's for sure.
You know what?
No banana there.
You know what has to feel really good?
No banana.
You know what has to feel really good? This is the first time, I think, that Spiro has been able to look down at his old teammates on the leaderboard since he got kicked from that roster. Like, he is sitting up above them right now going, this is my team. I finally found a home. Because the journey for him has been epic after he left that roster. He's been trying to find something that works. He's played well. He's a good player. We all know that. This might be the place that gives him what he needs to become one of the best players on the best teams in the world again. I'm super excited for Na'Vi right now.
The honeymoon period regionally for us, where it was in Geek and they were able to kind of take that PEC, right, was obviously big, but that was a honeymoon period. Technically, though, are we in a honeymoon period here? We don't know yet. It's kind of their first outing internationally. We don't know. Avenger, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a honeymoon period, but still, like, they're going to be over in a lot of set of games, right? So after we're done with the first couple of circuits here out in Korea, I think we can kind of defer from a lot from that. But there's nothing to shy away from here. Like, you could see how well they're able to kind of compute here. Spiro getting 4 kills, Spoostic getting 6. The 2 new guys in a win getting 10 of the total kills. Ferris, we know he's capable of tons of things. He's IGLing too. I wouldn't mind them winning a game when he's getting 0 kills. He still has the damage. He still does the setup for the macro and for the overall IGLing.
Well, you know what? Before we get into our next game, let's head over to an interview with Bella, as she is with Alrain.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with Coach Alrain. Hello.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요, Alrain. Well, you had your chicken. Ooh, tasty, right? Tell me, what did you tell the boys right after that win?
I will not tell you exactly what I said, but yeah, we definitely changed our strategies because we adapt to this tournament pretty complex, I can say, and this tournament feels really different from others because it's TPP, and we need to adjust to TPP basically. Yeah, and this adaptation actually what worked for us.
Yeah, it looks like you guys still have your shot at winning that trophy by the end of the day. Do you have anything that you want to share to the fans? Maybe a spoiler, a little bit of the remaining matches?
We'll try our best, and hopefully we will win.
All right, fingers crossed for Navi. Thank you, Alrain. And back to you guys. Double wave.
We're doing this
Double
now.
wave. All right,
That's
we're
what
going to
we
give it back.
moved on
There we
to.
go.
That's why we buy high tick rate cameras.
All right, well, lovely stuff. Bella, thank you very much for interviewing Alrain as well and getting his thoughts, especially after the victory, right? Perfect timing to be able to talk to Alrain and how everything goes. But gentlemen, I do believe that it's almost time for Taego. Any final thoughts, Toffees, before we go?
No, I think it's time to Taego. I think the race at the end is going to be good, and I hope it gets even closer and we set up for a banger of a final.
Yes, we will. All right. Yes, get those hands warm. What's he got in his hand? He's got the little first aid. Lovely stuff. No beanie in this lobby, though. Sorry, Avenger.
That's how it is. That's how it is. But it's warm and comfortable.
No, indeed. Thank you, Toffees. Thank you, Power, for joining us. We'll get you right after this. It is the penultimate game. We go to the peninsula of South Korea as we have Taego on the card. So, me and Avenger will be bringing you all of the game and all of the excitement.
Yes, indeed, we will be, James. What an amazing game to finish things off with here on Rondo, of course. We've had some pretty banger games on Rondo, I'd say, and it definitely feels like you can tell that the teams are trying to adapt to both it being the newest map, but also the 2026 era, and the changes that I have followed does mean that you have to adapt to how that's played and executed. But yeah, we do start over on the eastern side and go over the west, somewhat northern circle again here, and a lot of the water is kind of flown over here, so we could be seeing one of those crazy circles that is including a lot of that water, James.
I think it's going to be 50-50 again on the river, because that's what we always see, me and you.
No!
But it's not.
It's 50-50 on the eastern river, this skinny one.
You're right. Kind of, but the percentages are a bit weird.
That's true. A lot of unplayable with the red line over on the eastern side,
Yeah.
obviously, is still in play here, which is actually quite of an effect here. A lot of playable terrains already in there. 4 a.m. though, James, with 2 games to go, and they get,
circle
what you
again.
can say, it's a center circle. It's a dead center circle on them. Huge home turf terrain advantage here. But with this one, though, it really does come down to them. Okay, how greedy can we go? How split can we be in this one without being too punished? Because right now, it's a 20-point lead down to third place. It's looking really likely for them to hold on to a podium finish here. But with anyone's legend and Navi only 23 points away, if teams manage to shut down 4am and Petrichor Road early on here, there's still a shot for the teams that are, I would say, T1 and above, with 2 good games could still catch them.
And I will say, as much as yes, they get this circle to start things off, and yeah, we're only 2 games until we actually declare who the winner is going to be fully. We would be doing a disservice to 4am if we were saying that, oh yeah, but they've got loads of circles during all of this stuff. These phases, they really haven't. There's been a lot of moments where 4am, they've been chasing circles, taking great fights, playing edge plays. Sometimes they've been center, and oftentimes they've been able to hold it down as well. So they've been very versatile in the way in which they've taken number 1 so far, and it has been good to watch.
Yep, has indeed. Falcons obviously being, next team in line to get in and get a decent spot here. They might end up, as we observed astutely yesterday, they might end up taking some of these higher ridges here. And it's especially with how, the areas around the high ground, kind of the biggest hill or small mountain area, you want to kind of put it where Shrimpsy is setting up. With how that is working out already, that could end up them being either super greedy or taking a lot of space around that center spot here. So yeah, let's see what happens with that. Twisted Minds, my bet for today in terms of, okay, what are we going to end up doing? What are we going to end up seeing them to? And yeah, they have jumped up a few placements, but 45 points, it's still sure. It's only 18 points up to 4th place, but there's a lot of teams in that mid-pack, James, and it's going to have to be 2 really good games for them to get double-digit PGS points or getting even more of that prize pool.
I mean, the butterfly effects for PUBG are well known, right? In terms of, okay, we had a good spot, we left that spot, oh no, it didn't go our way, but there were other teams around us, they were fighting us, maybe we could have been that team to be able to get in eventually and get the win from that spot. If you think about Ortego yesterday, Martin, Na'Vi had the spot exactly where Example is, alongside that hillside. Falcons was there as well. They left that. They go to the top of the pizza slice. They don't get a victory. Na'Vi gets a victory from that location. So again, it's a very good staging ground on this east side circles kind of style to be able to eventually get yourself to potentially where you need to be down the line in a lot of these east side games.
Yeah, and as we see some of the highlights from the Na'Vi game, last one, I just want to quickly update you guys on after that 11, almost 1,200 damage game from Hagatori. Hagatori is now in the lead with 3,667 damage.
Damn.
Second place is only 2,500 damage. He's leading by more than 1,100 damage. Sure, he doesn't have that many kills. There's only 13 kills when Spaceman is on 19, but that damage could have a huge impact in the overall MVP calculation. So that game is pushing him even closer to an MVP cutoff.
So is Spaceman second on damage, you're saying?
No, Spaceman is far.
Himas?
Tanvu is second on damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so Tanvu is second damage. Himas is third.
Damn,
Scappy is fourth. Tanvu is down there. Spaceman is 2,100 damage, so he's actually 1,400 damage behind. As we see, Tanbin here, though, taking some shots at DN Supers, James. DN Supers, one of the kind of big hopes from Korea, of course, coming in, hoping to see them do well. And yeah, the damage rank is coming in. We're talking about it. Yep.
Oh, it looks like Destroy has actually been able to do a little bit as well up at the top here. Yeah, good stuff from him. I mean, he is the one that actually we were musing over the idea of like, okay, who would you sub out? But I mean, he seems to have done a lot here in this final so far. It's Tanbin as well, trying to get away from Dodge here with DN Supers. The problem for these two teams is that this was the crossing point that they kind of wanted to go next to Yongchong and then get themselves on in, but running into this problem, this predicament, is a bit of an irritation as Furia, all the way from Harpo, is going to go for an emergency pickup. I'm not too surprised.
All right, let's see what they end up managing to getting from this one here. I actually really love their positioning from the last game, but it kind of fell apart when they started getting pushed a little bit, obviously. Furia, they're extremely close. They actually landed from their emergency pickup close to where Na'Vi ended up getting a lot of domination from, and really close to where we ended up finishing the game, James. So I actually like the kind of awareness and the play that it did, but so far, them being in last, it really hasn't come to fruition with their overall impact that Furious has been able to have.
No, been a tough one for sure. 14 points. It's but again, you're talking about you're effectively in a lobby with 15 other of the world's best teams, right? So
right.
If you're 16th, yeah, cool. It looks like you're bottoming out, but you're in a lobby and have absolute killers here.
For sure. Destroy now. Second in overall damage. And higher than Tanwu, the guy that we were talking about. Okay, if they were to run it back as PNC Vietnam, the only sub out you'd have to do on this team would be Destroy for Tanwu, but he's had an impact. More damage than Tanwu so far, and also anyone's legends. It's higher. They're higher in the leaderboard than them, quite significantly, with 15 points total.
Yes, they are. I was musing over it whilst we take a look at these shots and see if they kind of result in anything. I was musing over this idea with you whilst we were watching the previous game of anyone's legend. I feel like in this configuration, this roster has significantly benefited in terms of leveling up and getting to the international level by playing internationals. Do I think that they deserved being able to be invited over some other teams, considering the international performance they did in 2025? I'm not so sure. However, being here now and being in these games has made them better, has made them stronger here against the international competition, to the point where they can start putting their kind of foot on the pedal here for 66 points. So regardless of how you look at it, they are playing to the lobby very well.
Yeah, indeed. A little bit, see a Hagatori here with a little bit more utility coming in. A 6-6 on the mini, and then also the red dot too on the orc. So he's chilling. Na'Vi coming in somewhat slowly here, and I actually just had a quick chat with her already on Discord as well, and saying, you know what, congrats to the boys, and see if they're doing well. And he's just saying, as kind of alluding to in the interview as well, it's pretty hard to adapt to TPP, but they're trying. So yeah, That's their so far their kind of standout moment. But if you're in a 1100 damage lead, I couldn't say you're trying to dab. You succeeded quite well so far.
My fellow Krakow resident, not doxing him or anything. Krakow's a big place, but one of my good old compatriots here in Poland. As for now, we're going to have Scappy moving on around Na'Vi. He doesn't want any of that smoke, even though Scappy actually, for Made in Thailand, has been brilliant in this final as well, hands down.
For sure. Jacob, the IGL, and also been fragging quite a lot here. It's good to see him do so well on a new roster here with Made in Thailand. Him currently on 13 kills. He's in that run for a potential seed in the MVP, but there's no second place, there's no third place for the MVP, James. It's just $10,000 for the winner. The winner does take it all in this one here, and it's quite a significant prize purse we're able to just run out and give out to the MVP, and I really like that. It's always awesome to see that we're able to give big prize pool to the MVP, as long as, you know, it's not a Porsche this time around, but you know, the $10,000 is quite a lot. You can buy a small car with that.
How are they going to top the Porsche MVP in 2026? What are they going to do for PGC?
And Aston Martin.
How do you beat that?
Aston Martin, Lamborghini.
If it's an Aston Martin, I'm dropping casting and hosting right now, and I'm playing. All right. I don't think I'll get there, but
no.
Got to try for the Aston Martin. All right.
It's top one favorite car for me as well. Look at that, the new circle though, James, with the red zone having quite the impact. Fulton is just driving straight through. It doesn't matter. They have plenty of cars. They have 4 of them and a Porsche at home, so they're just gonna be sending it through here. A lot of compounds already occupied. Fury is actually in a 2-2 greedy split somewhat in the middle here. Some unplayable, and the eastern side is still in, but it doesn't have too much of an impact of this current circle here.
No, tough for a lot of these fields, but thankfully for Tego, they have, for my money, some of the best fields in the entire game because of the lips that exist on the edge of them, so you can go there, just like Furia did in that game where they were able to basically use that as a launching pad to qualify here for this stage. And now up that north side, you can see everything's kind of kicking off a little bit. A lot of shots going towards each other here with Falcons, with the N Supers, with S2G. And now I think eventually maybe T1 might get in the mix of this as well. Even Anyone's Legend and Cerberus might even go for a bit of a wrap around that area too.
Sure. Oh, nade's coming in. Oh, this could be a 3-way fight with Twisted Minds lurking in the back, James. That's, yeah, not really fortunate for TE. Jotsu shots connecting onto Glories. And Twisted Minds, rough one for him.
Too exposed. And again, they're kind of sandwiched in a bit of this portion of the map at the moment, are the Expendables, because Full Sense was looking their way, and of course they were very, very cautious about that. A little bit of a drive away maybe here for the Expendables. I think that they realized that this might be a little bit difficult to really get themselves out of. Glory's up and trying to do something alongside the likes of Tanvu there. It's slow and steady though. Nobody wants to make a move just yet.
No, it's very much so setting up for the next couple of phases of the game where you are able to maybe make a sprint forward or make a new rotation where there's already teams or third parties in fights. That's really been the big shocker for Tigers. It's a lot of third parties going on as we drive here with Lou. And yeah, I mean, in this one, it's yeah. And I mean, for this case here, there's some 3 gear that's. Oh, look at this though. Cerberus, the big pull up on Furia.
No.
And they're actually trying to rat it just a little bit. DraftKings trying to slow it down. See if you maybe get an opening knock here, James. Oh, that's an easy one for him.
There's a potential for 2 knocks here, considering the jump that you actually have on them. Biel goes for a nade as well forward. Stan goes down. Pong in the distance gets Chewy. That's a big one to take. Terror actually taking a knock. And this is huge from Furia. They've been able to dismantle Cerberus on his entry.
Cerberus, that's an awful one for them. And for me, when you're Furia disengaging on this and just letting a team take it and just kind of slow playing it outside, I really like that setup. And then everyone else is coming in here. And they come out. They just saw that a quick seed is going to come out. Seed swap's going to come out. And then Furia with so far 3 kills. That's a huge one for them. But 17 total points after this one even. Still going to hold them on to 16th place. Good nade.
While all this was going on, Cerberus now down. We had 2 mortars hit Petrichor Road from different teams, and now Myth was moving up here to try and do a little bit more damage even to them as well. But they have been able to recover. This is quite a good spot usually to make kind of your home, your resident with a car fort and stuff like that. However, it's also a bit of a notorious spot to hit with mortars. So teams know the distances to this location because a lot of teams do set up here in a pinch.
Yeah. And as Petrichor is trying to move some of the cars that has 2 and 3 wheels taken away here, it's going to be difficult for them. Next circle does pop, James. And let's talk about this one. There's at least 35 or even maybe 40% of this circle that is inside the unplayable. That means the next circle is going to shift west. But look at the center compound east of Furia. It's not taken. It is still open to be swapped into, and let's see if Kickstart's actually going to be able to swap that in and take that. Look at that. The information's coming in from him. He could jump down. He gives the information that S2G's down here, and the 2 open bonds is kind of available. I'm not sure if they want to play it. These kind of plastic areas where there's not too much cover is not too good to play, but the information that Anyone's Legends up here is actually being shared. Look at that. Shots come in. Connects quite a lot onto Delving here from Anyone's Legends.
There is a potential here as well. Watch all these fights go down. Shrimsy does hit Delwyn, and now Kickstart burning. He's burning. He's burning. He's going to have to crash on in down to the rest of his teammates here to try and make something work against Anyone's Legend, because Anyone's Legend are a genuine threat. So got to be getting those reinforcements on as quickly as possible.
Oh my God, what a landing with the with the glider being broken on top of this one. It's a fantastic amount of info. He's going to be able to get out here. Sure, it's not inside the next circle, but still sitting up a little bit. He could give the information that Anyone's Legends on that northern side and trying to get away out of it. 4 guys alive for Falcons, though, and some 3 gears looking good on Tickleton here.
Martin, I do think this is going to be an interesting game based on the fact that 4am had the pick of the litter in a circle like this. They stayed in Kangyong, and now they're on edge. This is our perennial potential champion here for everything that's going to be going down today. Now, how are they going to be tested? What are they going to do to make sure that they don't let off the gas here?
Molotov falling out of the car and getting flushed immediately, but Tulin's also knocked here. Means that Twisted Minds are losing 2. They're going to try to go back for it. There's a little bit of cover here, but Falcons and the boys are close, and they have to push in. Now on board with Tickleton. Let's see what he has to say.
Smoke underneath me. Yeah, the smoke. I'm taking Batulin's angle.
Okay. Yeah, I'm taking it as well. I'm with H. Can you give me a mark kick? I don't see the smoke.
I can. There's one on the left.
They seem pretty calm.
Separate smokes, yeah.
Good information being shared here. Last guy yellow, they say, and they have the full information onto Twist here. So it seems like a pretty easy setup for them. And yeah, that's Example down as well. Lou down 2. And I think the last guy is the other one here. That's one knock from the side of Full Sense. Flash actually finds and flushes Shrimsy. It's again another third-party angle here. Now they're going to disengage from this one. Potentially losing 2 players to good. Only 2 or 3 kills here. Not sure it's worth it. But they're going to be sending it in slowly here from this angle.
Still edge. Let's see what they can do. Still edge with this circle shift coming their way. Fury is ahead of them. Kickstart knocked. Looks like we'll be going for everything that's going on. Oh, sorry, it was healing. My apologies. The new indicators sometimes throw me off a little bit. I'm getting used to them. But Belmoth now also denying H-Wing completely. It's going to be a bit difficult here for Falcons to be able to make anything work from here. There's a lot of barrels looking their way, and Anyone's Legend can move in behind them too.
Yeah, for sure. And with this new circle here, there's a lot of control on that western side. Not a lot of teams is on the east. Mainly DN Supers. We have T1 in the dead center. And T1, they had a good spot when we started the day and had some good potential placements of it. But yeah, that's not it. Himas finds Kickstarts and finds the flush as well. Now is running it straight into 4am. The team that they need to stop is now chipping away at the health bars of Na'Vi here.
Little bail, shots coming in. 0-4 gets boosted instantly on the side of that shed, and Chewie will finish him off. Fair is down as well. For Na'Vi, this was a bit of a Hail Mary to try and make some happen, and it is looking dire to try and make this catch-up occur if they want to try and catch up with the #1 spot on this leaderboard. Spiro, though, takes HS. That's not bad at all. Nade goes forwards here from Hakatori, but he takes one as well. Ferris is now down in this fight. Oh, and Shen with another nade. Brilliant stuff here from 4am.
The team that was in the chase now is being dislodged by the team in the lead, and yeah, kills and points going the way of 4am. It's very unfortunate for this campaign that they are trying to send it here. Could they lose 1 player? Could they get a information onto one of the knock players here. As the Meme is on that western side. He's outside the zone. Spiro trying to set up a little bit of a shop here to dislodge 4am.
What else have you got in that trunk? You're going to need a lot, mate. You're going to need a lot. Poor Spiro to try and make things go. As hitches down. The Spaceman healing up. Repositioning from Winder. Downwind of him. And I don't know if Spiro can really do anything more from here. The recovery is going to have to be monumental against it. Goes for some shots against Winder. Hits him a little bit. Has to duck on down, knowing that there is potentially 3 guys looking his way from this south side.
He's looking at HMS and see if he can make something happen here. That's an 8. Oh, that's actually going to land close to him. Shots coming in from the side as well. He's going to have to hide on the other side of the zone.
Foldable shield. Oh, hits 2 shots. That was actually really well done by Spiro, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Comes over the rock and shuts down Shen here with big plays. The Tasmanian devil of PUBG himself spinning around and taking down Spiro.
Yeah, that is 4am getting more points, and it's looking like it's more and more inevitable that these guys are going to end on the podium. The question is, can they get more point out of this game? Look at the circle, James. It's a donut, and there on the edge, there's Petrichor Road ahead of them. There's T1 in there. E-Arena on the middle west side here. Myth is holding the south side swap. Full Sense is on the north side swap here. There's nothing much to do except for a full send towards the middle here.
4am has to be concerned about the potential for Petrichor Road. Surely, Petrichor Road, in theory, could hold out an approach here from 4am down the line. And we'll see if that comes to fruition here. A very pivotal moment in the tournament. Over in the distance, you can see them here laying in wait. Of course, a lot of teams are aware that they are here due to the shenanigans that were going on before. But I don't think 4am will be fully.
Ming Ming. Our PGC 2022 winner with New Happy. Playing alongside Chewy and the boys. Obviously, this southwest push here and hold. Full 4-man strong. They've got a bit of a car fought going on, but next circle, they're going to have to make a move. And it looks like 4am is trying to push them. Myth is trying to push them. Try to dislodge them off their spot. Now 4am losing Spaceman here. Another player walk out from Na'Vi. Last time they were in 4th. In the previous game, they were winning. This time, 0 points going their way. Going into the last game here. Oh, Shen going down, losing multiple.
Yeah, Shen Winder down at the moment here. I-26 actually got hit by a C4. That both teams were hitting that location at exactly the same time. Maybe Myth can actually clean that up here against Petrichor Road. Ming Ming down, 0-4 down as well. Yes. This is a perfect timing for Myth to be able to do something.
Yeah, and Kiss pushing even more here. NB down at looks like just one player left standing. It's Chewy, and one Molotov comes out. They know exactly where that nade's going to have to get thrown to. That's a great nade from Jacob, taking down Chewy. And that is the top 2 out and done for 90 points for 4am, 78 for Petrichor Road. And at this point here, the teams in the chase is next in line with 4 live is Myth. So they could have a big game and actually set themselves up for a potential podium finish going into that last game, James.
They're going to have 2 big ones, maybe. I mean, we'll see. But the thing about all of that scenario going down is that I talk about it a lot, but it's hard to, in inverted commas, coordinate in these kinds of lobbies, is that if somebody's in a position that you really need to get away from and 2 teams need it, you kind of have to push at exactly the same time. And that's exactly what those 2 teams did, 4am and Myth, to try and get rid of Petrichor Road's position. So actually, that was sort of best case scenario for 4am there.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how it should be. In the case of them and them making a send here, that could be a big one. But the next circle is going to be popping here, James. That's going to determine a lot of what's going to be happening with this teams here. It actually went a little bit northwest here, setting up a potential way in for Full Sense. T1 is still in. Myth is still in with a sliver of this circle here, and they have something to play. There's a few fields on this western side that could be played late game, but T1 is looking poised for this one.
Some big points potentially. Heather, obviously, in a previous game, man of the match, was able to take down 7 scalps along the way. And this is a decent spot to be able to replicate a little bit of that as we jump on board with Furia. And as we are well aware from yesterday, neither of us is fluent. So we will continue to talk about how they potentially can work things out here from the north side.
Yep, indeed. And E-Arena is out in 9th place. And now all the teams remaining, James, they get 1 placement point for staying alive for this long here. And Anyone's Legends is 1 alive, but Myth in the chase here, as you see on the left side of the leaderboard here. 5 kills so far, 65 points. They could quite easily take a 3rd place here, but could they go as deep as taking a 2nd one here? They need 13 more points to do it. And with a win, that's 9 more points for placement, but also a few more ways of the kills could be coming in here. Full sense. Kills are to be had for them. Myth is looking forward for this one here. JDG now sending it in and trying to get a fight here with T1.
Trying to shoot all the way down this kind of tent location. Could actually make some decent damage happen, but no, it will be tight. Hitting Nans here with the nades. Looking for a little peek around this side here and goes forwards to try and do something with it. He pulled briefly of the smoke out, but more nades go forwards. JDG has run into a minefield.
Oh, and the nade flush there. It's huge. Look at that. The third party's coming in as well. It is D and Supers trying to backfill their Korean brethren and taking a fight onto them on the backside of this compound here. Raining and Type still standing, James. Could be a big one. Type finds Rex. That's a big opening for T1 to try to defend this compound.
Supers is not shy about this. They are going to be able to try and put the boot in at the end. Finishes off JDG. Now they need to turn their attention to the fact that DN Supers, a very threatening team, is moving on in. There's a Panzerfaust in hand. If this comes around the corner, they're flashed still. They're going to try and push in for it. They don't get the Panzer off. Oh no! Here, Heaven actually takes down Raining. Type still once again comes around the corner, being able to take down Guman in Heaven. What is going on?
Next level there, just destroying DN Supers, and then the others coming in to sweep it up. They tried to third party, they got absolutely destroyed here. There's a potential rest on both players too.
Myth is moving. Myth's moving for this as well. What an absolute barn burner, quite literally almost, here in the barns, as now Heather around that corner. Where's Scappy going to send this? Is it going to be doing enough damage? It might clip him a little bit, but then they move on back. Probably see it anyway coming his way, so he moved away a little bit to be able to then negate some of that damage. Another nade forwards from Baron. What can Jacob do with his nade? Trying to post it on through. They're absolutely barraging the barn right now, as Raining still tries to delay things on this right-hand side.
Damage out to this house here, trying to defend it. A lot of damage, 56 and 33 damage onto both sides of these guys here. Still full streak here for Heather. More third parties is potentially coming in as well, with this circle going the side that it is.
Full Sense is next. Surely. Or are they going to move it all? They're biding their time. I don't know how many cars they have, but surely they should be next on something like this. They're hearing all of this across the road whilst this is delayed out now. This is actually beneficial for T1 to just get a little bit of a reset on all of this. There was so many nades expended from Myth that did not do much against the T1 position.
More bullets
What a
coming
fight.
in the way. Yeah, huge fight here. Then it all finds Furia. Furia still in the fight for this one here. SOG, Furia in the northern side. Full Sense in the west here. Jacob setting up a little bit of a defense here. They're not going as a little bit of a passive play here, James.
Yeah, I mean, other side of the road, maybe looking forwards to the north there. Baron does take down Type. That's a big scalp to take for this one. 760 damage from Baron right now in this game alone, as Kiss coming along with the Panzerfaust. A little bit of Kiss magic maybe in the air as he comes around the corner. He sees that foldable shield. That's going to cause problems. He goes for it. Oh, it's a double here to be able to get things going. A confirm as well as raining down. Kiss with the Panzerfaust makes magic happen once again.
He did get him with the knock there with the with the Saiga, but Myth is up to 9 kills, and they're going to get Baron up as well. What a play. What a game for it. They're going straight for it, James. They might even get second place here if they're able to survive for just a bit longer. They have all of the southern sides to themselves. Furia, S2G, and Full Sense is fighting each other. Meanwhile, Myth has survived the onslaught of multiple teams in this compound.
Myth was my outside pick at the beginning of this final to make the run for it, and if they're able to somehow do it, that would be insane. A nade, this could be a perfect post.
Oh! What an insane nade from DraftKings here. They're making a run for a try to get out of that 16th place, and what a great one here. DraftKings always been one of those superstars coming out of this region here, and now with 6 kills overall and a 4th place for them, this could be the last dash that they have to make a run for it over and try to get 15 to 16 in this overall leaderboard here. Scabby finds DraftKings. Posa finds CCI next here. SGG is falling apart.
Yeah, found DraftKings, found Poster as well here. If they're able to get a little bit more, this could be them catching up to the Chinese teams all the way up towards the top. Quetpa, though, finishes off BL, and now S2G here trying to do something to survive against Full Sense and Made in Thailand. The Thai teams are dominating here on Taego. What a Taego so far. Normally, I'm a bit passive about Taego, but this one has been wall-to-wall excellent.
We've been blessed with great Tagos, and yeah, it's been time to Taego for sure. And even though with this one here with Seeing one more game to go after this one. We're going to be ending on Miramar, and I love this from Full Sense. Belmont, the PGC MVP, sends it in. And I don't know, he maybe jumped out too early. Thanatos finds Belmont with the flush. Full Sense is falling apart from its own accord here, James.
If Myth makes this happen, the race is on, Martin. The race is on for that final game, and they are playing phenomenally. Right now, Full Sense, the world champion, staring across from them, 3v4. As we do have a little bit more of a tense moment here. Made in Thailand, just doing a little bit of jump scouting here to see exactly where they could possibly find them. I'm wondering how much lethal util they actually have available.
With the car being here, I would be looking at this and saying that's a suspicious location.
And Nate's forwards.
Smoke's coming in. Nate's coming in too. 71 health left on him, but the car is burning, James. He can't be too close to it. He's down to 46 HP if they continue with some more util. 27 more damage with the nade here being done. And yeah, Tigger has to move, has to continue and follow the cover here behind the burning vehicle.
Yeah, very important smokes go down for him to be able to make that move and not get shot while that it was exploding. So important stuff there as we have some deployable cover coming down for Jacob. FAMAS in hand. Baron's almost at 1,000 damage. 936 right now. Let's get a read of that lethal util. 5 mollies, 2 frag grenades, few blues in hand too. See what they can do.
Yeah, that's huge. Plenty of smoke. 6-4. That's 14 total smoke.
Surely he's gone
here. That is easily something to take them out. Oh, lots of damage done to Tigger again. Once again, it's not enough, but Tigger's trying to survive, trying to hold on to it. He wasn't even laying down the extra, but he has a 3 vest. That's where the extra protection comes in from. 55% total reduction from nades since it's not broken. Now he's going to hit the deck. Yeah, really good rip position here. That might be a hard read for them, but now look at the other guys. They're going to have to make a move here. And yeah, we've got Jacob with a FAMAS and 3 gear in hand, holding this one down here. Shots coming into Molotovs being deployed from Baron James.
It's almost impossible for Full Sense here with the blue nipping at them the way it is over there and the deployable cover that everybody has here from Made in Thailand, the foldable shields, all of this util. 1,000 damage now done for Baron as well. He's been brilliant in this game. Another Panzerfaust kiss, excuse me? All right, well, let's go for it. Let's try and shut down the rest of Full Sense here. Up on the roof, Gappy goes down. He's to find himself a bit of a better position.
There's also util in the hands of the guys from Full Sense. Tigger does a lot of damage to Jacob here. Now more utils being deployed here. There's 4 bandages left on Tigger and a smoke grenade in the smoke grenade launcher. That's it. He's going to have to make play here. Flash jumps off on this one here. This might be a huge angle. Baron does find Tigger here now. It's effectively a 4 versus 2.
That angle could have been absolutely deadly, but the fact that they're able to take Tigger means now that all of their attention is on these 2 locations. It should be an easy cleanup, but Jacob goes around the corner, actually taken out quickly. He is flashed. Oh, some good shots come on in here, but Thanador finishes off Jacob. So 3v2 continues as they will just hold these positions for now, not taking too many risks. So that's a molly right on Thanador. Oh, it's his! Oh no!
Oh, it got shot while he was trying to show it off, and Baron does get the confirmation. That's a more and more point going their way. And look at this, it's Scabby. He's sending it in. And Made in Thailand makes a play and makes a push for the top 2 here. 14 kills, 24 total points, James.
There's no other way to describe it than what I've already been doing for Kiss. That is some Made in Thailand magic right now, because it felt like it was all said and done for China to be able to run away with this one for 1 and 2. But suddenly, Made in Thailand for the final game is making it very, very interesting. Joining me, Toffees and Poro here at the desk once again. Toffees, this was magic. Whoa. Toffees, you're muted at the moment. Yep, we got you.
I had a really good lead in. It's just
that was good. Yeah.
Let me try
It was great.
The
I
man,
thought it was
the myth, the legend. Some again. say it takes only 1 kiss to change your future forever, but in this case, it's Kiss, Baron, and the rest of the boys who step up and make it a race for first. I can't believe they got back in this.
Poro, awesome stuff to watch. What did you think?
Bro, say his name and say it twice. Baron.
Yes.
Almost 1,300 damage on that kid. What is happening, Myth? Like, where has this been? And all of a sudden now they have made this final game so much more interesting, especially considering that 4am and Petrichor Road finally were forced to try to fight each other.
Yeah, definitely. I did say, halfway through that game, Avenger, that, okay, yeah, this actually might have been the best case scenario for 4am to stem the tide of Petrichor Road. What they didn't realize is Myth has suddenly said, well, through it. We are really going to be making a run for it now.
Yeah, for sure. I love this push here from Kiss saying, okay,
that
we're
Panzer
just
was
going to
dirty.
panzer that out and we're going to hit the backside of it. Great nade as well from DraftKings. Overall, an insane game here. Once it's time to take, guys, that's where the magic happens. And that was an amazing game here. The third party and that compound and how everything evolved with T1, with DN Supers, and with Myth, that was just insane. For them to survive as a full four-man there for Myth, I did not expect a third party happening against T1 just to go their way that smoothly.
I was thinking to myself, hey, I can't stop smiling about the idea that men in Thailand, you know, they were making this very interesting towards the end. And then I look over to my BGM, and Toffees is beaming ear to ear as well.
It was. I was beaming. I'm looking at numbers. I was so set out. You caught me chewing my fingers when we came back. I was like, oh, this is a great last game we're setting up for. I love this Myth, right? Adding Jacob to the team from E Arena has just been, boom, mind-boggling. And we kept saying, Kiss is so good. What will unlock him? I think maybe traveling alone, plus adding Jacob to the team has really given him everything that he needs to step up. And because of Jacob's calls, obviously Baron and everybody else is rising to the occasion as well. For Kiss to say, you know what? I'm not letting 4AM and Petrichor run away with this. And having the wherewithal to go 14, that is incredible.
Right, that said, though, here, Poro, it's a difficult task to topple those teams at the very top because the average points that 4AM has been putting up, and I would say to a lesser degree Petrichor Road has been putting up as well, they really have not let off. So Myth is going to still need a big game here.
Yeah, they're going to need some help, and they're going to need some help in either Circle RNG or something, because 4AM and Petrichor Road, all they got to do is just kind of play defensively. But how many times have we seen it in the past, Martin, where the team that's in front, the team that's being chased, they try to play too safe, right, and they end up changing their whole play style that got them to where they're at, and they end up getting passed in the end. It's insane how many times we see that.
You can't change your recipe for success, because then you're not going to have success anymore, right? And that's really been the case for a lot of these teams. And it happens, and it's nerves. It's just everything is striking to, oh, we might win. And then you stop becoming proactive. You stop adapting to the lobby. As you see the match leaderboard here, the 24 total points have been set, done, and done here. But look at the impact that it has on the overalls, guys. 7 points up to 4AM.
No way.
That is just crazy.
Take stock of this, ladies and gentlemen, because this is what we need to keep in mind when it comes to this last game. 4AM has been spectacular. However, here it is, made in Thailand. 3.2k damage Toffees from this game.
Jeez. I mean, we saw the last game. Myth went 3 games left, lads. Let's just go crazy. And I remember they would have been the talk of the town, the MVPs, the kings of the last match, if it hadn't been for Na'Vi, and they took that personally.
Yes, they did. 1,230 damage. Baron, please. You must be the MVP, and if you're not, I will raise the roof. But every single component of this, right? The fact that, yeah, okay, Jacob only got himself 1 kill, but he's still doing a lot of damage relative to the rest of the lobby here, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Look at that.
No,
it's gonna be flashed. 6 kills and 7 knocks, man. Yeah, and obviously surviving all the way to the end. That's just how the calculation goes, man. That's too good.
The streets picked Baron though. Baron is the MVP and Baron the MVP in the streets. And honestly, look, man, going back to last year, Baron always kind of gets slept on a little bit. Like, he's always got that other player on his team that kind of pops off a lot more, but that kid has been consistent the whole year through. And now, you know, you have the addition of Jacob onto that squad. So you got Kiss, you got Jacob, and you got Baron, who just keeps getting better with every performance. And Myth is, I mean, they're a spooky team.
All right. Well, break time. We go to that, and when we return, one more game here. Is there a world where China does not take this tournament? If so, that would be apocalyptic. See us on the other side of this.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New fast TN panels with DIAC technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest DIAC 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
We got
23 hours and 59 minutes here for PGS 1. It has been almost a foregone conclusion that one of our Chinese teams was going to be rocketing into first place and holding it for the entire time. But as 1 minute finally elapses, the bell tolls, suddenly Thailand has come back to try and strike it at the very last moment. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Toffees, Avenger, Poro joining me here to talk about a world where, Poro, China might not win this thing.
I mean, that would be wild, wouldn't it? I mean, given how this thing has looked from the very first day. I mean, I thought the most surprising thing that we were going to see at this tournament would be 17 dominating the first day of play and then not making the final. Well, if Myth is able to pull off this, that would be absolutely insane. And damn, they are more than capable, boys. They are more than capable.
I mean, it would be devastating for 4 a.m. if today ended in a tie. And I think that is a very, very real danger, that this first place might be, it may be a myth, that they may come out on top with huge plays 2 in a row. They didn't do it just once. Like, everyone's had flukes, right? We've had these big games where it's like Cerberus and all these teams have like one big 19 match. 2 in a row. Myth came out and said, all right, we're busting heads and cracking skulls, and everyone else is playing careful. You know, Petrichor and 4 a.m. are playing tiddlywinks up on top of the hill because neither of us want to give up our spot. And Myth is like, all right, free yum-yums as they attack them. So if they do that again in this match, GG's, man.
One of those teams looking to defend China at the very top is, of course, Team Petrichor Road. Let's hear from Chewy before we go into the final match.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here at Pero's Chewy. Hello, 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, you are so close to the trophy. Well, coming into this PGS, did you guys expect your own team to do so well? 이제 넘어지면 코앞에 이제 트로피가 있는 그런 수준에 됐어요. 이 경기가 대회가 시작하기 전에 우리 팀이 이렇게까지 잘할 거다라고 혹시 예상을 하셨는지 한번 들어보고 싶습니다.
예상은 못했어요. 팀원들이 처음 세계 대회라서 그냥 마음 편히 할래 했는데 뭐 잘하니까.
Well, we didn't expect that we would be thriving. I mean, my other teammates, this is their first global series, but hey, I'll take it. I'll take a good game. I'll take a win any day. All right. Well, it seems like it's either 4 a.m. or your team, Pero. What would you say? Our team is we do this better than 4 a.m. What's the one thing? 이제 페로 아니면 4 a.m이 우승 후보로 꼽히고 있는 상황인데 우리 팀이 4 a.m보다 이건 잘한다 하나 말씀해 주실 수 있나요?
일단 우리는 우승해본 선수가 있어가지고 그게
Well, I would say we have a former champion on the team, so that is how we're better than 4 a.m. All right, thank you, Chewy. Best of luck. 감사합니다.
Good to hear from Chewy there, but now we are almost ready to get into our final game. Avenger, before we get into this, Miramar, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking made in Thailand. The confidence they just had from this one here, that could be the road to victory, but they're going to have to take it home in Miramar, obviously.
All right, bring us in. I'm up for a surprise, but I don't mind it if China takes this one because they've looked awesome all tournament long. Toffees and Poro, take it away.
I'll tell you what, Toffees, there are many roads to victory. One of which is popping off right towards the end. But I know Myth is the hot young fang on the block, but lest we forget that 4 a.m. has been putting people on posters all weekend long, and they still got a lot of work to do, Myth does, if they want to catch these guys.
I don't know if you meant to or not. You said victory, which I think is perfect because Myth, if you're saying John Wick level win, is on a path to a victory right now. That's when you go 3 games in a row, tear the souls, the hearts, the spleens out of your opponents and hang them up for the world to see. Because if Myth pulls it off, if they do this, everyone will take notice because they came up with something that no one else has been able to do. A desperation end tournament throat grab that pushes them to the top. That is a victory.
That is a victory. Well, there's you see your current player of the day vote. Ming Ming at the top. And Petrichor Road definitely has put on a good show so far today, but with this late rush from Myth, they find themselves in 3rd place overall. So let's see if they can pull out something magic in this final game of the day. Now, the good thing is for them is that they are already in the circle. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. is still way off to the north, just to the south of Water Treatment Plant. And Myth is in Alcantara, way out in space. So they've got a long road to find their way into this first zone that is settling just centered up south of Los Leones.
I think that they are aggressively scouting for an E pickup right now, as that is their best option. There is going to be a lot of open space by Puerto Patricio to get back into the circle if you need to. We'll see how that develops as we scan the map. We're checking in on the guys who could shake everything up on this push to the top. When we got close to this, I thought today was going to be 4 a.m. and Petrichor all the way, Poro. Not only Myth, but now anyone's legend, who in theory, if Petrichor goes out quickly here, could also be in the top 3 mix with a really big game.
A little nervous here, though. Baron is all by himself on the south side, and S2G is actually making a rotation, and they're passing really close by. It looks like Baron is just trying to be sneaky, wait for the rest of the team to arrive. I don't think S2G has really spotted him out just yet. Well, Petrichor, meanwhile, they sent in 04 to scout up around Resort, and he is well ahead of the rest of his squad, and he might be running face first into full sense here shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. And yeah, this is what we're talking about. Baron kind of separated from the rest of the squad, They do have a dust storm pulling through, which kind of helps things out for him in a way, you'd think.
Myth has picked up 37 points in the last 2 games. That is
wild, isn't it?
Wild. Just to, like, for everybody watching, to put it in perspective, in 2 games, they've gotten more points than EA and Furia have gotten in the entire event so far.
Oh, Shilla. Oh, Shilla, that's not where you want to be. The rest of the squad has arrived, and Scappy will pick up the first point for Made in Thailand as they try to make their improbable run to the top here.
It has begun. As Made in Thailand needs to make big moves. So expect either a crazy run or an early exit, because I don't think Made in Thailand is going to go passive on this. They're going to keep rolling on this, taking those fights. They got the S2G. They'll go for the next one. So watch that as it continues. Falcons take to the air. They've got 37 points. It's cute that they're flying. Myth, I think, has a chance to get back into this one as we jump over to that circle in just a few minutes, because 4 a.m. has a very long way, I think, to make this in, and they're going to have to do it by car with interference along that path. Petrichor, where are we at right now in Petrichor, Poro? I'm trying to find them.
They're way down south. They started getting close to Resort, and I think they maybe saw Full Sense pull in. So now they're still just driving around, doing a little scouting around. They're going to pick themselves up a nice care package, which, you know, depending on what, oh yeah, MG3, we'll take that any day of the week. And yeah, they're still just trying to figure out how they want to play around these fields, just kind of assuming that this is going to be where the circles start to end up. And this is a really nice little duo compound that they're going to go ahead and take, and I think they're going to do a 2-2 split. 2 guys up here, maybe 2 more towards the road, just in case anybody does decide to wrap in on that south side.
Petrichor going to go ahead and hit that south. I like that. But this is, for me, Petrichor feels like they're playing safe, right? Like they're playing for, we're going to grind up some points here, but I don't think we're going to get north of 90, which is true with this position. Myth is playing like, hey, 90 is 100% viable. Let's go for this. And I think that, to me, is the difference in the end of day here for both of these teams as they came into our final on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Petrichor, they did put a high priority on looting immediately and sending somebody in there to find a position of play here down towards this coastline, and they're taking up a lot of real estate right now. So they're not just turtling in a compound. They're actually spreading out and trying to, you know, create traps that others might fall into, as we see supers might be the first ones that arrive on that. Now, fortunately for Falcons, they did take that long pickup down to the coast, but they do manage to pick themselves up some vehicles, so they will be able to get mobile once again. Meanwhile, 4 a.m. has finally finished up looting in Hacienda. They decided to take their sweet time and come in super late, which they should be able to do.
You know, and there's a lot of hype around Myth right now. This idea they could catch, you know, they patched Petrichor, they could catch 4 a.m. That said, I'm happy with 4 a.m. winning this event, because 4 a.m. has shown up from the start of this thing. This roster, with the addition of Winda, Spaceman jumping over, I had question marks. Is this going to finally be the 4 a.m. after what we saw last year that gets us back on board? And this roster, you know, Godv letting, like, sort of saying, guys, go, run with this. It seems to be working. Winda is the right replacement, and so if they come out with the first place finish here at PGS 1, it is 100% earned, 100% deserved, and I was very impressed with this team that they've built.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a ton of things to be excited about if you're a 4 a.m. fan. I mean, Spaceman has slotted in beautifully, perfectly. Winda has been a revelation. And this has probably been the most consistent PUBG we've seen from 4 a.m., just high level from the start of a tournament to the final day that we've seen in, I would say, almost over 2 years, really. Like, it has been just trying to make the right chemistry set for that squad for the longest time, and at least through one series here at PGS that seems like they may have found something, but still a long way to go in this game, and they're actually getting really close to Furia up there, and they might end up getting in a scrap here.
Expendable is going to be on the drive-by. Tig with possibly a trap ready to get sprung. We'll jump over to 4 a.m. as they make this transition. And nothing.
Furia driving by right now. You see a few shots being taken, but they took it at DraftKings, who was the initial scout. So it looks like Furia is just going to go ahead and turn around and avoid this. They'll leave a little bit more blue. Meanwhile, Falcons, they are scrapping here with the Expendables, but Petrichor Road actually picking up that knock. If they can secure that point, that'll be 1 point in their direction. But look at how much damage he is taken off in the distance there. He can't stick around to flush that out.
Yeah, T getting really trapped here. We saw that opening trap by Tiggleton here. They were waiting for the lower rotation. They knew A team would come through eventually. The problem is they haven't converted their kills just yet. Everything is getting stolen. Shrimsy got a good M24 knock, but he can't follow up on it because of the way that this map is laid out. So all they can do is sort of sit, hope, and maybe get a finish on Tanvu if possible.
Yeah, and this is exactly why Petrichor Road situated themselves the way they did. There you go, Ming Ming will finish off Tanvu, so that'll be a point picked up. But this is what we're talking about. They want to get active. They want to put themselves in a position where they can get shots at people from range, try to pick up points that way, and be a little bit more on the aggressive side. They are going to hop in the vehicles now and start to move off to the north.
Falcons has to be maulding. They put this together out of a chance, like, maybe this will work. Let's pick up some points. And not only does it not necessarily, it works, but not in their favor. It goes to Petrichor Road instead. Very, very frustrating for the Falcons as they are just trying to get something rolling as they look forward to next weekend already. What?
Meanwhile, you see the new circle has popped everybody on the move with the exception of maybe Cerberus and anyone's legend. Even the teams that were in the zone are still rotating around to see if they can maybe find a better compound to play or pulling back these 2-2 splits back together. Twisted Minds have had a heck of a day here so far, but it's kind of been overshadowed by the performances that we've been seeing from some of these other squads.
Furia is just backfilling so slow. I don't know, man. Americas. I think the Americas has a rude awakening coming off of this, because if it takes this long for us to warm up, like, I'm worried about the next PAS cycle as we get people ready for EWC. Like this, I don't know that we are ready for this transition to TPP. It feels uncomfortable, man.
Well, I mean, the good thing about it, if you're looking for silver linings, 2 out of our 3 teams made it to the final.
Yeah,
final stage.
That's a good percentage.
That's true. And there's 12 of these things. All right, it's let's not go running for the razors after series 1 when we've got 11 more series left to play. So I think if you're a fan of the Americas, there's still stuff that you can be positive about.
No need to shave just yet. So keep those beards.
No, exactly.
Believe in the Americas bouncing back.
Keep it hairy.
Keep it hairy.
Furia, they are going to push in, and it looks like they're going to push into a western side of a Navi 2-2 split. Never mind. They're going to push in just on the other side of Twisted Minds. So, yeah, there you go. You can see what they're working with here. Just playing around the dunes and the hills and the dips and the valleys. And that should be enough to keep them alive for the time being, because nobody else really is going to be coming in from that northern side, with the exception of maybe 4 a.m., but they look like they're favoring more of that western side of the circle.
I'm bored. Myth, go kill something. Go. They will soon. I guarantee it. All right, so Furia has made the circle. They're in between 2 really brutal teams. What?
Wait, what? What do I do something weird?
No, I thought you had a really good, interesting point that you were about to make. I was really excited about it.
Me? Almost always.
That's what I thought.
But not this time.
Oh, unfortunate.
Almost always.
Well, I've got a relatively interesting point to make. Scappy and the rest of the lads are positioning themselves to, I think, come in here and cause a little bit of trouble. So they did a little scouting. They're going to put their cars behind in the safe spot. They know that they have 4 a.m. back. I don't know if they know it's 4 a.m. yet, but look, you got Scappy is split off with, I'm not sure who his partner is. I think Baron maybe. And they are Jacob. Okay. And they are watching 4 a.m. like hawks right now. Hasameme trying to scout as well, but I don't think 4 a.m. knows that Myth has an awareness that they are closing from behind.
Yeah, the one thing about Myth and 4 a.m. right now is both teams have a world of space to play around. Myth over there on the western side, and 4 a.m. has pretty much everything on the north. As Spaceman is finding out, you can see the new circle will pop, and Myth is vibing right now.
Hercules. 4 a.m. played this too passive. James actually pointed out in the green room right now, they are way delayed by minutes on their normal rotation timing because they're playing so slow. Myth got to jump over them and is looking in a really good circle right now. Jump to Petrichor, our other players who are in the hunt trying to get back into this, and they also have a compound.
Oh goodness, Cerberus, Twisted Minds, Furia, everybody was sending it towards the same building at the same time, but Cerberus gets there first, and now Twisted Minds is forced to push out and go a little bit further. They're gonna run right into Furia, where Batulins gets worked by DraftKings. That's one down for TM. Nice twist from him. He's gonna find a second one as an example going down, and just like that, Twisted Minds get deleted from the lobby by Furia.
You said don't shave the beard yet, and here we are, wiping Twisted Minds. Things are looking up.
Things indeed.
And then Myth gets a point.
Look at that. And Scappy gonna steal. He's gonna actually get the knock and take that kill away. So Kraken will at least get out of there. But Myth now up to 2 kills.
And more importantly, the whole lobby knows that they're here now. 4 AM saw that knock. They saw where the shot came from, and they are now acutely aware that it is Myth directly south of them on the same hill complex, which should change the way that both of those teams approach this going forward. Myth doesn't know it's 4 AM. 4 AM knows it's Myth.
Yeah, what are they going to do about it, though? As Spaceman and Shen just kind of backfill that compound that Jacob and Scappy were in earlier. HSM and Winda still on the high ground, just inside the circle on the north. So I think they might keep at least one there for the time being, just to kind of scout things out. But maybe this Na'Vi push might change that math up a little bit. Yeah, Winda and HSM already hopping in vehicles.
This is big time. Na'Vi could be the difference makers if they collapse onto 4 AM here. 4 AM does not want this fight. It is too early, and Myth is too close to go into this. Scappy watching 4 AM. They're split 2-2. If Na'Vi hits that top group, I don't know that 4 AM can back them up with their 2 who've already crossed over. So, yep, they hear the cars. They load up. 4 AM is going to collapse into a 4. Very, very smart.
Yeah, absolutely. That position up there was not important enough to stick around and fight over, and especially not when you have a compound that's inside the zone right now. So we'll give that up to Na'Vi free and clear, and we'll let Na'Vi fight their way in once this circle decides to collapse. Delwyn actually going out and doing some scouting for anyone's legend. You can see him off in the distance there. He's getting lit up by Na'Vi right now. That's
an important exchange, because while we've talked about this top race, you also have to remember there are PGC points on the line for every position. Anyone's legend down to Na'Vi are so gosh darn close right now that this can be a big, massive point swing for Na'Vi if they can take this fight. AL drove around, maybe giving them a free death, but they're not able to close the deal. That if they had gotten that pick off, that would have been a huge opportunity for Na'Vi to then maybe even pursue and get themselves the points and the position they need.
That was a very risky play there by Delwyn, but he ends up getting away with it. Meanwhile, Falcons, they're not getting away with anything as they try to make a push right into E-Arena, and E-Arena is prepared. They have taken everyone down except for H-Win, who's got like 1 HP left. It looks like Falcons will survive a little bit longer by getting away. Petrichor Road, they're going to pull in right above E-Arena and now start looking down and see if they can maybe catch some of these guys, get a couple more points in their bag.
Yeah, Falcons really need to make some big moves. Petrichor here looking to get some cash as well. They are currently in 3rd. They had a 10-point bonus coming into the grand finals, and it has been slowly but surely stripped away from them as they try to make something happen right here.
Oh, and T1 tried to push in. They try to push in high and low, and they will lose Heather. Opons gets the original knock, but Petrichor are going to steal it away. So that's another point picked up by them, as now they try to get rid of Type, get some really low good grenades, but not enough to get the knock.
They do knock down EN. 4NB trying to make a move here. Chewy on the other side of the car is going to work his way forward. A nice smoke screen. Here comes the double lethals, followed by a flash so they can try to make this push. He's got the MG3. They start to slip around the outside, getting that boost ready to go because you know you're going to get some traded points. They go in, and T1 is eliminated by the other guys.
That was very nicely done by Petrichor Road. The one thing that they could not do there is take a knock to a solo player just trying to go for points, and they end up cleaning it up. As anyone's legend, then Na'Vi going to run into each other. Na'Vi losing Boostic and Spiro. They will get Delwood knocked, but aren't able to secure the flush yet, as Himas continues to kind of play around on the outside. It looks like he's spotted out one at range. Love to be able to go for these 2 flushes and secure those points, but Na'Vi, they're going to find themselves just down to Hackatory.
Yeah, they sent the two of them on a scouting mission. It didn't pan out. We talked about how important this was for Na'Vi. Anyone's Legend's going to get a ton of points off of that and put themselves very comfortably in 4th place. I think probably almost unshakable. Hackatory, though, makes a play. It's not quite enough. Na'Vi now really eliminated, and this should put Anyone's Legend, I think, pretty much set in 4th with the ability to still climb if they need to.
Yeah, got the knock and didn't even get the flush, unfortunately, for Na'Vi as it gets stolen away by Cerberus. Anyone's Legend down to 2. They have had one heck of a finals and only outshone by the 3 teams above them here as we see Falcons still scrapping down to 2. They're fighting with full sense. You can hear their comms. That's a good grenade, though, from Flash to get the knock on H win.
I'm listening to their comms.
Yeah, you're not going to hear much comment at this point. Now that it's just down to Kickstart, they're just going to let him play his game.
All right, there we go. We're out. Kickstart keeping it. You know, once he's down to himself, he's going to focus on him. I love that they give him the space to do what he needs to. He does get that knock on Thanadol, but let's check in with the guys on the chase. Only 5 points behind the leaders, but Petrichor only 3 behind them as this top 3 has blown wide open at this stage of the game. All 3 top teams still with 4 players alive and facilities inside the circle.
And Myth still has that high ground, and they know exactly where. Again, you said 4 a.m. knows that Myth is above them. I don't know if we know if Myth knows that 4 a.m. is the team that's just below him. Scappy is keeping an eye on him. He's going to be joined by Jacob here, while Baron and Kiss keep eyes on things that are going on downhill to the south. So holding on to that high ground, not being overly aggressive here, but still being active, moving around, trying to see if they can third-party fights from range.
This is huge. 4AM has played this super passive. All right, they are aware now. 4AM got that knock on Anyone's Legend. Myth is now aware that the team north of them is 100% 4AM. Look, you can see Scappy and Jacob already interested in this engagement. They move to a better defensive spot to make sure 4AM can't push up on top of them. 4AM is putting more points on the board. 91, starting to make it a little bit harder to catch up.
A 6-point margin now as Falcons actually kickstart by himself is going to finish off what's left of full sense, but he looks like he's been spotted out in the blue by the Expendables, so I think the Falcons should be not much longer for this world. Meanwhile, 4 a.m., they're starting to think about moving uphill here, and Myth and Jacob and Scappy are the only ones holding the line. Baron and Kiss are rushing over to start providing some support, but this looks like a fight that might pop off here very shortly.
Oh, this could be the determiner. They brought Kiss in. Baron needs to get there, though, because it's a 4v3 right now if 4 a.m. crests this hill. This is huge. There comes a mortar who takes down this
Furia.
fight. From Furia.
Oh, from Furia.
The knock got shed.
That's absolutely huge. That first knock, but Myth, they see it in the kill feed, but they're not making a push off of it just yet as they're still probing. They've left Baron behind. Baron is keeping an eye on things to the south, so this is just a 3-man push from Jacob, Kiss, and Scappy. Jacob goes low, gets knocked down to about half HP. Spaceman just playing around inside the smoke. He's going to get that recycled here. I think he's just cooking a grenade. He's going to throw it. Is it going to find a home? No, it goes just a little bit too far.
Spaceman out to the right side. He's going to look for this angle. Jacob took some shots, but now he knows where Space is. Re-up the smoke to try to make a play. Spaceman getting pushed by the blue. He's got to move forward. He's going to emerge from this smoke in just a second. Preps the nade. Hasameme from the left side has to keep an eye on Furia. They're going.
They're leaving it. Myth is leaving it. They got the call from Baron. Baron said that the Expendables are pushing uphill, and Myth pulls off of this fight. They said this fight's going to take too long, and they're going to instead take it to the Expendables. Get the knock on Atanvu to start things off from Baron.
4AM was getting in cars to leave, but they saw the fight with Baron and TE, and now they're aware that they have numbers on that side. Scappy does manage to knock Hong F, who was a breath of fresh air in an earlier game. Couldn't pull it off this time. Scappy trying to put points on the board, but 4 a.m. now looking at Jacob, who was left by himself. TE is down. Turn around. Run back to Jacob, boys. Run, Forrest, run.
They're only 3 points down now after watching the Expendables. 4 a.m. though, they are pinned down by Furia at range. Jacob still keeping an eye on this squad, making sure that they don't push in, and they have not. 4 a.m. has settled on just kind of hiding in the smokes, waiting for this to play out. But look at this, Petrichor Road now. They saw the Expendables get wiped. They're starting to wrap around on the south side. So all of our teams that are in contention, our top 3 teams, all fighting on the western edge as the shots are going to come out from Scappy. He gets knocked by I-26.
Oh, having Scappy down is really bad. Petrichor getting involved. Kiss is down as well. Hasameme gets it. Winda goes down by Jacob, but this is falling apart very, very quickly. We lost another one. Spaceman putting in the moves, Poro.
That's a big knock and a big flush from 4 a.m. Spaceman gets one down. This could secure the PGS 1 champion for themselves. Baron, the last player left alive for Made in Thailand. They made such an effort here at the close of the day, but it looks like it might not be enough. Baron, unless he can pull off something magical here, he gets him low. Oh my God, 1 HP.
There's
Toffees.
no way. The blue's too strong.
He's got the backpack. He's got the jammer pack.
The black pack.
Oh, that's going to keep him alive.
He's still my heart. Oh, he's going for the roof. He's going to just try to get points instead of make a run for it. Interesting choice. He knows Petrichor is on one side, 4 a.m. on the other, looking for PGC points now that he knows the win is off the table. He gets the knock on Spaceman, but that's the end of the myth run.
It's the end of the myth run, but it's just the beginning of the Petrichor run as they are up to 6 kills. They see 4 a.m. in the kill feed. I-26 goes down, but Chewy comes alive. He finishes off Spaceman, finds HSM. 4 a.m. is up against the wall. 2 players left alive as now Petrichor Road is coming alive.
MG3 gets the VIP as he opens up with a nice flush plus knock. Petrichor trying to heal, but Ming hits the nade. 4 angry men is eliminated, and Petrichor keeps up 4.
And they're 4 points away from surpassing 4 a.m., who has been in control for so long. As now Petrichor Road, they have the high ground. They've got all 4 players alive, and all they need is 5 more points, Toffees, and they can secure this PGS 1 victory. There's still 15 players alive, and they are in a beautiful position to pull this off if they can manage to just be patient, hold this high ground, and see if they can maybe get these guys from range.
Yeah, listen, 4 a.m. is clinging on by a small thread right now. E-Arena goes down, and more points that Petrichor need start to fall off the board. I think they can pull this off, and if they do, and normally I don't judge teams, but 4 a.m. played that game way too passive. They didn't get aggressive. They got into fights late. They could have stolen some kills, and if Petrichor passes them, they will be remembering that next week.
The tale is old as time. It's so hard to hold on to that top spot when you know that everybody is gunning for you. And Petrichor Road, with the death of that last player, will pick up another placement point, only 3 points away from that top spot right now. Furia, they have this hard cover. They have the circle. Petrichor Road don't have to move just yet. Really, I think all eyes might be on Cerberus. They're off in the east, and you can see what they're having to work with coming across into that field.
Not a lot. This is going to be a little bit of a quiet moment. It seems like Cerberus and Fury are going to have to try to figure out who gets to be the field barons, if you will, as they try to knock each other out, working around the sprayer. A lot of grenades working. BL gets Zest done and flushed. And oh my gosh, just create a red zone. It's the easiest way to kill someone in a field.
Really nicely done. And you see Petrichor, they're taking shots over here, trying to find if they can steal these away through the smokes. The shots just not landing as Furia continue to rain down hell on Cerberus in those smoke clouds. Not finding joy just yet as Tanbin can keep on jumping through the smokes to see what he can spot out. Stan still down as Brian is right there. He might be able to get that res, and in fact he does. So Cerberus able to reset despite that pressure from Furia.
Very, very nice. And remember, they're battling right now for access to a few extra PGC points as they prepare to move into the 3-weekend series that'll set the story for the entire year. Petrichor Road, if you talk about setting stories for an entire year, has done that. So many questions about this roster, Poro. Those 2 new players that no one knows, and here they are, 4 kills, consistently putting in work on every single map. It's been great to watch Petrichor.
Absolutely. We may not have known them coming into this weekend, but we are definitely leaving here knowing exactly who 04 and I-26 are, as they have proven to be a breath of fresh air for this squad. As they continue to hold on to that high ground, they are going to have to move here shortly as they keep eyes on Fury. They're going to hop in the vehicles. Yep, here they go. Already smoked it out. They've got another ridge line that they can play around here. And fortunately for them, the vehicles will provide them a little bit of cover as S2G now leaving their compound on the south side. All eyes from them are pointing uphill, but nothing showing just yet as Furia and Cerberus continue to battle it out in the open field.
This is a tough position for Petrichor. They need to either go for this win or they have to try to wipe someone, right? Like they got to get to 96, and you see a lot of kills being taken off the board, and that gives you placement, but what if you get the placement points and then die in second? So they have to make a move to try to get themselves guaranteed first place. Beautiful Molly, and that's going to take Kraken out as Tonbin is able to finish it off with the AUG.
And look at this. After surviving that onslaught, the three-man squad of Cerberus starting to push in to Furia, and they've been so far fortunate enough to have enough smokes on them that they can also avoid any prying eyes from Petrichor Road with the high ground. Pero, I think, just sitting there waiting for the end here. DraftKings has just been on fire in this game. Biel does go down, though, from a nice flanking shot from Tambin. And there you go. Brian will finish him off as Cerberus wins the fight.
So Petrichor knows that if they could steal 1 or 2 kills there, it puts them on track to just get that second place placement with 1 more kill. So if they can do that, that'll move them to 96. Ming got the steal that he needed, and that mathematically puts them in a much better position. So they no longer have to risk very much. They just need to outlast Cerberus. That is the game name right now. Either outlast them or kill them, and that's your championship.
S2G looked like they might have been thinking about pushing up to the hillside with them, but I think maybe CC next pushing over that hillside. He said, oh god, there's 4 of them there. But look at this, what Wepa has them absolutely pinned behind these Doritos. Petrichor Road, they're just hiding while all eyes from everyone else are looking up at them. They can't even engage in peak battles with these guys right now. They are just running out of real estate to play around.
Where's the Panzerfaust when you need it? A big spray from the top. This is that one point they're trying to get their hands on. Oh, there's the Panzerfaust.
Oh, no.
The guys from Petrichor hold their ground.
Oh, they just can't. They can't go out here. That's all it is. They go out here. 4 a.m. wins it, and they're getting their feet shot at. Ming will get the heal off. Ming and Chewy, the last 2 players alive. He's gonna go for the spray, get the knock, get the flush, get a kill, get something. 1 point is all it's gonna take to get Petrichor in, but it just won't happen. Ming staying alive just barely by the grace of the smoke.
Clinging on to health. They're down to 1 member on S2G. He's flushed. He's flushed. That is going to be it. No, that's them. Did they pull it off? Did they do it?
Did they pull it off? I think they may have. We'll have to see when the leaderboard comes back up, but right now we've got to finish this game. Cerberus are down to 2, but it's a 2v1 against Quepa. Is he actually going for the res on the next? No, he might be getting ammo or heals or just using these guys as a little bit of mobile cover. Quepa throws that smoke down. Fortunate enough that they still have something left, but Tonbin will flush out Baron. Quepa will hop on up. Don't give him 2 1v1s. That's all you can do if you're Cerberus.
So it was so close. It flipped at the end because Petrichor got the placement points as well, and that's the tiebreaker. So Petrichor should be finishing in first, but right now is a fight for some additional PGC points as S2G and Cerberus battle it out.
There you go, a massive 13 kill win from Cerberus. Huge points from that squad and a huge performance in the final game of PGS 1 finals. And I gotta tell you, I got confused. I thought I knew, but now I'm not so sure. Did Petrichor win? Let's ask the boys on the desk. Martin is back and Caleris is back. Guys, what happened?
Looks like Petrichor Road on the inside lane here. After there they are, the champions of PGS 1. Petrichor Road taking over Myth, taking over 4 a.m., knowing that fight on the west side was gonna change it. Martin, Petrichor Road is your champion.
Yeah, they win the tiebreak, and it's a huge one for them. Obviously, the third party onto Myth and to shut down that 4 a.m. push was the winning move here for Petrichor Road, and the 10-point advantage they had going into this finals here made a huge difference for this last game.
Cerberus, of course, winning out this game to end things off, but that is not where the tail of the tape truly lies here, Toppies. What a victory for Petrichor Road.
So I think Petrichor was the longer shot of the three, and what they really benefited from is A, they got a good spot, but more importantly, 4AM, who played passive, got hyper-focused on Myth, and once Myth knew 4AM was behind them, that was their only focus. Petrichor saw the kill feed, slid over to the south, and knew that they could capitalize on that fascination, and they made the plays they had to at the moments that they needed to, and it really did come down to that placement point difference. That's where the tiebreaker is, and I don't think it fully calculates who wins the tiebreaker necessarily until they died. And so that's when you saw it pop up right there. They move into first, and they walk away with the PGS 1 victory. It wasn't 17, but it was definitely China, who's proven PGS 1s were made for them.
And Poro, I mean, how could we have had it any more picturesque than, unfortunately for Made in Thailand, all of a sudden their position is realized. But anyway, actually, let's talk about it as a whole. Petrichor Road here, of course, takes themselves that #1 spot, Poro. Fantastic stuff.
I mean, well-earned, well-deserved. They came in first in the winner's stage, and they fought their butts off to get back at the top in the final game of the day. What a performance from them, and look at the smile on Ming Ming. It's been so long, it feels like, since we've seen this guy up collecting a trophy.
Let's check in with Bella, who's with Petrichor Road.
Microphone, Chewy. Can everyone get the microphones? Okay, I think that is all. All right. Congratulations. How do you say congrats in Mandarin? Can you teach me? 만다린으로 혹시 축하드립니다.恭喜?
恭喜.
恭喜. Okay, all right. We have our first PGS champion of 2026. Let's get talking. First of all, Chewy, I had a chance to talk to you before. You said you were happy. It was good that you guys were playing so well, but now you have a trophy in your hand. Please tell me it's gotta be better than just good now, right?
那刚刚你其实说没有预想到，但是最后还是拿到了冠军。一开始你也说过已经很开心了，但是现在应该是更不一样的感觉。那在这一刻，你现在最真实的感受是什么呢？
就很惊喜吧，然后也有点像做梦一样，我没想到。
네, 너무 놀랍고 너무 기분 좋고 너무 생각 바뀝니다.
Well, it's definitely unexpected. I'm over the moon, and I can say that it is pleasantly surprising. All right, well, I wanted to ask you, it was so tight. The standings were still very neck and neck until the last match. Can you tell us what the team was talking about to keep your calm and play it cool till the very end?
那么比赛一直打到最后一局都非常的激烈，而且当时最重要的应该就是稳住心态。那么你们当时是怎么沟通，然后把心态稳定下来的呢？
就是我们还是一直都是平常心，就保3争1嘛，运气好就看能不能冲一下，然后就想保3争1。
네, 일단 평상심을 유지하고 그리고 운도 좋았던 것 같습니다.
네, we definitely tried to keep ourselves very calm, but we can't say that we did not have the luck on our side. All right, thank you, Chewy. And moving on, let's talk to 04. Hi, good to see you. Hello. Well, you are the new face on the team, and now as soon as you join, you get a trophy. Well, tell me, how does it feel to make such a successful global debut on the stage?
那你作为这个队里的核心，也打过很多比赛了，但是今天这个冠军呢，也感觉让大家看到了一个非常配合完整的 Pero。那你觉得这次夺冠的最关键的点是什么呢？
队友厉害，指挥厉害。
네, 일단 팀원들이 너무 잘해 주셨고요. 네, 그리고 리더도 잘해 주셔서 그런 것 같습니다.
I just got to give all the credit to my teammates. They were such a great team to play with, and they led me very, very well. All right, well, I guess we have another new face on the team that we need to talk to, right? Would you take the mic? All right, I'm going to talk to I26V6. I actually do want to ask him, what's the story behind that name? 혹시 이 아이디에 대해서 뒷 배경 이야기도 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요, 선수?
他想问一下你这个 ID 的由来。
So many numbers.
就是我自己的名字，英文感觉像是数字，然后就这样起来。
就是英文名字的感觉. 아 그냥 이름 알파벳으로 하신 것 같아요. 네.
숫자가 그렇게 많은데.
他说你那个数字比较多是也是名字.
感觉好看吧.
그냥 보기 좋아서.
He chose the I26V6 because of the aesthetics. All right, enough of the name talk. We're gonna ask you. Well, you are definitely one of the new members. You have such nice old veteran players to play with. Can you tell me what you did personally to make sure that you were the last puzzle of the team?
那你是刚刚加入这个队伍，这次国际赛呢就直接拿到了冠军，可以说是一个非常成功的首秀。那么为了做到这一点，你自己做的努力是有哪些呢？
就是从失败里找经验吧，然后就是打团队一点，然后多听一下指挥的话就行了。
일단 실패 가운데서 경험을 얻고 그리고 팀워크도 잘하고 네 그런 좋은 결과를 얻은 것 같습니다.
I mean, learning through the struggles and the failures that I faced personally, it definitely helped me to be stronger on the global stage. But and of course, I have to give out a shout out to my teammates because they were always there for me when I needed help from them. And last but not least, Ming Ming, if I can talk to you. Yeah, can you pass the mic to Ming Ming? Oh, you have a mic. Oh, okay, my bad. Well, Ming Ming, another trophy to your name. Well, can you tell me about how it was leading a group of rookies but an old veteran like Chewy on the team and how this is the new established pair?
那今天你们和队友之间的配合也都非常的好。那有没有哪一个瞬间，就是你心里一下子觉得今天这把就稳了，我们就要夺冠了这样的瞬间呢？
其实没有吧，我们就像崔哥说的，就很放平心态吧，然后就是保前三嘛，然后努力争下冠吧。
일단 컨디션 유지하고 네 침착하게 그대로 진행했던 것 같습니다.
All I told my boys was, you know, we gotta keep in shape, make sure that our physical stuff does not interfere with our gameplay, and remember, keep your cool head, and we will win this. All right, thank you, Ming. Do you have anything you would like to say to the fans watching before we let you go?
那接下来还有下周的比赛，你觉得这股状态还能再继续延续下去吗？
我觉得可以吧。
네, 가능합니다. 네, 그렇게 이런 기세를 이어서 네, 다음 주도 진행하겠습니다.
All right, well, they have their first trophy, but they're already looking forward to the second trophy. All right, thank you. Congratulations again. Well, this is all for our champions interview, so we're going to throw it back to see who our next MVP is.
Was Ixlef the problem? That's my... No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Petrichor Road, of course, with this fantastic roster, has been able to become victorious here for PGS 1 2026. It's about time, Martin. This is a roster or a organization that we've wanted an international win from for years and years and years, and it's finally happened.
Yeah, last year they dominated the PCL. They got a win. They got a second place. And now, finally... Sadly, without Ixlef, but finally an international win here to start off the 2026 new season and new era. That's just next level for me. Obviously, Ming Ming, we always had high expectations for, especially after his dominance with New Happy in 2022. But with this new roster, man, it seemed impossible going into this last game. But the perfect third-party opportunity for them on mid and on 4M, destroying the podium finishers. That's amazing.
Toughies, your thoughts?
I mean, you say it's sad that it's not with Ixlef. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. It's not lost on me that Godv's organization and Ixlef's organization both stopped bringing the streamers, and all of a sudden they're on the top of the leaderboard. I think they're both excellent players, but maybe they're not as focused as they needed to be, which I understand completely. We're 9 years into this. You got to know when to help your org take the next step by helping find the right talent, not being the talent. And that's what those guys seem to be doing right now. And both of these teams are looking explosive and really strong for the rest of the year.
We'll get to look a little bit at the MVP a little later on, but let's take a look at the results from this match. Finhay Cerberus, man, they actually surpassed what I thought they were going to be able to do here, Poro. Moving up into 7th place with that. So into the money, into some okay PGS points here for the year.
I mean, like I said, I think I said it yesterday. getting to the final stage was a victory for this Cerberus squad. Like, just with how many new players there are on the squad, but then managing to not only get to the final stage, but also get themselves up to 7th place all, with 63 points in 2 days. Like, that's huge for them. And you talk about the top teams that I think nobody is going to disagree, saying they feel like there was a little level of complacency on the part of Petrichor and 4AM for the last year, maybe 2 even. But man, they have just come in to 2026 and they look like they are right back in it. And good. 4AM in PGS2 is going to be scary because they have got to be pissed that they lost this. Like, they had it.
They really did have it. The break is going to be interesting to see what these teams can bring after the fact. But of course, these 16 teams will be moving through into that winners bracket day to start off PGS2. But Martin, it was so close. A tiebreaker victory is down to the wire here.
Yeah, that's just next level, right? And they gotta hate it that it actually came from the extra points that they got at the winner stage, right? And that's the big difference, right? If they could have won that, that would have been a no easy win for 4AM here. But tons of kills, but made in Thailand, man, look at that. The 67 kills, guys, and they're so close. If they had better placement, if they had more advantage points coming into this, they would have taken this one home, and that's the next level for me.
I think that what you just hit is the perfect demonstration. As a reminder, they finished winners bracket. Petrichor in first had that 10. Farnham was right behind them with the 2 less. And if that had been switched, 4AM's the winner. Myth was all the way down in 7th, which means they had nowhere near the benefit points, but still are almost at the top. So what that comes to is all of these teams are in the winners bracket next weekend. It is so much more important than I think a lot of the teams thought they were. I think a lot of them were like, yeah, 10 points is cool. But as we look at this, 10 points is there's between victory and walking home with a significant decrease in earnings and PGC points.
Yeah, I mean, if I take a look at the prize pool overall for this, the fact that we have the 30,000 walking away for Petrichor Road, and that was the difference between them, that push on Myth, and then being able to get rid of 4AM, the difference between $30,000 for where they were in 3rd, which is $10,000, right? So just that alone, Poro, being that $20,000 swing is fantastic here for them.
$20,000 push, man. You can't. It doesn't get much closer than that. And all credit to Myth as well. I mean, I feel like Myth came into that last game knowing what they wanted to do. Like, they wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to go for fights. They put themselves in a good position. In the end, it just came down to getting sandwiched by, of course, the 2 teams in the lobby that you're fighting with, right? So it's nuts. And if nothing else, this has made me more excited for PGS2 and 3, and as the rest of the year goes on, because coming into this event, I was hearing a lot of noise about how Korea was going to be like, oh man, once 2020, once TPP, it's like they're built for this. Like they have been practicing. They have been in the lab coming up with all these different strats and everything. And while they had a good performance, a decent performance, I think they definitely did not expect to get punched in the mouth by China the way they did. And then also think about the fact that 17 had to sit and watch this from home. Like, they are going to come in so motivated into PGS2.
Especially with the way they started out, right? 80 points during that group stage. And that's the crazy thing, Avenger, is that now it gets even more grueling in PGS2 and 3 because there is no group stage. You're playing your stage, and if you do not make it work, you are done for that PGS.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, obviously, we have the winners starting with the winners bracket on Thursday next week, right? And these 16 teams we just witnessed, they're going to have a go at it once again. And it could be all different. And also looking at how different it was with it's 95 points for this victory here. But in a BO6, so in a total of 6 games, 17 had 80 points, right? They only managed to get 15 more points in 4 more games, these teams here. That really talks to how dominant potentially 17 can be. And also, they should be back in Picardo Pachinki, and that's where the big points should be coming from.
True. We saw a final without a 17 in Picardo Pachinki, which
it's crazy.
Was weird. Twisted Minds was there for a little bit. I was like, I'm losing my mind. But that is how the cookie crumbles here for PGS 1. Of course, Petrichor Road has been able to take that number 1 spot. Here's how the prize pool all works out. Do bear in mind, each winner winning chicken dinner in that grand final does mean $1,000 each as well. We've kind of glossed over that a little bit here, Toffees, during the final, but important nonetheless.
You know, it's funny. We glossed over it only because it was added to make sure that teams had incentives to really like keep pushing, even if they sort of get knocked out of it. But it was so close in so many different areas that it wasn't even necessary. Like these teams never let up or went after it. And you will see Petrichor gets that 30 points. That is a big deal as you look towards PGC. So many times teams have missed a PGC bid by just a couple of points.
Is Kiss going to be able? This is top 3, and then it is decided basically from here. I don't know yet who the MVP is, Avenger. Is this alluding to the fact that it's Spaceman, or are we?
I think we're building the set.
We're learning in real time with you guys.
There we go.
Oh, here we go. There's the graphic.
There
All
it
right,
is.
yeah. Spaceman, guys. 12 kills in the first day. 19 total here, or 21 total. Insane performance from him. I gotta say, like, I have not expected anyone to come in a BO10 to get 21 kills. Only 2,500 damage, considering some of the teams got 36 or 3,700. But yeah, the overall kills and overall damage and everything combined puts him at MVP. That's $10,000 for him. And let's hear from Bella.
MVP title of 2026 PGS 1. Wish you could have joined us here, but better luck next time, right? That is a wrap for us here for PGS 1, but this is just the start of our journey. We'll be back with more intense PUBG action on March 27th, 7 p.m. Korean Standard Time, so don't miss out, and we'll see you back then. Well, I am gonna invite our champions back on the stage to enjoy their trophy, so come on up, guys. This is your trophy. Come say hi.
There it is. Petrichor Road has been able to win, ruining the illusion a little bit of how that normally goes, because you're supposed to be kind of signing the camera lenses at whole, but it will be them taking this spot. It's a shame we can't hear from Spaceman, of course, the MVP of the tournament, but of course he is not with us at their location, so as they encourage them to lift the trophy once again. Petrichor Road, the champions here for PGS 1 for 2026. Martin, what a performance by them. Of course, it didn't look like it was going to be taking it towards the very end there. But in the inside line, them being able to take it off Myth and 4am. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, it's great. Great to see here for Petrichor Road. The advantage points going into this final here, paying off, and getting that tiebreak at home is just insane. And obviously, with these guys and coming through, I miss an Ike's left. But if this is what the new Petrichor Road can bring us, I am all for it. That's for sure.
You too, Poro?
Let me. I want to ask y'all's opinion on this one. Will we see Petrichor Road up on that stage again, lifting a trophy this year?
Oh, this year. This year. Oh, that's interesting.
11 more PGSs.
I mean, considering that 04 and I-26 have been really good additions to the roster, and Ming has got some great chops about him, and Chewy has been ever stalwart and really adaptable. Bear in mind, guys, this doesn't get talked enough about. He's not Chinese. He's a Korean who went there, learned Chinese, and is playing alongside them. So it's quite the roster. Quite the roster.
I'm going to take the opposite position. I think that you're right, 04, and how do we say the other one? It's 04 and I-26 V6. They played really well, but I smell honeymoon, okay? This is a new team, just put together. They had a great game. You're probably right, but I'm willing to say that I don't know that this can continue. We've seen so many teams come out strong with a two-man change right away and then sort of peter off throughout the year. So let's hope Petrichor can stay strong on this one.
Avenger, what do you think?
I don't think we see another lift from these guys. Yeah, you know why? Because I feel like these guys have grinded going into this season because they were forced to. And now that the season is on, all the other teams are going to grind equally as much or even more, because once you win, you kind of rest on your laurels just a little bit, right? And that's where I really feel the difficulty for me to think that they're going to be able to lift one more. I don't think they're going to win a PGC. I don't think they're going to win an Esports World Cup. It's that requires a different level of pedigree, and I don't think these guys have it yet. I'd love to see it. But yeah, let's see next week. We have, luckily, 11 more PGS weeks to see how far these guys can take it.
All right, final thoughts before we wrap things up here. Power, I will start with you way over on the left-hand side. What are you thinking?
Way over here. I'm thinking that I'm glad that we got to see the Vietnamese teams kind of show up. It looked like it was going to be a little bit sketchy at first, but they figured it out in the end. I'm glad to see that we got 2 America's teams in. I hope that we maybe have the rust knocked off going into PGS 2, and maybe we'll see all 3 starting to shine a little bit more and get a little bit more of that consistency going through. And then, man, what can you say? Congrats to China and all the Chinese teams, the Korean teams. It looks like they have actually put in the time, the effort, and the work into learning how to play in this with these massive changes that have been coming from last year into this year. So the payoff has come through for Petrichor Road. Who's it going to be next time?
Mr. Avenger?
Yeah, the big one for me is, for honestly coming into this, I had big expectations on the Asian teams because they have just been double blocking scrims. They've been putting in so much effort here, and it actually came through. Like the closest one, obviously being Na'Vi in 6th place, and they had to make a run for it today. I didn't expect this much domination, but the East has just risen at a whole new level here for 2026 season. So I'm just excited to get our next PGS kicked off, and luckily it's going to be Thursday next week already. We're going to see the next ones.
It's on the horizon. Toffees?
My big shout out is to Spaceman. Congratulations. He got the MVP, triple the damage, triple the FPS, triple the kills. He comes away with $10,000. Can he do it again? I can't wait to see next weekend, but I do think Martin's on to this. Next weekend, the grind set is locked in for the West, and they're only going to get stronger as they now realize that the rest of the world did not take the last 2 months off like they did.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you for joining me here for PGS 1. That does it for our first of 2026 when it comes to our internationals. On Thursday, we are back. Same time, same place, because we have got PGS 2 to kick off, and let's see who can be able to topple China, or if Myth can make a magical run again, or if the West can book up their ideas and try and do something against the East. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Breaking necks, make them get the double take. When I dictate, so straight on the bit, the pressure elevate.